Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 4 of What If the son of Light Yagami and Misa obtained the Death Note and took over the world. Let the tale begin. Chapter 61, Half. March 28, 2044. Tokyo, Japan, 5:30 p.m. Rain's Shinigami eyes glow. We're going to use these eyes to our advantage. She lightly pushes Angel away. I know their names and their lifespans, and I gotta say, they have very interesting names. What are their names? Archer asked. His hand began twitching, a telltale sign that he was starting to run on pure adrenaline soon. Rain licked her lips. I don't trust you as far as I can throw you, little Archer. You'll probably do something stupid like write their names in the Death Note. I'll make sure they don't die from heart attacks. Rain clicked her tongue. You just admitted that you would write their names in the notebook. Therefore, I won't tell you their names. She looks over at Angel. You're too weak-willed to be trusted with this information. She took out her phone. Also, I've looked at what you wrote in your notebooks. Death by shark attack while sitting on the toilet is not physically possible. Archer laughed. But it's hilarious to think of. Rain began typing something on her phone. After that, she held up the photos of the stalkers and took a few pictures. What are you doing? Sending these pictures to our parents, duh. We don't need Daddy to kill these people for us. Rain paused in her typing and looked up at her brother, emotionless expression remaining on her face. Did you call our father, Daddy? I never thought my sadistic little brother would stoop so low to call our father Daddy. She gestures to her other brother. Angel here is an exception. We both know he calls Mother Mommy. Shut up. Archer snapped. And don't send those photos to Mommy and Daddy. We kill those stalkers. We kill stalkers good. Rain grabbed her brother's forehead and pushed him back. Bad, Archer, bad. She clicks a button on her phone before pocketing it. She crumbles up the drawings and threw them in the trash. I didn't send those photos to Mother or Father. I saved them to my phone. The twins looked at her with cocked heads. To keep track of potential targets, I drew pictures of them and then saved them on my phone. To keep things from looking suspicious, I photoshopped their faces in the background of wallpapers I'm making. Rain took out her phone and opened up a wallpaper image from her gallery. It was a wallpaper of Tokyo after a 7.1 earthquake with the drawings of the 3 stalkers hidden in the background. Angel took Rain's phone and admired the image. Cool, sis. Not too cool, don't want the image to freeze up. She looks at Archer. Comments, boy with bow and arrow namesake? Archer took the phone and looked over it himself. Impressive, sis. He handed the phone back before asking, so what are we supposed to do about the stalkers? We keep an eye on them as much as they have been keeping an eye on us. We'll mislead, we'll misdirect, we'll do anything with Ms. Dash as a prefix. Archer clenched his fists and jumped in his shoes. Ooh, I like causing mischief to those who deserve it. His expression darkened. Like that boy who brought me a cupcake instead of apple pie. Rain grabs her brother's hair. I'm full of stress, need to slap some of it off. You game? Archer immediately shook his head with a nervous look. No. Good. Rain turned towards her backpack and put her stuff away. She put her hand on the doorknob and paused before looking over her shoulder. Remember, keep an eye on our stalkers. I will send the wallpaper to our parents, and when Mom sees the names and lifespans of the characters in the wallpaper, she'll call us about it. She looks at Angel. Since you love talking to Mom every chance you get, you'll likely be the one she calls, Angel. If she calls you, Angel, you remember the code words to say to her? Angel nervously licked his lips and nodded. Good. Now pack up and wash up for dinner. Moscow, Russia, 11:45 a.m. Iris's cell phone vibrated in her back pocket. It was a text message sent to her by Rain. Her daughter had sent her an image from her photo gallery of Tokyo after an earthquake with several random people running in the bottom of the screen. Iris's eyes narrowed as she spotted the 3 names and lifespans floating above 3 random civilians. She licked her lips. Her hair and eyes turned pink. Rain used her Shinigami eyes on someone and is making a request on what to do with them. Iris looked ahead of her to see Knight and the other officers working on the 10LC case. Iris picked herself up and went outside. When she was outside the door, she leaned against the wall and looked over the names carefully. Her eyes lingered on the man with the 5 o'clock shadow. Edward Eastwood, 7/4/40/1566. She squints at the sight of a man with glasses. Timothy Turner, 9/1/54/0918. What caught her eye the most was the woman with the white hair. Dana North, 6/2/57/2153. Iris turned off her phone. Because these were drawing, I couldn't see their names nor lifespans with my Shinigami eyes, but Rain had discreetly written their names and lifespans in the background and then used Photoshop to hide them. She rubs her chin. She checks her watch. Now's as good as any time. She dials up her children and requests a video conversation. Seconds later, Angel picked up. "Hey, Mommy." The smile on Angel's face never ceased to make Iris smile herself. "Hey there, my little angel." With Knight. Knight was sitting before the monitors before him, 3 to be specific, absorbing all that came his way. Jester was working with the 3 officers to translate Russian information into Japanese, ignoring Knight almost completely. Knight switched all 3 monitors to the scene of Kuroki's abduction, each one covering a different angle of the incident. He accessed the traffic cameras through Alpha Beta, who gave him the confirmation codes, and had full access to all traffic cameras within a 50-block radius. When he fully absorbed the information from one sequence of the kidnapping, he switched cameras on all 3 monitors to observe the black van driving away. The monitors caught footage of the black van pulling up into an empty rundown building with a green garage door after 11 minutes of driving. Knight rewound the footage to the very beginning and chewed on his lower lip after replaying the footage a 5th time. His hair and eyes turned dark red. "Let's look at what's presented in front of me." Alpha Beta gives me the access codes to all street codes. The black van drives off with Kuroki, Nakamura, and Cash into a secluded building on traffic camera footage, and Alpha Beta left without a fight, and Jester is keeping a close eye on me. He looks over at Jester. The clown mask wearer did not refrain from watching Knight, even when the latter finally spotted him. "I think that it's pretty obvious that they want me to head down to this abandoned warehouse so they can capture me. I'm not going to fall for it, hell fucking no." His eyes drifted to the 3 officers who volunteered to stay behind and solve the 10 lost children case. They can easily go to the warehouse. If they're expecting me to tag along, they're horribly wrong. But it also raises another question: what if they prepared something for me in case I stayed here? Iris came back into the room and went to stand beside her husband. Knight barely noticed her. "What can I do? If I go there in person, they might capture me. If I stay behind in this motel, the 10 lost children can outnumber and overpower me in this motel. I bet they even have a plan in case I don't decide to act." He clutches the bangs on his forehead with a white-knuckle grip. "What am I saying? Alpha Beta already gave me the access codes to traffic cams, so she expects me to find the black van, and that creepy mask-wearing clown is watching me 24/7. Maybe." He let out a soft sigh. "What am I getting so hysterical over? I'm supposed to be investigating leads to the 10 lost children, not rescuing Kuroki. I bet Alpha Beta was going to expect me to go after her to save her or something else. If Alpha Beta is anything like I remember, then she will have no faith in the officers who went with her, for good reason, because they're dumb as hell." A smile graces his face. "I'll send all of my findings on Kuroki discreetly to the officers who went with Alpha Beta. They'll feel compelled to save Kuroki, and that's when I'll beat Alpha Beta. I'll give them instructions on what to do when in the secluded building, and I'll write the names of everyone in there, or at the very least, overwhelm them with more force than they were expecting. And with Iris and those other officers who stayed with me, I'll have protection. I can attack Alpha Beta and defend against Jester." He looks over at the 3 officers. "Saiko, Murata, Tezuka." He addressed the woman officer with bleached hair, the short muscular officer with effeminate features, and the tall and muscular officer respectively. He held up 3 fingers. Let's do our best to catch these anti-Kira vigilantes, shall we? He spoke with a soft voice and a hearty smile across his face, his eyes beaming at the three officers. That's what we came here for, the bleached hair psycho said. Let's bring them to justice. That's the spirit, psycho. He turned to Jester. Let's get to work on translating sentences to Japanese, shall we, Jester? Jester nodded. Yes. Secluded building, 12:30 a.m. Bang! Kuroki had nothing to do but twirl her tongue in her mouth just to feel something. This jail cell may have been impromptu, but it was effective. Bang! 3 walls, a cell, and a dimly lit light bulb hanging above them. Bang! She had been sitting against the cell wall for about 30 minutes listening to Nakamura ram his shoulder into the gate like a bull with little to no success. At most, all he did was make dust rain down from the top, but that was only on the first attempt. Bang! Kuroki fidgeted with her fingers as she sat in a crisscross position in the corner. The kidnappers had stripped her of her weapons and equipment along with her police jacket. She didn't realize how chilly this small cell was until she saw the hairs spike up on her forearms. Bang! How is your shoulder not broken by now? She snapped. As if being triggered by her words, Nakamura clutched his shoulder and massaged it gently. I've been holding back since I felt my shoulder pop. Hooray for holding back. She rolls her eyes and sits up against the wall. Sit down. I'll get us out of here. I said sit down or I'll shove my boot up your ass. Nakamura groaned and clutched his sore shoulder once more. I guess I could use a break. Duh. Nakamura takes a seat next to Kuroki against the cell wall. He bit his lower lip and began massaging his shoulder in a seemingly futile attempt to ease the pain. Kuroki sighed pensively before sitting up. Allow me. She rolled up the young officer's sleeve over his collarbone and gave him a firm squeeze. Nakamura initially tensed up before relaxing as Kuroki worked her magic in giving his sore and red shoulder a massage. She dug into his skin, using her nails to squeeze and pinch before opening her palm and wrapping it around his shoulder blade before repeating the process. Kuroki wasn't going off of instinct. She was a licensed massage therapist working part-time at a spa place back in Japan. She was told that she had heavenly hands by customers, so the customers would come back more often than not. Made good money and gave her something to do when not doing police work. Her hair and eyes turned orange. As soon as those assholes come back, I'm going to write their names with the slip of the death note I have with me. Her Shinigami eyes glowed. Show me your names and faces, you bastards. With humble. He contemplated walking up to the 2 captives in person, but where was the fun in that? If he walked in front of their cell, they would tense up and be very cautious of everything going on around them. They'd probably never spill any secrets on accidents. Fish approached Humble as she sat at a desk with 3 monitors before him, watching security footage of the captives intently. He had a slushie in his hand and sipping through the straw so fast that it sounded like a chain being dragged across the street. Humble slowly turned to Fish. Sip quieter. Fish took his lips off the straw. Can't help it. He held up a bag of fast food he stole from Kuroki. Hamburgers and fries? No thanks, Fish face. Humble reached into his jacket and produces a white chocolate bar. I have dinner for the day. He peeled the wrapper back and took a bite. How have our little test subjects been? Fish observed the monitor. Looks like they're getting touchy with each other. Perfect. Humble took another bite of his white chocolate. I was counting on them to have a strong bond because the next part of this plan requires the 2 captives to have a strong bond. Physical contact qualifies as a strong bond. Why couldn't we kidnap the Kira prime suspect? Humble glared at Fish with a look that said, are you really that stupid? Because Alpha Beta theorizes that there are 2 Kiras on the Procura task force and this plan is to weed out which suspect has the eyes and which one doesn't. Fish licked his lips. I remember what Alpha Beta said about her plan. Her plan was that we take away Kira's power so we can live our lives how we wish with no restriction. He sipped at his stolen slushie once more. Reviewing this plan in mind, I can definitely see why this plan is the better plan. Alpha Beta can do what she wants with the notebook. I just want the glory of bringing down Kira. I want to be the one to deliver the final blow. Then why weren't you the one to come up with this plan? Because I'm doing the opposite of what happened to my dad. Uncle N had been siphoning his victories off of everything that Dad did, and now I plan on doing the same to Alpha Beta. I'm going to siphon the final blow off of her. Fish sipped hard at his slushie. As long as Kira gets taken down in the end, then I could care less who claims credit for Kira's defeat. He checked his wristwatch. How long until you think Liuant and Kip finds this place? I'd say 6 o'clock at the latest. He types into his computer. We've left more than enough clues behind for him to figure out our location. Kira is among that Procura task force, and we're going to force him out of hiding. Are those overzealous cultists ready? Fish fished out his phone. Affirmative, they're on standby like the good little expendable pawns they are. He uses his thumb to crack the bones in his pinky and index fingers. I'm hoping in the ensuing chaos that I'll crack some skulls. Don't get overwhelmed, you bloodthirsty giant. Fish slurped loudly at the slushy once more. Stop drinking the slushy like that. With Knight, 4 p.m. Knight had finished typing on the monitors when he pretended to realize something. He sunk into the couch and rested his elbows on his knees. Psycho approached him. What's wrong, Kip? I think it was indeed the 10 lost children who kidnapped Kuroki, Cash, and Nakamura, he said. What makes you say indeed? Tezuka asked. Because the 10 lost children are an anti-Kira group that goes against corrupt people who believe in Kira's sense of justice. But Kuroki isn't corrupt. Knight looked at him. As an officer, she isn't, but... He paused for dramatic effect. She had a pretty traumatizing childhood. Psycho nodded. Yeah, Kuroki said something like that to me one time. She doesn't open up to many people, so I promised to keep it between us, but it looks like these vigilantes found out what she did. And now they're making her pay for a past crime, Murata concluded. Wow, not even past crimes will get past these anti-Kira vigilantes. Kuroki did what she had to do in order to survive, Knight defended. It doesn't make what she did right, but that doesn't mean she deserves what's about to come to her. Does that mean we split up for nothing? Psycho asked. Half of us focusing on finding Kuroki, the other half finding the 10 LC? No. It's a good thing we split up because the other half of our team is already near Kuroki's location. He turned to the monitors and showed them the secluded building on the cameras. I've been tracking the kidnappers' movements for a couple of hours, and they stopped at this warehouse or abandoned building or whatever it is. He switched to a second monitor. I've been tracking Alpha Beta's position through the phones of one of the officers, and she and her team are just a few blocks away from Kuroki's position. He types into the monitor. I'm going to send them the information on Kuroki's whereabouts, but anything involving Kira, I'll keep here with me. Psycho nodded. Because they chose to save Kuroki over Kira, they forfeited any new information we gain from this case. It's only fair, Murata added. But at least my conscience is clear now that Kuroki is going to be saved. Yeah. Knight takes out his phone. You know the best thing I like about our Japanese phones in Russia? The three officers shook their heads. I don't have to translate my texts from Russian to Japanese. He sends a text out which included Kuroki and Nakamura's current location. What's the plan? Glad you asked, Murata, because we have security camera footage of the place. We're going to help them infiltrate. I'll oversee their operation and give them orders over the phone. And while I'm at it, I'll tell them to hook up more cameras so there are no blind spots. If they follow my orders to the letter, we can save Kuroki and Nakamura. What about Cash? Tezuka inquired curiously. What about him? He shrugged. I guess we can make room for him. Iris stepped into the room with her phone in her hand. She looked to her husband and gestured for him to meet up with her so they can talk. I need you three to keep an eye on the monitors. If you see anyone coming in or out of the building, take a picture of them. We'll run their face through facial recognition and use that to track their movements to the 10 lost children's main base of operations. He couldn't help but drift his eyes over to look where Jester was standing, watching them like a statue. "Stay here and help my 3 fellow officers with whatever they need, okay?" Jester nodded, seemingly absent-mindedly. "Keep an eye on him," Knight said aloud. Knight went out of the motel room and followed his wife to his assigned motel room. Massey materialized behind him. "Do a sweep of our room," he ordered. "Always a pleasure," she laughed. She phased into the wall to do a sweep of the room. He and Iris entered the room. Knight locked the door behind him and waited patiently for Massey to confirm if they were cameras or wires of any kind. After 5 minutes, Massey gave a thumbs up. "All clear." "Good, Mom knows how to follow orders. She may have been ditzy in her past life, but I taught her what to look for when doing camera and wiretap searches." Knight sighed heavily as he could finally talk freely without any constraint. "What is it, my lovely wife?" Iris held up her phone and showed the picture that Rain sent. There are 3 people in the background taken from drawings of people she used her Shinigami eyes on. She is waiting for orders. Knight took the phone and looked at the 3 people before him. "Who are they?" "I just got off the phone in a video chat with Rain and Angel. According to the code words they were using, they were stalking the 3 of them. Tell them they're free to kill any stalkers. I hate pedophiles. There's more to it, to make sure that these were just random stalkers and not someone tailing them as the FBI or SPK did. I told them to make sure everything was A-OK back home." "And what happened?" "Japan, 30 minutes ago. Murasaki pulled into the parking lot of the apartment." "Are you sure you don't need any help?" Rain shook her head. "No thanks, I can get it." "I didn't even know you have asthma." Rain nodded. "It's tricky, thank Archangel for reminding me." She gets out of the passenger seat. "I have a key, I'll see you in a second." Rain rushes up the stairs to her apartment where she inserted the key into the front door's keyhole. She put her hand on the knob and pulled it up. Click! She opens the door and notices the slip of paper in the doorway fall out. She quickly rushes into her room and begins looking through her clothes. The slip of paper in her door was in place until she opened it and let it fall. She sighed before pushing and reaching into her pocket. She texts her mother. "Where's my asthma inhaler?" She went into her parents' room and went looking through the drawers and closets that were neatly cleaned. The slip of paper in the doorway also fell once she opened the door. She went rummaging through the cabinets in their bathrooms before she found a red inhaler. She took out her phone and texted, "Found it." Her mother responded back, "Good." She subtly put the inhaler back before quickly replacing it with one she had in her pocket. And with that, Rain set the slips of white paper into the doorways once more before leaving the apartment building. Moscow, present time. Knight bit his lower lip. "So someone was in our house." Iris nodded. "Yep. Rain has had asthma since she was 7 but hasn't had anything severe since. Still, he bought 2 asthma inhalers for her, and when they expired after a few years, he would always buy 2 more. He made sure Rain took her first asthma inhaler with her wherever she went and left the second one at home. Ever since she came to own her own Death Note, she's been using the code word asthma to refer to trouble when she has to go back home to make sure everything was good and that no one was snooping around. Rain texted she found her asthma inhaler, which means that she found trouble. As a precaution in case she needed another excuse to come back, she subtly hid the asthma inhaler back in the drawer in her parents' bathroom and left with an inhaler she already brought with her. They were savvy enough to put the paper slips back in the doorway. And since Rain sent the text that she found her asthma, I'm going to assume the pencil traps we put in the doors were also broken. Knight chuckled. "That's our daughter for you." He crossed his arms over his chest, his frown returning. "Who is stalking our children? Some random people or the 10 lost children? Given that the 10 lost children are playing this chess game pretty close to the chest, I would assume the stalkers are part of the 10 LC. None of the stalkers are Japanese, so they can't be random, and they're stalking all 3 of our children and they're invading our house but not stealing anything. There has to be more of them in Japan. If my theory is correct, then that means the 10 lost children are in both Japan and Russia." He thought back to Wammy's house. I can't help but think of Wammy's house. What about? Knight narrowed his eyes. I was the only Japanese kid there in Wammy's house, like the only one who was both born and raised in Japan. A close second would be S-. He shuts himself up as his eyes go wide and silent. Iris looked over at him. What's wrong? His hair and eyes turned dark red. When I was in Wammy's house, there was one more kid who was Asian. He went by the name S, or Sable. He was Chinese, and back in Japan, there's a Chinese officer there who goes by the name Sable. Sable, he muttered breathlessly. Iris licked her lips. I knew you were going to say that. The minute you said second Asian kid in Wammy's house, I knew immediately who you were referring to. And yes, I'm thinking of Sable as well. Is Sable a bastard child from Wammy's house? He growled. After all these coincidences with running into 3 people who used to be part of Wammy's house, I wouldn't put it past it. I can't believe it. He was almost foaming at the mouth. That bastard Sable was an orphan from Wammy's house. I swear to God, when I wrap my hands around his throat, I'm going dash. His real name is Sun Song. Knight looked at Iris. What? Sable's real name is Sun Song. Sun Sable Song. Knight laughed with relief. Great, that's great. Iris held up her hands. I swear to God, I had no idea Sable was a Wammy's Hazu orphan. I mean, I remember a Chinese kid with Sable as for a nickname, but I didn't make the comparison until Wammy's house was brought up. It's amazing what you can forget and what can be remembered. Yeah, the human brain is just one big giant computer. He sat down on his bed. So these 3 guys stalking our children, they could be from Wammy's house? Yep. She took a seat beside her husband. Okay, that means we have the names of at least half of the 10 lost children, and if my hunch is right, half are in Japan and half are in Russia. That's right. There's Alpha Beta, Jester, Charlie Cash Guy, and 2 others in Russia, and then there's Edward E. Eastwood, Timothy T. Turner, Dana D. North, Sun Sable Song, and 1 more in Japan. He paused. God, I hate that name, Turner. He chuckled humorlessly. Now that we know a good chunk of their members, it'll make things easier and more interesting. His hair and eyes turned dark red once more. Now that I know which players are playing the game, I can manipulate everyone around me like chess pieces, and by the time I'm done, the 10 lost children will die and I will be the sole survivor of Wammy's house, doing the one thing it taught me not to do. Fuck you, L, fuck you, Near, and fuck you, Mello. Your lineage in Wammy's house will die in this battle with my hands around the dead Alpha Beta's throat. Chapter 62, Flash Fire. March 28, 2044. Moscow, Russia, 9 p.m. In all honesty, the young officer identified as Minuta hid from sight of the secluded building. He had a pair of binoculars with him that he had brought with him from Japan. He quickly took a look through the lenses and saw lights go up on the top floor through the windows, albeit dimly lit lights. Even with the lights turned on, he could see nothing through the windows. He licked his lips impatiently and looked at the officer beside him. Glad to know that we're getting help from Kip, Minuta whispered. The officers who left with Alpha Beta were sitting on a rooftop that ran parallel to the abandoned building where Knight said their fellow officers were being held captive. Minuta chuckled, not out of sadism but out of relief. Glad to know our commander came through, even if it's only Kira-related. Alpha Beta hid on the far end of the roof, keeping her distance from the officers. She brought a cell phone with her and was quietly chatting with someone. It was in Russian, so the Japanese officers were left out of the loop, but they can hear the anger in her voice, no matter how quiet she yelled into the phone. They concluded that it must be bad news. Alpha Beta sighs and closes her phone. She slowly crawls over to Minuta with her head down. I called in reinforcements to help us raid this place, but the police don't want to get involved. What? An officer shouted. I thought Russia signed the Kira Pact. They did, but that doesn't mean they're going to go out of their way to stop vigilantes. As police officers, they won't take any action against Kira, nor will they go out of their way to stop anti-Kira vigilantes, especially if they kidnap people who aren't part of their nation. That seems irresponsible of them, Minuta almost hissed in anger. Alpha Beta looked at the back of his head. What about what you guys are doing? You guys abandoned your original mission of finding these anti-Kira vigilantes. Maybe you're not completely devoted to helping Kira. Mantua looked at the Russian before turning back to look through his binoculars. Everyone on the police force knew this was the young officer's way of shutting down any further arguments. I'm the only Russian officer you can trust, Alpha Beta claimed. I'm your best friend in this country, better start treating me like so. Sorry, it's just we've never had Russian friends. Minuta licked his lips. Remember the war? Alpha Beta sighed heavily. I was little when it happened. It never should have happened. Alpha Beta nodded. Yeah, it never should have. She shook her head. Stay on topic, we have to rescue your friends. You're right. Minuta took out his cell phone and dialed Knight. Lieutenant. Go for Kip. We're at the place, I've got eyes on the building. We've been spying on this place for 3 hours, no one has come in or out. Good. Did you finish setting up the cameras? Sumeragi just finished installing the last cameras, now he's working on making sure they're being broadcast to your current location. Good work, keep me updated, and remember to follow my instructions to the letter. Also, just a reminder, Russian police forces refused to help us out. Knight grunted. Duly noted. Lieutenant Kip, signing off. Minuta poxed his phone. Alright you grunts, finish installing the cameras, and then we follow Kip's instructions to the letter. The officers behind him nodded. Look at that, the one who's been here the shortest is taking charge, a smartass chimed in. Such youthful vigor. Inside the building. Humble took out his phone. AB, people are coming to your party. Humble smiled. H, did you invite them? AB, yes. H, good, I'll tell MY guests to come over as well. He looked over to see Fish stuffing his face with fries. Stop eating so fast, you're going to get a stomach. Fish chomped loudly on the fries he stole off of Kuroki. Such a muscular man, yet you have the appetite of a 5-year-old. No skin off my nose if you get a tummy ache. With Knight. Knight shut his phone as he stared at the monitors, giving him a clear view of the secluded building. The officers had finished setting up the cameras and sending an uplink to Knight for him to monitor the place. Knight grinned and licked his lips. The 10 lost children have made their move, now it's time for me to make my move. Alpha Beta and Jester are nowhere near as smart as me, considering that neither of them got first or second place at Wammy's house. Knight leaned back in his chair and put his feet on the table, a show of confidence to the officers who stayed behind. A gesture like him putting his feet up told the rest of the officers that he had a plan and this plan was going to work. He pulled off this gesture several times at the police force and it always boosted the morale of the officers, not that morale was ever down because of the low crime rates. Kip's got a plan, Tezuka said. Psycho nodded. Yeah, we'll get Kuroki and our team back. Hell yeah, Murata spoke. Iris grabbed Knight's feet and pulled it off the table. Pay attention. Knight put his feet down before scooting closer to the computer. He reached for his earpiece and turned it on before using it. Sumeragi. A voice came back in the earpiece. Can you see? I have eyes in the sky over every inch of the building. Knight sighed and looked over one of the monitors. All units, are you ready to move in? Roger, Minuta responded on behalf of the officers. Guide us, eyes in the sky. With sincere pleasure. Once we raid the building, I'll have the officers drag the 10 lost children to the camera and have Iris kill them with her Shinigami eyes. Knight removes his finger from his earpiece. Ice, Psycho, keeps eyes on the monitors watching the building from the south and east. Understood. Ice waved for Psycho to join her. Tezuka, Murata, I want you guys on standby. If things are looking a little too hairy, I want you guys to go down to this location and give our fellow officers a hand. They saluted him. Only one person left. Knight looks at Jester. Jester, if we hear enemy chatter in Russian, I want you to translate for us. Jester nodded. Yes. I hate you, Jester. I hate you so much that I can't wait to kill you. I'm going to have my officers drag your friend out to the front and I will murder them in front of you. Count on that, bitch. Jester moved over to the screen and sat in a chair beside Knight. If Gilth and Massey follow orders as instructed, they should let me know if Jester is making any subtle moves. Gilth and Massey materialized behind Jester, watching him intently like a hawk. All units ready? Knight asked into the earpiece. Several agreements came through on the other end. Okay then. Let the operation start dash. He pauses as an idea rushes to him. What if that place is full of people from the inside? I don't think my 6 officers would stand a chance and I don't want to lose all my pawns too soon. If they're expecting a raid then I'll give them one, but it has to be one they're unprepared for. Halt! He blinked before speaking. Not right now, it's too soon. Minuta's voice came back. What are you talking about? What if it's a trap or an ambush? We need to hold back and scope out the place for a few days at least. That way, we'll be able to assess the kidnappers' strength and numbers. But sir, with all due respect, the longer we wait dash, the more we learn about our enemies. If we rush in right now, not knowing what our enemy is capable of, we face a possibility of losing. We always face a possibility of losing in any operation. Let's rush in right now. Rushing in headfirst with nothing but determination is something only shonen protagonists do. You need more than determination to win in real life. He paused before looking over his shoulder. Saiko, Tezuka, and Murata looked at Knight with various looks ranging from confusion to shock to anger. Knight looked forward again. We're going to get revenge against these guys for not only going against Kira but kidnapping our fellow officers, and revenge is a dish best served cold. He gave a soft chuckle. Follow my orders and once I have enough intel, we'll be able to do a raid. Half a minute passed before Minuta came back on the end. Roger that, boss man. At the secluded building. Minuta scooted away from the build's roof and sat down on his knees. He looked over his shoulder to address his fellow officers. Looks like the raid isn't going down until after a few days. Probably be a good idea, one of them said. Who knows what jigsaw-like death traps are waiting for us inside. I admire Kip's ability to keep a calm and level head. The same officer scoffed. Easy for him to say when he's sitting behind a computer when we're out here trying to do the raid. He turns to Alpha Beta. See if you can get reinforcements on the line or something. Officers already said they're not interested, Alpha Beta reminded. What am I supposed to do? Lie and say we found the house of a lone wolf terrorist? It could work, Minuta concluded. Alpha Beta dramatically put a hand on her chest. Me, lie to the police? I could never do such a devious thing, as much as I would love to. Minuta rolled his eyes. Sumeragi, he spoke into his phone. Did you hear everything Lieutenant Kip said? Yeah. I just finished installing these cameras just for them to stare at the building for a few days. I wish we went in now, but I understand what the lieutenant is saying. Things would be so much easier if we had backup. A screeching sound made Minuta's ears perk up. He looked in the corner of his eyes to see the headlights of a car quickly being turned off. Conversations were happening around him at a soft volume, and even though the car was an estimate of 30 yards away, he could hear the distinct sound of feet pitter-pattering across the ground. What the fuck was that? He held his phone up. Sumeragi, do you see anything on your end? He cautiously lowered his head. The smartass officer from earlier saw Minuta and copied his actions. He crawled forward and grabbed the young officer's shoulder. Spider sense tingling or something? I think someone's here. Minuta turned to the officers. Pipe down. It took him a second try before the officers shut themselves up. Took you guys long enough. The sound of a car door slamming was heard in the opposite direction of where the car was. Minuta looked over and saw 3 more cars pulled up to the side of the building with several people coming out of the car. "What's going on out there?" Sumeragai's voice came through the phone. Minuta answered. "I think this was the reinforcements that Kip was talking about earlier." He got a notification on his phone that he was getting another call. He put Sumeragai on hold before answering the second call, caller ID naming the caller as Lieutenant Kip. "Yes. Get out of there!" Knight screamed into the phone. A group of men dressed in black and armed to the teeth with various melee weapons like baseball bats and crowbars began scaling up the fire escape leading to the roof. Their faces were covered with white face masks with written in black across the front. One of them reached the roof. The officers drew their guns on him. He retreated. Another shouted. From Sumeragai's position, he was climbing down a ladder from the building he had climbed and climbed back up when he saw the men with the white masks scaling the ladder, coming for him like a pack of hungry predators. Sumeragai yeeted himself over the ledge and onto the roof. One of the men with a white mask quickly climbed up and onto the roof. He was armed with an aluminum baseball bat. Sumeragai drew his gun on the man, making him freeze in place. The man looked at the gun with a curious tilt of his head, like an alien looking over a human-made object for the first time. The man stepped a little closer to the gun, prompting Sumeragai to grip the pistol with both hands and aim for the man's heart. The man swung his bat, but Sumeragai was quicker. The man collapsed to the ground with a bullet hole in his shoulder. More men began climbing up onto the roof. Sumeragai shot the first man in the head and made him fall down the ladder. Due to people underneath, the man fell onto the next person climbing up the ladder and blocked his path. Sumeragai turned to the wounded man. Sumeragai looked at the man with a strange look on his face. "Huh?" With Kuroki. Kuroki and Nakamura rose to their feet, looking forward in the direction where gunshots and shouting were occurring. They looked at each other nervously. "What's going on out there, Kuroki?" The woman shrugged. "No idea, Nakamura." A few seconds later, the sounds of footsteps coming toward them made them back away as someone was thrown against the cell door. It took a few seconds for recognition to set in, but they realized that it was Cash. He was beaten and bloody with a single bloodstain dripping down his left temple. The kick of his physical state was the iPad that had been duct taped to his stomach. The iPad was turned on and showed live footage of some building Kuroki couldn't really recognize. Kuroki noticed the muscular man who kidnapped her behind Cash. His face was covered with a mask, but she could tell that he was grinning behind his mask as he gripped Cash's hair hard. The muscular man who shoved Cash against the cage opened the cell door and yeeted Cash inside. Nakamura caught the wounded man and the muscular man closed the jail cell. "Cash, are you okay?" Kuroki asked. She helped Nakamura set him in the corner of the room. She assessed his damage. Nothing too permanent, and they appear to be superficial wounds. Bruises are recent and not yet purple. Bruises also appear to be widespread and not focused on one area. The cut on his temple is nothing more than a flesh wound, and given the lack of bruises on his knuckles, he did not put up a fistfight against his captors. But there are bruises around his wrists, which indicate that he was restrained by his wrists. Kuroki looks down at the iPad, looking over the live footage it shot. She tilted her head curiously. "What are we supposed to be watching?" She was speaking aloud but allowed Nakamura to answer, "I'm sure we'll find out soon enough." That's when it clicked. They were being shown live footage of the motel they were using for their headquarters. The footage was being filmed from a street light that showed the motel and the parking lot, which was quickly filling up with several cars. The passengers in the cars were wearing black with white masks of some sort, and each one wielded a deadly weapon. Each one ran up the stairs to the second floor, and Kuroki didn't need a close-up to know they each had deadly determination to attack the officers in the building. It was a good thing she kept a pen and a piece of the death note on her at all times. With Knight. Tezuka looked out the window. "Son of a fucking bitch, there are people outside the motel." "Who?" Knight inquired, looking away from the monitor. "Can't tell, but they're all armed with bats and crowbars." That matched the description of the men raiding Minuta's position, he realized. "Barricade the door, Quickly. Tezuka and Murata went for the only couch in the room and pushed it towards the door. They drew their pistols and aimed them at the windows. "Let's see those fuckbags try and break in," Murata dared. "I'll headshot them through the windows." And right on cue, a crowbar smashed through the window. A half-second later, Murata fired and shot the attacker in the head. Now that's what I call a headshot. The attackers backed away from the door. They may have been extreme and full of bitter determination, but they were not going to rush head in knowing their targets had firearms. That's why one of the attackers at the bottom took out a vodka bottle and tied a rag on the top. He took out a lighter and turned the vodka into a Molotov. He threw the Molotov like a baseball player, the bottle soaring through the air and landing inside the motel room. It landed close to the door instead of the center of the room, which gave Knight hope. Tezuka turned and reached for the mini-fridge. He took out a bottle of unknown alcohol contents and made a Molotov cocktail of his own. He lit it with his Zippo and threw it out the window. As the Molotov attacker was preparing to throw another bottle, he gets hit dead center in the forehead with a cocktail and gets set aflame. "How do you like that, you fuckbags?" Tezuka shouted. "You like cooked barbecue?" "I think they want more," Psycho said. "Let's give them what they want." As more cocktails came flying through the window, the officers backed away. Knight ordered the girls to head for the bathroom and call for backup. There were 2 windows beside the door, and the window on the right had been busted through and had fire beneath it. The other was intact but waiting to be smashed. A few seconds later, an attacker with a hammer destroyed the glass. Jester ran to the window and shoved the hammer thug back. Before he could pull his hand in, 3 thugs grabbed his limbs and began hauling him out. Jester shouted. The attackers still dragged him headfirst out the window before dragging him out of sight. Another attacker jumped in through the window, only to get a face full of fists from Psycho, who proceeded to push him back. Another attacker grabbed her arm and yanked her towards him, but she retaliated by tossing him in the face. "Get back!" Knight shouted. "All of you get back." He looks over his shoulder at the window on the other end of the room. "We can get out through the back window." Agreed. Tezuka picked up a lamp from one of the counters and threw it outside. "You're making us waste LED lights." "I'd rather waste them." Psycho shouted. "Humans deserve to be destroyed more so LED lights. I'll be happy to destroy recyclable objects if it means killing humans." Knight ran to the back window and began opening it. He quickly looked over the monitors before deciding that the monitors could wait for a while. He looked out the window and saw no vehicles with attackers emerging. It looked like the only safe escape option would be to go through this window. "I need to find an elevated position for Iris and I. We have to kill off as many of these guys as possible. This has to be Alpha Beta's plan, otherwise, why would these random guys show up at both Kuroki's location and our location?" He unlocked the window and slid it open. Also, the timing was a little too perfect. I set up cameras around Kuroki's position and were being attacked simultaneously. Fuck. Without anyone looking, Knight opened the compartment on his watch and took out a pen from his inner breast pocket. He prepared to write down a set of instructions before he paused. "No, I can't risk the Death Note's use yet. I have to get out of here, first." He closed the secret compartment. "Ice!" he called out. Iris came out of the bedroom and ran for Knight's location. Before she climbed through the window, she looked down to see the ground a good drop below her. She has jumped out of a 2-story window before when she was young. She suddenly lost her nerve as the hidden childhood trauma from breaking her leg snuck back upon her. "It's okay, Iris." He put a hand on her shoulder. "I'll lower you down." "And no," she stuttered, "I don't want to dash." Iris was cut off when she heard the sounds of incoming police sirens. She gave a confused look before looking over her shoulder. "It's that the police?" "Sounds like it." Outside, without a moment's warning or hesitation, dozens of police sirens rolled up to the motel, large vans carrying heavily armed cops included. The vehicles pulled up to the motel and the officers fired several rounds into the air, scaring the living shit out of the attackers with the white face masks who were instantly compelled into surrendering. The attackers at their motel door suddenly backed away from the windows and got down on their knees in a surrendering pose. Russian police officers that Knight believed were called OMON began taking the attackers into handcuffs and began dragging them away from the premises. One of the OMON officers broke down the door and quickly secured the place, calling in for a fire crew to douse the fires. It took 2 minutes, but the sudden ambush that caught everyone by surprise was all but done. Knight, Iris, Psycho, Tezuka, and Murata walked outside to see the officers rounding up the rest of the gang and throwing them in the back of police cars. Knight looked around suspiciously before remembering the monitors inside the motel room. He quickly rushes inside and to his surprise, Russian authorities had closed in on Kuroki's location with the attackers being taken into custody as well. What the fuck is going on? Knight narrowed his eyes. We suddenly get ambushed by a bunch of random nobodies and then all of a fucking sudden, the police arrive, especially when no one has called them? This has got to be the most fast-paced, anticlimactic ambush I have ever seen in my life. If this was the 10 Lost Children's plan, then what was the point? What were they trying to accomplish? His eyes widened. Jester shouted something before he was yanked through the window by these attackers. What in God's name did Jester shout to his attackers? Tokyo, 3:30 a.m. Rook had finished his morning jogging routine. He always did his morning routine at 3 o'clock in the morning. In some cultures, they believe that 3 o'clock in the morning was the time ghosts came out to haunt. Rook didn't believe in ghosts, but he did love jogging at a time when the wind was cooler and the alcohol tasted better. Rook believed that the night belonged to those who stayed up and indulged in themselves. That's why his sour gummy worm necklace tasted like heaven to him. Unfortunately, he had to suddenly stop his morning routine when he remembered a text he got on his phone. He took out his phone to read the text message one more time. According to Eden, Ticket, and Dawn, Light Yagami had been driven home by Murasaki Kagami to get her asthma inhaler. How irresponsible of her, he thought, who in God's name forgets their asthma inhaler? Rook pulled up to the Yagami apartment. He took out the key, welded himself, and unlocked the front door. He closed the door behind him very softly and turned on the lights. He looked over at the windows to make sure the curtains closed over them and began moving across the room. The death note has to be here somewhere, but where? Rook went into the master bedroom once again and into the bathroom. He checked the counter and childproof drawers he couldn't seem to open for any false bottoms. When he managed to open one of the cupboards, he looked inside and found a red asthma inhaler. Rook's eyes went wide as he gasped softly. He grabbed the asthma inhaler and looked at it with narrowed and suspect eyes. Rain went back to get her asthma inhaler, yet there's an asthma inhaler left behind. Rook stood up slowly and looked at himself in the mirror. He played with the inhaler in his hand, twirling and spinning it in his palm. Why did Light Yagami leave this asthma inhaler behind? If this was supposed to be a spare asthma inhaler, why not take it with her just in case? He'd scared as something clicked. She left it here so she has an excuse to come back. The sudden realization made him gasp with anger. Light Yagami left her asthma inhaler behind so she has an excuse to come back home? It all makes sense. The paper slip set up in the doorway, the asthma inhaler left behind, and Knight Yagami and Iris Yagami are sending their daughter back home to keep an eye on the place. If this is the case, then it means the two Kiras are already suspecting that there are 10 lost children in Japan. He clicked his tongue as he smiled. Smart bastards these bloody lots are. He dropped the asthma inhaler to the ground and stomped on it until it was crushed to pieces. Chapter 63, Tree. Yuri Kuroki. I had quickly put the slip of paper away as soon as I got it out. I couldn't risk it being discovered, even if it meant freeing my god and goddess from these blasphemers. God would approve, he would make sure that our power is kept secret at all times. I put the Death Note paper back in my bra strap when Nakamura and this Charlie Cash guy character wasn't looking. I jumped in my skin as I watched the footage coming from the phone taped to Cash's chest. A fire had broken out in my god and goddess's motel by these despicable blasphemers. A few minutes after viewing, I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding when I saw Russian authorities arrive at the scene. The blasphemers were being taken into custody and the inside of my god and goddess's motel was being secured. A few minutes later, God and Goddess came walking out of the motel room, dusting themselves off and studying the damage around them. I didn't count how many blasphemers there were, but there were about 10 or 20 who were all being taken into custody. I nearly jump out of my pants when I hear the cell door opening. My first thought was the muscular bastard had come back to taunt us until I realized that they were actually Russian authorities wielding submachine guns. They shouted something in Russian before they moved to secure me, Nakamura, and Cash. One of them spoke to me. I don't speak Russian, I told them uselessly in my native Japanese. They looked at me weirdly, like a lion trying to figure out if it should kill a gazelle or not. No Russian. I heard Cash sputter before saying something. I assumed that he was translating for me, but for all I know, he could have been telling the officer he's a fan of SpongeBob. Without wasting any more time, the Russian officers escort me outside. I absorbed as much information as I could about the place around me. Empty, secluded building with dim lighting and what looked like to be a couch with indents left behind. I counted 2 indents, which lead to me concluding that there were 2 people sitting on this couch, but based on their size, one had a large mass while the other was of medium mass. The large mass indent belonged to the muscular Sasquatch while the slim one belonged to his accomplice. I also spotted the table in front of the couch and there lay the fast food I was supposed to bring back for my god and goddess, and there it was, 3 cups of slushies drained empty and fries on the floor. The sight had made me hungry, and if my general knowledge was correct, then the Russians would take me to their police station and have me questioned. I'll ask for food there. What am I thinking? I didn't get the food for my god and goddess, they must be starving. Stupid, Yuri! Stepping outside the building, the Russian authorities had rounded up all Russian attackers that attacked this place and they were shoving them roughly in the back of police cruisers. Kuroki! I turned to the voice ahead of me. It was that young officer, Minuta. Short time, no see, Mancuda. The young officer ran to me. Are you okay, ma'am? Ma'am, how old do I look to you? I let out a soft chuckle. You can't cut down this tree so easily, don't worry, officer. Before I knew it, handcuffs were placed around my wrists. Wait, what? The Russian cuffing me said something in his native language. I don't speak Russian, you fucking Rusky. I struggle against him. He shoved me against the closest police cruiser. He was very careful not to make me hit my head upon being shoved in. Nakamura was shoved in after me and the door was slammed shut. I looked over to Nakamura, his eyes widened with fear and sweat brewing down his forehead. You look like you're about to shit a solid gold brick, Nakamura. Kikuroki, he stuttered, why are we being arrested? I couldn't help but notice that Cash wasn't in the car with us and there was room for 3 people. Fucking Russians, taking care of their own people instead of us special visitors from Japan. I don't know, I told him. But don't worry, in the worst case scenario, if we get arrested for something, we'll be sent back to Japan. I licked my lips. Best case scenario, this is just a mix-up and they think we have something to do with this attack. Come to think of it, what happened to Cash? I didn't see him get roughed up or manhandled by the rough Russian officers, nor did I see him after being escorted out of the building. And what was the point of that phone being taped to his chest showing footage of my god and goddess's position? Doesn't make a lick of sense. I look over my shoulder and out the back window. I saw Cash sitting up against an ambulance, being swarmed by my fellow officers. Glad to know my teammates have my back. I felt my head tilt when I saw the woman called Alpha Beta lean up against the ambulance only a few feet away from where Cash was being patched up. If I was closer and they weren't wearing masks and speaking Japanese, I could read their lips and make out their conversation. I look forward. Cash's injuries weren't too serious if my medical expertise is accurate. That C-list bastard had wounds that were purely superficial and he's thrown into the cell with us with a camera taped to his chest? And why haven't the police officers rounded up the muscular guy and his accomplice? What was the whole point of kidnapping us? I close my eyes. I don't think I have answers right now, but I'm sure my god and goddess will. My god, my goddess. March 28, 9:30 p.m. Moscow, Russia. Knight Yagami walked out of his motel when the officers finished clearing everything out. Knight licked his lips as he watched the attackers. He looked over to see Jester being tended to by paramedics. He had sustained several beatings with his jester mask, suffering a few tears but nothing too serious. Tezuka, Murata, and Psycho came out and stood beside Knight. "That has got to be the most anticlimactic raid I've ever sat through," Psycho said. "I've heard that a bunch of times," Knight grumbled. "Can I please hear something new for a short change?" Iris came out of the motel. "Take out your phones and take out your translators. Jester is being tended to by paramedics, so we should look out for ourselves." Iris took out her phone and opened up her translation app. Japanese to Russian. "I hear you." Knight did the same and took out his phone. He approached an officer and typed something on his phone. "What is going on?" The phone read aloud in Russian. Knight turned on the microphone and held it up to the closest Russian officer's mouth. The Russian got the message and spoke into the phone. The phone translated Russian to Japanese. "Anonymous call about raiders attacking a motel. We intercepted." Knight spoke into the phone. "What about us? Why help us? As long as you're okay, we don't care about you." "How kind of you Russians." Knight backed away. "I guess at the end of the day, all officers care about is getting shit done, regardless of the circumstances." Knight turned to Iris. "We have to get to Officer Kuroki's position. Go pull up the car." He threw her the keys. "You trust me driving?" she asked. "They say women are bad drivers." Psycho grabbed her shoulder. "No, the stereotype is that Asians are bad drivers." "Asian women are bad drivers apparently," Iris snarked. "Let's be bad drivers together. Come with me to the car, Psycho." The two women ran up to their car while Knight stayed behind with the boys. "Let's go save Kuroki and the others," Knight said. "The monitors showed that officers are raiding the building our teammates are being held captive in. Let's speak on their behalf before they're wrongfully arrested." "Let's do it," Tezuka agreed. "What about Jester?" "Leave him, we have Google Translate." Iris and Psycho pulled the car up and the three officers climbed inside. Iris drove to the secluded building and eyed Knight in the rearview mirror. Knight stared at Iris in the rearview mirror as well, their eyes slightly twitching in a wink-like fashion. They pulled up to the side of the secluded building and watched as the remainder of the raiders were being taken into custody. Alpha Beta and her crew were standing in the center of the roundup and noticed Knight. She waved her hand at him and ran up to him. "Nice to see you finally join the party," she smiled. "See you brought your friends and fam with you. Where's Kuroki?" Knight skipped to the point. "In a police cruiser." Alpha Beta looked over her shoulder. "They have been arrested." Knight's eyes widened as she stared at Alpha Beta. He could practically feel her smiling behind the mask. "Where are they?" "They've already been driven off. They're in a police cruiser being taken to the nearby police station." "On what charges?" "I don't know, it's need to know and apparently, I didn't need to know." She gestured to the cops behind her. "Your buddies were genuinely upset over her arrest. I'd kill them if they weren't." Knight turned to Minuta. "What happened? Why didn't you protest?" "I did, but the officers insisted on taking her away," Minuta told. "Kuroki and Nakamura too." "What about Cash?" Minuta pointed to the paramedics. "They were tending to Cash's injuries." "How convenient." He turned to Alpha Beta. "What are the Miranda rights in this country?" "Not something you need to know, considering that you're not under arrest." "Don't fuck with me, Alpha Beta, my officers have done nothing, they don't deserve to get arrested." "Tell that to the officers that arrested them." Knight sneered and ground his teeth. "At least tell me what police station they're being taken to." "There's only one police station in the immediate vicinity. If you'd like, I'd be more than happy to take you there." "Please," Iris begged. "Please take us to your fellow officer's dorm." Alpha Beta smiled. Of course, anything for a woman with hair as red as yours, Ms. Ice. Iris took the compliment before looking over at her husband. She checked for any signs of what he was thinking in his head. Let's go get Kuroki and Nakamura and defend them against any charges they've been charged with. Knight nodded softly. You're right. Let's go save Officer Kuroki. Alpha Beta smiled behind her mask and lead the two officers to a police cruiser. After she convinced them to put on their seatbelts, she drove them to the nearest station, leaving the others behind to help the Russians clean up the mess. Russian police station. Alpha Beta arrived on schedule as the officers brought Kuroki and Nakamura into the station. Knight and Iris got out of the cruiser and they went to the front counter. As they checked in as visitors. Take off all personal belongings, the clerk told them in Japanese. All visitors, off with personal belongings. Clothes, leave on, watch, necklace, off. Knight growled at the clerk before taking off his wristwatch and putting it into a bin the clerk laid out. Iris compiled and removed her necklace. No personal belongings while visiting people in detention. Knight could tell that this Russian clerk's Japanese wasn't good per se. He could hear the struggles this Russian clerk was making but mentally praised the Russian for making the effort to learn Russian. Knight was forced to remove other personal belongings, Iris as well, before they were finally allowed to see Kuroki and Nakamura. The Russian clerk put their personal belongings, which consisted of their phone, watch, necklace, wallet, and bracelets into a bin which she put in the drawer at her feet before turning back to her computer. Alpha Beta smirked at the clerk, who smirked back. She took out the bin with the personal items and handed them to her. Alpha Beta took the bins and grinned. Perfect. Some time ago. Humble pointed to the monitors. Are you sure the cops won't be able to see the cameras? Alpha Beta nodded. I'm more concerned with the Shinigami noticing the cameras than the cops. Chances are, they'll check inside the room but not on the outside. But if we're recording from the outside, our vision is going to be extremely limited. Still, tree cameras are worth a shot. Plus, tree cameras are underrated. She turns away from the monitor. If the tree cameras pick up on something, we'll exploit whatever we find and use it to end this battle as quickly as possible. Obtaining those death notes is our top priority. If they're not going to write in front of the camera, we'll make them. Yeah. He took out a white chocolate bar and sank his teeth into it. This is our plan. Yes, we put the Kira suspects into a situation where they have no choice but to use the death note, notebook or a piece from it. Once we know where they're hiding the notebook, we steal it from them while they're away. She touches Humble's forearms. How long until Kip figures out the officers who arrive at the crime scene are fake? A couple of hours. It's amazing what anti-Kira protesters will do to oppose Kira. Dressing up as police officers when we told them that our mission involved Kira? People are desperate. They want freedom, the same as us. And those raiders we will send to Kip and Kuroki's location will be pro-Kira supporters. They're not just supporters, they're fanatics, people who maim, murder, and torture in the name of Kira. People who kill in the name of God and pass it off as judgment disgust me. They're trash. As long as we get the notebook, it doesn't matter. If it makes you feel better, once we've obtained the death notes, you can kill as many protesters and fanatics as you want. Alpha Beta took the bin to the closest bathroom she could find and sat on the toilet cover. She removed Knight's watch from the bin and checked over it. She took out her phone and replayed the footage from the tree cameras. One of the cameras was positioned directly in front of the window Knight was contemplating jumping out of during the raid. She zoomed in on him as he pulled the crown on his watch 4 times in less than a second. She did the same thing on his watch. Damn it. She tried it again. How many times did he pull on the crown? She replayed the footage and counted the number. After she counted the number, she timed it. Alright, 4 times in less than a second. Click! Got it. The secret compartment opened and Alpha Beta stared down at the slip of paper. Her heart began pounding in her chest as her hair and eyes turned violet. Oh my god, I can't fucking believe it. It's a piece of the killer notebook, the death note. Our plan to trick him into revealing the death note was a success. She holds her index finger half an inch over the slip. If what Humble said is true, then a mere touch of this notebook will allow me to see the god of death following the current owner of the notebook. She touches the notebook. A breath of air escaped her as she removed her finger from the paper. She licked her lips and looked up to the bathroom door as if expecting something to come barging in. She calmed herself down before looking down at the paper slip once more. I'll make sure to wear my masks at all times. And before I meet Knight again, I will wear a pair of sunglasses so the Shinigami cannot see me looking at them. She turned back to her phone. Now, who is the accomplice with the Shinigami eyes? To speed things up, she took out a spare phone and simultaneously watched footage of Knight and Kuroki's movements. In Kuroki's cell, there was a camera placed in the light bulb directly above her. Kuroki had been recorded for several hours from this hidden light bulb camera. It captured footage of Kuroki reaching into her bra to pull something out. Although it was faint, Alpha Beta could see what looked like paper to be coming out of her bra. Alpha Beta laughed. Kuroki is the accomplice. And here I was thinking that Ice was Knight's accomplice. Turns out, she's nothing more than his beard, his cover, his front, his facade. She laughed at the top of her lung for a few seconds, silenced by someone knocking on the door. A voice spoke on the other side of the door. What's so funny about going to the bathroom? Nothing, my shit finally came out. Alpha Beta gathered her belongings and pocketed her phones. She picked up the bin, closing the compartment on Knight's watch before opening the door. Alpha Beta held up the bin. Just scooping some stuff out the toilet, sir. She made the word sir sound like asshole as she bumped shoulders with the man before walking off. With Kuroki. Take off everything you're wearing and toss it to me. Kuroki sneered at the Russian officer before her. The Russian wasn't speaking to her directly but using a translation app on his phone to communicate. Even though the robotic voice was the one doing the talking, Kuroki still felt the gut punch of the words piercing her stomach. She unstrapped her vest from her chest and dropped it to the ground. Having fun with this free peep show? The Russian officer didn't understand, mostly because she didn't translate any of Kuroki's words, only her own. She motioned for Kuroki to hurry up like an impatient taxi driver urging them to pay what they owe. Kuroki removed her accessories and tossed them over to the officer. She removed her top and stood before the office in a black sports bra. She turned her back to the officer as she removed her bra and discreetly grabbed the death note slips and put them in her mouth. Say nothing, Kuroki, no need to swallow. She doesn't understand Japanese, I don't understand Russian, I have more than enough reason to not open my mouth. March 29, 2044, 12 a.m. After the strip search was done, Kuroki was told to sit in an interrogation room as she waited for someone to come talk to her. It was an interrogation room with one-way mirrors to her left and a camera in the corner of the wall. When she got a new pair of gray clothes to wear, she slipped the death note slips inside her new bra and waited patiently for the opportune moment to use them. She scanned the room, looking for something that stood out of the ordinary but could find nothing. No point sitting down if I'm not cuffed. She got up and tried the door but of course, it was locked. She sighed, not surprised. She turned to the one-way mirror and walked up to it. She looked herself in the eyes and watched herself lick her lips and tilt her head. Man, I look pretty. She smiled and began touching up her hair. She chuckled before tapping her finger against the mirror. Her eyes caught something as her fingers made contact with the mirror, something that nearly made her gasp. It took every ounce of willpower to not lose her composure as she looked over at the camera in the corner. Feeling a sudden spike of confidence, she approached the camera and stared it down the center of its lens. She bit her lower lip and looked at the side of the camera. She began chewing on her lower lip as she checked the camera's wires. She stepped back after analyzing the results. Son of a bitch. Kuroki stepped back upon hearing the door unlock and headed back to the table. Before she could park her ass in the seat, Knight walked through the door, wearing gray clothing similar to her, and eyed him from head to toe. Kip, she whispered, what are you doing here? I could ask the same of you, he responded. What the hell are you doing here in police custody? I don't know. The guys who threw handcuffs on me refused to any questions. Russian bastards. Them being Russian has nothing to do with them being bastards. Knight looked around the room and noted the one-way mirror and camera. It's fake, she told. The one-way mirror is fake and the camera isn't hooked in. How do you know? There was a gap between my finger and my reflection when I touched the mirror. If you can touch your reflection, then it's one-way glass. As for the camera, you can tell it isn't hooked in. Knight looked up at the camera and saw the wires. They were tangled in different colors, but none of them lead inside the wall, nor was the red light. How can we know for sure this isn't a setup? To anyone else, this would be Gilth exclaiming disbelief, but to the Shinigami that materialized behind him, it was code for check it out. Gilth flew through the wall and scoped the place out. He came back a few seconds later, nodding and giving his son a thumbs up. I'm pretty certain, Kuroki said after seeing Gilth. I don't know what's going on. Are we going to be charged with anything? Knight shook his head. We didn't break any laws, he reassured, so we're not going to be tried for anything. At the very least, we're being held here for questioning. Fine by me. But what about the 10 lost children? Doubt they have anything to do with this. We're still going to catch them. Where's Alpha Beta? Left her behind. Last time I saw her, she went to go take a shit. See, I told you, Knight, even women have to shit sometimes. She pointed to his gray clothing. Why did they take away your clothes? I could ask the same for you, but according to a couple of officers, it's to prevent the more creative people in holding from trying to escape. Alpha Beta had to change her clothes as well. I'm sorry, Kuroki suddenly began apologizing, guilt written on her face. I'm sorry, Kip, I failed. I failed my mission. Knight held his hands up and cupped the despairing girl's shoulders. What are you talking about? I failed to get the fast food this morning. Knight stared at her with a look that said seriously? I was going to get you fries, cheeseburgers, slushies, then that giant muscular man abducts us and steals the fries. The slushies were all gone, and worst of all, I don't know what the suspect looks like. How am I supposed to try them for stealing our food if I don't know what they look like? Glad to know you got your priorities straight. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't hide the laugh he was building up. I've always preferred caramel apples over slushies anyway. 2 people, she suddenly whispered. She looked at Knight, her face suddenly serious. There was the muscular one, but he had an accomplice with him of average hay. Cash was taken away, but his injuries were nothing more than superficial. Cash also had a phone taped to his chest showing live footage of your motel getting raided. Knight growled under his breath and slowly nodded. Yeah, that happened. Our place got raided. He leans into her face. I too was shown live footage of Minuta and Alpha Beta being ambushed by the raiders. Mostly because of the cameras I had them set up, but yeah, I saw footage of the raiders. What? What the fuck is going on? Why were they showing us live footage of you being raided? I don't know, but the timing is a little too perfect when you think about it. The minute I set up cameras, they attack, and the second before they raid me, they show you footage of us being raided. What baffles me is the fact that the cameras were already set up at our place. I had Gilth and Massey scope out for cameras in our room but found none, but this whole little incident proves they had cameras set up on the outside. Yeah. And if they wanted us to see the other being raided, it must be for some reason. I think it's because they wanted to see our reaction to something. Let's not forget that these people already know about the Death Note. I'm willing to bet an entire cart of caramel apples that they set this whole raid up to catch to see if we would use the Death Note on camera. I was abducted and therefore was unable to use the notebook itself. But you still have the emergency slip with you? Kuroki reached into her bra and pulled the paper out. Right here, safe and sound, snuggled up against my breast. Did you use it? No. Did you pull it out? She hesitated. Knight noticed and became agitated. Did you pull out the paper? Kuroki hesitated before biting her lips. Only halfway. Halfway? His face turned red with anger. If those worthless orphans had cameras set up in your cell, then they caught footage of you pulling a piece of paper out your bra. I'm sorry. Do you have any idea what you've done, you piece of shit? Kuroki averted her gaze in shame and looked down at the ground. Her eyes began darting between her shoes and Knight's knees. Her face lit up red as she lifted her head up in a failed attempt to meet his gaze. Please don't kill me. I should kill you. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't strangle you to death right here on the spot. Before any more could be said, 2 heavy knocks on the door alerted both of them. Kurwa kept her head down while Knight turned to the door. He opened it to find Iris staring at him with wide eyes and a shocked expression frozen on her face. What's wrong, Ice? Iris's lips twitched. It's Rain and Archangel. What about them? They're in police custody. Chapter 64, Rain. The alarm set on my wristwatch to go off at 9 o'clock went off. I picked myself up from the couch and I went into Masumi's bedroom. The inflatable bed for me was set up and Masumi was sitting on her bed, the sheets pulled up to her lap. Ready to go to sleep, Rain? She asked. Can't keep me away from a good night's sleep, I said. Don't forget, Mommy is working the night shift tonight and Daddy's already asleep. She tucked herself into bed and pulled the covers up. Good night. I turned off the light. Good night. I laid down on the inflatable bed and pulled the covers up. I closed my eyes. I woke when I felt someone shaking my shoulder. I opened my eyes to see Archer standing above me in the dark. The bedroom door was open and the hallway light was on. The room was illuminated just enough for me to see the dark circles under Archer's eyes. Rain, he said, there is someone at the door. I looked behind him and saw Angel standing in the doorway. Archangel were wearing identical red pajamas with birds on them. I looked behind me and saw that Masumi was still in bed, fast asleep. I checked my wristwatch. Any reason why you woke me up at 3 o'clock in the morning? I asked. Someone was knocking for us, Angel said. Why didn't you wake up Mr. Kagami? Because the officer at the door was asking for the children of Knight and Iris Yagami, Archer answered. I picked myself up and stood above the two. This better be good, a girl needs a good night's sleep. It is, Archer answered with a smirk. Very good indeed. We shall see. I tiptoed through the doorway and head for the front door. Archer and Angel followed me. Before I opened the door, I looked through the peephole to see a cop standing there. There was a name above his head. Sun Song, 44637843. I opened the door and the officer tilted his cap. Are you Rain, Archer, and Angel Yagami? Yes, I answered. You need to come with me. Why? It's Masumi Kagami, she's in the hospital. What? Archer yelled. Mrs. Kagami. What happened? Angel asked in a soft and quiet voice. She had a heart attack. I need the 3 of you to come with me right now. She requested your presence. It makes me feel special to know Mrs. Kagami requested our presence instead of her own flesh and blood, I said. I look at Archer and Angel. Let's get our slippers on. I went back into my bedroom to grab a pair of slippers. I looked over to the dresser and I grabbed 3 multi-tools. I walked back out into the hallway and I collided shoulders with Archer and Angel. They were wearing a pair of slippers and walked ahead of me. The officer was already in his police cruiser by the time we walked out. I reached into my pocket and pulled out 2 multi-tools and slipped them into Archer and Angel's pajama pockets. When I put the tools in their pocket, they looked at me with furrowed eyebrows. What's this for? Angel Whisper asked. It's a multi-tool, I said, it's for everything. We made it to the car. Shotgun. The officer lowered the window on his side. You can ride shotgun up front with me. Archer, Angel, sit in the back. It's Archangel, Archer said back. Archer and Angel climbed into the back as I climbed into the passenger seat. I buckled in and looked at my brothers in the rearview mirror. They looked back. Their eyes were darting between the rearview mirror and the seats in front of them. I winked at them. They nodded. I looked ahead and watched in the corner of my eye as the officer pulled out of the driveway and took off. I checked my wristwatch. The time was 3:10. I look up through the window to see stars and gray clouds in the sky. I lean back and look over at Officer Song as he pulls out of his phone to do something. "Do we know you?" Archer asked. I look in the rearview mirror. I narrow my eyes at him and he puts on his seatbelt. "What do you mean?" Officer Song asked. "Are you Sable?" Angel asked. "Mommy and Daddy brought us to the police a few times and we saw you. Mommy said your name is Sable. I wish that was my real name. Sounds a hell of a lot better than my real name." I look at his name once more. "Can I just say something? You guys have such unique names. Rain, Archer, Angel, those aren't Japanese names." "What do you know? You're Chinese," Archer said with a loud volume to his voice. "You're a foreigner, an outsider." Sable looked at my brother in the rearview mirror, narrow eyes staring at him. "Trust me, boyo, being Chinese in Japan is nothing compared to what I grew up in. I felt like a real outsider in my birth home. Damn parents." "Forgive Archer," I said, "he woke up on the wrong side of the bed tonight." I look at Angel. If we're being honest, his behavior is quite a slap in the face. Archer looked at me with a glare. He bared his teeth at me before settling down in his seat. I looked ahead once more. I noticed there was a dashcam set up and it was angled to film everything happening in the car. I turned back and I looked at Archangel. When I had their full attention, I gestured with my eyes at the dashcam. Officer Sable had driven across the town and pulled up to the curb in the center of a bridge. I looked from my left to my right. The bridge was deserted save for a few traffic lights and it was quiet, completely absent of any traffic. "What's going on?" I hear Angel whisper. "Where are we?" Sable pulled the car into park. "This is your final destination," he told us, "your permanent final destination. March 29th, 2044, 3:20 a.m. Tokyo, Japan." What do you mean?" Angel stuttered. "What's going on?" He suddenly became aware of how small the car was and that his seatbelt was digging into his waist. "What's going on?" Sable looked at the kids in the rearview mirror before letting out a soft chuckle. After a few seconds, his chuckles grew in volume and turned into a peal of hysterical laughter. "Didn't your parents ever tell you not to get into strangers' cars?" He laughed heartily once more. He reached over and pressed a button that locked all the doors. "Then again, I'm not a stranger and I'm a cop." "What are you doing?" Archer demanded. "Bitch! Ooh, you said a bad word. I'm going to tase you for that." He reached into the console and pulled out a stun gun. "Say another curse word and I'll shock you in the balls." Rain reached into her pajama pocket. Archer and Angel hugged each other and backed away. They looked at the stun gun and felt their hearts race in their head. The ever-emotionless Rain kept a level head and asked, "What are you doing? You little chicken shits never should have gotten into this car. Had you just woken up your guardian, none of this would have happened." He put the stun gun in the console, almost as if he was daring the kids to try and grab it. He kept an eye on the twins in the rearview mirror as he continued. "Your mother and father, they're in Russia right now, aren't they?" He figured that the silence was an answer, so he quickly moved on. "We know who your dumbass of a father and your whore of a mother are. You little spawns deserve everything that's about to come to you. Kira doesn't deserve to exist on this planet and neither do any of you. You guys support a mass murderer like Kira, view him as a god, you're going to get what's coming to you." He laughed once more. "Just wait, in a few minutes, the rest of my crew is going to come and they're going to make an example of you. An example to your father and mother for supporting a mass murderer who takes people's freedom away." He laughs once more, the energy coming from his belly as he reaches over for the glove compartment in front of Rain. "Try and grab the stun gun, you little whore, and I'll tase your brother's balls off." He opened the glove compartment and pulled out a bag of cookies. As he was pulling the bag out, Rain stabbed him in the balls with the multi-tool knife. Sable convulsed in agony, screaming bloody murder at the top of his lungs before Rain yanked the knife out and stabbed him in the neck. He turned to Rain as she pulled the knife out and wrapped his hands around her throat. Archer quickly pulled out his multi-tool and climbed over the seats to stab Sable in the throat. "Leave my sister alone!" Angel shouted at the top of his lungs. "Leave Rain alone!" He stabbed him as hard as he could in the shoulder. Sable gasped and relaxed his grip on Rain's throat. This gave her the opportunity to stab him in the center of his throat, allowing all three siblings to stab at him without mercy. Archer grabbed him by the hair and stabbed him in the back of the neck, causing more blood to leak out. Sable put up a fight, despite all the stabs he had taken in the neck and balls, and continued to fight back. Unfortunately, sheer determination alone wasn't enough to keep him alive. He clutched his throat to stop the blood from leaking out, but the red liquid seeped through his fingertips. Suddenly his eyelids felt heavy and laying his head down against the steering wheel didn't seem like such a bad idea. The corrupt officer's body went limp, the only signs of movement came from the blood pouring out of his wounds. Archer and Angel panted heavily, coming off their high adrenaline, and leaned back into the seat, staring at the back of the dead man's head as he lay up against the wheel. His forehead wasn't pressed against the horn, so the horn didn't go off. Archer and Angel look over at their sister. "Are you okay, Rain?" they asked simultaneously. The ever-emotionless Rain could suppress her true thoughts and everything that went on in her head, but she could not suppress her need for taking deep breaths of air. Her face had turned red from a brief lack of oxygen, and she leaned forward over the seat and worked on slowing her breathing. "I'm okay," she reassured before gulping as if she was trying to wet her dry throat. "I can breathe," she said very slowly. Archer looked over at the dead Sable. Had it not been for the dashcam, Archer would have been dancing with glee. The plan worked. The 10 lost children? Archer read through the cryptic texts their mother sent them. 5 in Russia, 5 in Japan? Yeah, Angel confirmed. E, T, and D are stalking us. And there are 2 more, Rain reminded. If they're stalking us, then they must suspect us. I say we kill them, the ever-sadistic Archer suggested. Rain shook her head. If we kill them right now, then we'll be letting them know that we're connected to Kira in some way. We have to figure out who the last 2 associates are. How? Rain took out her notebook. This is how. The Death Note? Your observation skills amaze me, Archer. She put the notebook down. If we want to figure out who the other 2 associates are, then we use the 3 stalkers to our advantage. You can only manipulate those whose names are written in the notebook, but I've figured out a way around these rules. Archer smiled. Do tell? We write E, D, and T's names in the notebook and instruct them to meet with their associate after their associates abducted 3 kids at a certain address. After we've been abducted, we'll write it so that all associates in his 5-man party come to meet us at a location of our choosing. E, T, and D will be there and hopefully with the last 2 associates present. How about the bridge downtown? Archer suggested. Quiet place for meetings there. No cars, and I heard that it is peaceful and quiet. Good call. And what if the last 2 guys don't show up? The Shy Angel asked. We'll improvise, Archer answered. Besides, even if the 5th guy doesn't show up, we will still be kidnapped by a 4th member and we'll have eliminated 4/5 of the 10 lost children in Japan. The last guy will have to do everything on his own. He's right, Rain said. Whether we kill 4 of them or all 5 of them, victory is assured regardless. Of course I'm right, Archer said smugly. When have I ever been wrong? Rain looked at him. Spelling bee last year? How was I supposed to know mnemonic was spelled with a silent M? The plan worked, Archer exclaimed in his head. We got the 4th guy to kidnap us and he called his associates. If luck is on our side, then his 4 friends will come onto this bridge. Angel climbed over the seats and touched Rain's red and sore neck. Are you okay, big sis? I'm fine, Rain answered in a groggy voice. Fine. I guess you won't be singing in a choir anytime soon, Archer laughed. Rain looked at him in the rearview mirror. Least I have the voice. Archer rolled his eyes. He was about to say something until he was blinded by the light that suddenly got in his eyes. He squinted and held a hand up. With some of the light blocked, he looked to see the headlights of a car pull up to them. The car pulled up just a few yards ahead of them and 3 people came out of the cars. Angel looked at the 3 and panicked. "A Archer?" "Gee great," Rain chalked, still trying to catch her breath. "Reinforcements. As if one guy wasn't enough to dance with." "Yeah," Archer exclaimed. He looked at the dashcam in the corner of his eye before turning to the wheel. "Let's get out of here," he suddenly screamed, donning a terrified persona. He climbs over the car seat, losing balance and falling headfirst on Sable's back. He quickly pulled his feet in as Rain grabbed Sable's shoulders and attempted to push Sable back against the seat, but he was too heavy for her. "Let me," Angel almost pleaded. He reached over the seat and grabbed the back of Sable's hair and yanked him back. Like Rain, Sable was too heavy for him, but they managed to pull Sable's body against the car seat with his head going limp. Rain looked at the space above Sable's head. She blinked twice before turning to her brothers. "Let's just go with it," Archer shouted. He looked at the window, noticing that the windows were dark and tinted, and the stalkers were approaching them fast. "The windows are dark so they shouldn't see us," he noted. He looked at the gears. "How do I put this in drive?" He grabs the stick and attempts to pull it back. "How do I start this?" Rain points to a button on the side of the stick. "Not yet, not until we have a driver and someone on the brakes." "Angel, get up here," Archer ordered. "Get down there now." Angel climbed over the seats but lost his balance. He went tumbling face first to the floor with the gas and brake. He settled uncomfortably as Sable's feet dug into his arms. "I guess this works as well." "Push down on the brake." Angel may not have driven a car before, but he knew which gear was the brake. He pressed down on the brake with all his weight and looked at his little brother. "Okay. I'm driving," Archer shouted. "No, I'll drive," Rain insisted. She climbed over and sat on the dead Sable's lap, grabbing the wheel before shifting into drive. "Sable," Eden called out as he cautiously approached the car. "What the hell is this about? Why did you call us about Dash?" The police car jumped to life when Eden was 6 feet away from the car. Angel pressed his weight onto the gas and made the car zoom forward. Eden was unable to get out of the way in time and was run over, crushed under the wheels, and made the car bounce. Rain jerked the wheel from left to right to get the car back on course. She narrowly avoided driving off the bridge and made it to the center, but Archer could tell it was difficult for her to control where she was going, especially when her foot wasn't touching the gas. With nothing better to do, Archer climbed in the back seat very carefully and looked through the window. Eden's body had been crushed to a pulp, but Ticket and Dawn were chasing after them in their car. "The 5th guy isn't here, but these 4 are still going to die." Not wearing his seatbelt, he was unprepared when Rain made a sharp turn to the left, making Archer crash into the car door beside him. "OW," he cried as he rubbed his head. "Ow!" Rain swerved to the right. Archer slid across the seats and hit the other door hard against his back. He climbed into the center of the car seats and reached for a seatbelt. "A bad driver is either Asian or a woman, they say," Archer screamed. "And Rain is both. I've seen you play Mario Kart. You're a worse driver than I am." They hit a speed bump. Archer flies up and hits his head against the ceiling. "Ow!" They swerve onto a busy street. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, so there weren't as many cars, but there were still cars nevertheless. Ticket and Dawn were still on them, and with Rain unable to touch the gas and Angel frozen stiff on the gas pedal, Archer had to get creative. "We're going to crash," he screamed in his head. He looked back and saw the stalkers' cars closing in on them. "I gotta do something." He looks forward and sees several cars ahead of them. Rain and Angel can't drive for shit. What am I going to do? He notices something on the gears. That's it. He lunges over the car seats and turned on the police sirens. As expected, Cars began pulling over and making a clear path for the police cruiser. No one said a thing when the cruiser was speeding through the streets with the sirens on, everyone assuming the obvious that they were speeding because of an emergency. Good thinking, Rain praised. They came up to a traffic light. The lights were red, but as soon as they were closing in, the light turned green. The cars pulled over and allowed the cruiser to go first. Archer looked back and saw the stalker's car still on them. They're still chasing after us. Your observation skills continue to amaze me. What amazed Archer was how his big sister was able to speak in a calm and controlled voice, even in the most stressful of situations. Gotta get rid of them. How did we write they die in the death note? Hatching another plan in his head, Archer climbs over the seats once more and grabs the radio on the console and speaks into it. Hello! Before he could speak again, he decided to deepen his voice. Hello! Sable, a voice came back. Is that you? Archer leans over and taps Angel's shoulder. Once he got his attention, he put the radio to Angel's mouth. Angel quickly got the message. Yes, he shouted, perfectly imitating Sable's voice. It's me! How is he able to imitate anybody's voice? Archer wondered. I'm being chased by a couple of gangsters, need backup. I'm in a car chase. Shit! Archer thought of something. Road spikes, he whispered loud enough for his brother to hear. Set up those spiky things on the road. Angel shouted in Sable's voice once more. Road spikes? Road spikes! He told them their current location and waited for the officer's response. I've alerted the closest checkpoint of your position. They're setting up road spikes now. Thank God, thank you. Archer took the radio back. Good job, brother. Angel would have smiled warmly, but he was too focused on keeping his weight pressed down on the gas pedal. Archer dropped the radio and turned back into his seat. Unfortunately, he slid forward when Rain ordered Angel to abruptly step on the back. Rain had put her foot on the dashboard behind the wheel to keep from flying forward while the unstrapped and unbuckled Archer hit his head against the stick. Stop abusing me! Rain tilted her head, keeping her hands controlled on the steering wheel. Hang on tight. He grabbed the back of Archer's shirt and gently yanked him back. She orders Angel to step on the gas. Archer was about to question her until he scooted up and saw where they were driving. There was a checkpoint set up a few blocks away and there were people pulling out road spikes. Archer smiled and looked over his shoulder. So long, assholes. This has been a fun car chase. They zoomed past the checkpoint. The officers quickly set up the road spikes and backed away as the stalkers' cars zoomed past them. The car's tries erupted upon coming into contact with the road spikes and sent the car flying forward, scraping against the ground with the driver swerving to avoid crashing. Ticket the driver grabbed the handbrake and pulled on it, but it was too late as the car crashed into the side of a flower shop. Ticket goes flying through the window, shattering the glass as the car comes to a sudden halt. Holy shit! Archer laughed. Yeah. We did it! He thrusts his fists into the air like a fan at a rock concert. We did it, yeah. Brake! Rain shouted loud enough for Angel to hear. Angel presses on the brake. Archer quickly pushes himself against the back of the driver's seat and wraps his arms around Rain's chest and pulls her against the seat. He wasn't trying to strangle her or anything, but he didn't want to suffer another beatdown from the car, and he remembered that Rain wasn't wearing her seatbelt. This protected both of them. The car skidded to a halt. Archer's grip around Rain tightened as they skidded to a halt and he hit his face against the back of the car seat. Rain nearly slid through his grip, but he held on tight enough as the car suddenly stopped in front of a building. Rain quickly reached over in the car in park while Angel was still pressing on the brake. With the car in park, the three children eased up and they sank back into their seats. Angel climbed up from the floor and climbed into the passenger seat. Archer sighed heavily and lay down against the seats and closed his eyes. Rain looked at her brothers in the rearview mirror. She turned and patted Angel on the top of the head. You did good, she said in her normal dry voice. She looked at Archer in the rearview mirror. Quick thinking, Archer. Archer laughed and reveled in the compliment. Thank you, but you're the MVP, big sis. I'd give that credit to Angel, Rain insisted. No, Archer's the MVP, Angel debated. What difference does it make? Archer asked, quickly shutting down the conversation. Next time, I drive. Do you have your driver's license? The three kids turned to the driver's window. A cop stood at the window with his flashlight on, beam shining on Archer's chest. Rain lowered the window. You said that you're going to drive next time, the cop said. Are you 18? He is, Rain snarked. He just looks like a kid because he's a midget. Archer growled. The cop aimed the flashlight at her. And what about you? Where's your driver's license? Without missing a beat, Rain said, Guess I left it in my other pants. March 29, 2044, 12 a.m. Moscow, Russia. Are you serious? Knight blinked in surprise. Our children are being arrested because of that? Iris nodded. Reckless driving, reckless endangerment, impersonating a police officer, driving without a license, speeding, anything law involving a vehicle on the freeway, they pretty much broke it. Oh my God. They're being held at the NPA. One of the officers there recognized them as our children and decided to take them in. That's good. I'm calling them right now. He moved forward before stopping. He looked back at Kuroki. First you and then my children? What the fuck is going on around here? Is there any one of my disciples who is not a dumbass? Chapter 65, Archangel. Tired, so tired. All I could think of was how tired I was. My eyelids felt heavy and I lost the will to keep my mouth shut, so I just let my jaw hang. I let out a small yawn and looked over. My little brother was leaning up against me, using me as a pillow. It had been a few minutes or so since the car chase. The whole incident was fresh in my mind on what happened. I had a multi-tool given to me by my big sis. I wondered why she gave me a multi-tool, but I think it's because she knew Sable was the fourth bad guy. I looked down at my hand. My hands were still shaking, my face red, and my heart was pounding in my chest. Killing Sable made me think of all the bad people I killed with the Death Note. I understood what happened, but to see someone die in front of me with a knife instead of a notebook felt different. I wanted to feel bad, but that man was choking my sister and he threatened to hurt me and my brother. He deserved to die. I looked forward. My siblings and I were locked in a jail cell with one of the police officers on the phone with someone. I heard Mommy's name, so I assumed the cop was talking to Mommy. I wondered what Mommy would think if she knew we were in jail, that I copied the voice of a cop. I looked over at Archer. He was staring ahead at the jail cell across from us. That jail cell was full of bad guys looking at us with angry expressions. Without saying a word, Archer gave them the middle finger. Rain sat on the far end of the bench, staring off into space. I counted the seconds until I caught her blinking, and I counted to 40 seconds. What goes on in Rain's head? Why does she never laugh, cry, or smile? We sang happy birthday to her and she didn't even smile. When we take pictures, she never smiles, even in school pictures. Our Rain, I began. Big sister looked at me. What's up, little angel? Little angel, I like it when she calls me that. Are we going to be okay? I hated the way I sank into my shell. I hated the way my shoulders shrugged whenever I found the courage to talk. I hated the way my face heated up when my face turned red at the presence of someone. Why can't I be more like Rain and Archer? I'm older than Archer, yet I look up to him, not the other way around. Why am I so scared? Don't worry, Archer suddenly shouted. Those dipshits won't do anything to us. You know why? Why? Because we killed in self-defense. They won't arrest us for self-defense. You're right, Rain agreed. They won't arrest us for self-defense. They will arrest us for reckless driving, reckless endangerment, to name a few. Rain looked at me. I don't want to sugarcoat this, my dearly beloved little brothers, but we're not off the hook yet. Aw fuck. Archer yelled. He looked forward at the cell with the bad guys. I ain't going to jail, not like those fuckers. Why yeah, I hesitantly agreed. We're not going to jail, Rain reassured. You're right, we can always break out, said Archer. We've got the skills. Brains, brawn, and beauty. He points to Rain. You're bronze. He taps me on the shoulder. You're beauty, and I'm brains. I thought I was going to say something, but I backed down. I looked to see a cop approach the cell door. He pulled out the keys. All right, you jailbirds, it's time for you to get out of this cell. I sighed with relief and I jumped from the bench. Are we not going to jail? No. The cop gestured to his left. I saw a familiar person walking in. It was Mr. and Mrs. Kagami. Mrs. Kagami approached the cell door. Someone wants to tell me what the hell is going on? Is she mad at us? Is she going to punish us? How are you guys holding up? Mr. Kagami asked. Don't worry, little guys. He pointed to his suit and tie. I'm a lawyer, a very successful lawyer. The cop opened the door and let us out. Then he led the 5 of us into a room and I knew that they were going to be asking us questions. I remember that they had the dashcam from the car as evidence, so it would do us no good to lie. There was a table in the room big enough for all 5 of us, but the officers insisted that Mrs. Kagami go wait outside because she was not a victim or lawyer. So it was just us, Mr. Kagami, 2 cops, and a television screen with footage from the dashcam. I put my hand on my heart and turned to Rain. I noticed the red marks around her neck. She didn't seem to notice, but if she did, she ignored me. I raised my hand. Can I have some water and cough drops? The cop who let us out of the cage nodded to the second cop in the room. He came back a few seconds later with some water and cough drops. I took them and held them out for Rain. Here you go, big sis. Rain looked at the cough drops and water. She sighed before she took the water and cough drops. Thank you. Our big sister is tough. Archer shouted. She doesn't need water or cough drops. You'll be singing a different tune when you get strangled half to death, Rain replied sarcastically. Sit, the first cop said. Everyone sit down and let's work through this. I gulped nervously and I sat down next to my little brother. Mr. Kagami took out his briefcase and sighed as he sat down. Maybe we're not going to go to jail. March 29th, 2044, 1:35 a.m. Get me on the phone with them, Knight insisted after reviewing the evidence sent to him. I want to talk to the guys down at the precinct. What about the 10 lost children? Kuroki asked. We're putting that operation on hold until my children aren't under arrest. He moves out of the interrogation room and bumps shoulders with Iris. He turns around and taps Iris on the back of the head. You're coming with me to sort this out. I will, Iris said without hesitation. Let's go save our children. Knight and Iris left Kuroki in the interrogation room and they quickly ran to the front of the building and ran outside. Knight took Iris's phone and dialed up the NPA. This is Kip, he said, Lieutenant Kip of the NPA. Get me the officer working on the Rain and Archangel case. Hold on, I'll transfer you. March 29th, 7:35 a.m. Tokyo, Japan. Ring! Ring! The officer in the interrogation room picked up his phone. Come in. This is Lieutenant Kip. What is going on with Rain, Archer, and Angel Yagami? I'm sure I should have told you. The cop got up from the table and began pacing in front of the one-way mirror. Reckless driving, reckless endangerment, imitating a police officer, driving without a driver's license dash. Cut the crap. Ice told me what happened. An officer in your outfit kidnapped those children and they had to use the car to escape? That's grounds for dropping charges right there. No, you're wrong. These children could have done something differently. They could have not have gotten inside the officer's car. Why are you so concerned about the children rather than the culprit? This wasn't a case of stranger danger, the kids know about that. This is a case of someone in the NPA using their badge to their advantage and abducting children. Focus on Officer Sable. That's another thing, killing a police officer. The cop looked at the kids in the mirror. I wouldn't be surprised if they grew up to be murderers. This was clearly a case of self-defense. Ice told me that the video was recorded on the dashcam. It was. We have proof of these young kids stabbing Officer Sable in the carotid artery, throat, and best of all, his testicles. Archer suppressed a snicker. What's your name, officer? Officer Senmatsu. Archer and Angel perked up upon hearing his name. One of them had thoughts of killing this officer, the other had thoughts of stopping his impulsive younger brother from committing murder. I was doing some digging into this Officer Sable and you know what I found? His real name is Sun Song, and if what my sources are saying is true, then Sun Song is a wanted fugitive from China. He used to run his own ring of corrupt cops there, but because of China signing the Kira Pact, cops were becoming cleaner. He relocated to Japan to see if he could jumpstart his business of influencing corrupt cops. If you don't believe me, I will send you the sources. Why are you so invested in these little kids? Senmatsu questioned. They're delinquents who think they could get away with breaking the law because they're kids. I won't deny that they broke the law, but it doesn't change the fact that they had no choice but to break the law in order to survive. Cry and babble all you want, but those kids deserve a second chance. While the officer was on the phone, Rain and Archangel sat together in an almost hip-to-hip fashion. Mr. Kagami leaned over to whisper to them. What were the three of you doing with multi-tools? I heard that you three killed your kidnapper with multi-tools. We always take multi-tools with us, Rain said, always good to be prepared. But, why did you take the multi-tools with you when you're dressed in pajamas? Rule our dad employed in us. And how did you guys know how to turn on the police siren? Daddy dropped us off at school a few times in a police car, Archer answered excitedly. I've seen him use the siren. He even let me turn on the siren. And using a radio to impersonate an officer? This time, it was Angel's time to answer. I have a unique V voice. He said it as a statement, but his tone made it sound like a question. Mr. Kagami took a deep and shaky breath. He averted his gaze and smacked his lips before looking at the three children. I can't believe you three actually killed a man. You killed a human being. Not our first time, Archangel, though. Rain stared at Mr. Kagami before darting her eyes at her younger brothers. She blinked and looked ahead. Are you guys okay? We're okay, Archer answered. So is Big Bro and Big Sis. Rain and Angel nodded. Mr. Kagami bit his lower lip, as if he wanted to say something but was holding back. I'm just glad all three of you are okay. Rain gave Mr. Kagami the side eye. How's Masumi doing? She get lonely without me in her room? She misses you. She misses you a lot. Well, would you look at that, Archer snarked, someone likes Rain for a change. Who doesn't like rain, she replied. The world would be dry without rain. Shut up, the antsy officer snapped at them. I'm talking to a superior. You know, in America, they have a thing called the First Amendment. We too have a right to say whatever we want. Tell that to the teenagers who are getting charged with sexual harassment for saying dirty stuff to other kids. How embarrassing, Rain scoffed. After a few minutes, the officer sighed in a defeated-like tone before dropping his phone on the table. His last words were, "Yes, sir." He turned to the officer in the room with him. The lieutenant is telling us to hold off this case until he returns from Japan. But we're not going to do that. Better listen to the LT, the second cop said. We need to incite some order in this precinct. What is going on? Mr. Kagami demanded. Order in this precinct? Ever since the LT left for some big operation in Russia, we've been left in the care of the deputy director, and he is very reclusive. Also, when word got out that the super detective Kip would be in Russia, we've had a slight increase in crimes. Morale is down here at the office, and without the director to supervise us, it's been sort of a free-for-all. Oh my God. What is the matter with you guys? Have you guys gone on to become useless or something? Senmatsu smashed his hands on the table. Don't insult us like that. We are busting our asses off day and night to put people away, and you know what? It's because of people like you that almost half the guys in these jail cells escape crimes. How do you lawyers sleep at night? Soundly, knowing I've done my job. Mr. Kagami scooted up. What makes you any different? I defend people, you arrest people. You can't know for sure if they're guilty, just like I can't know for sure they're guilty. Arresting people is your job, defending is my job. If we hate this job so much, we would walk away, but that's not the case for either of us, so how are we any different? Defending serial killers and rapists dash. Arresting the falsely accused dash. You're defending killers right now, sir. These three little shits killed an officer with a multi-tool they conveniently had in their pocket, and instead of calling the police, they resorted to running over a culprit with the car. Not only that, but they used a police radio to set up road spikes and cause the car chasing them to be crashed. We got paramedics on the ambulance, but it doesn't look like those two suspects aren't going to make it. They resorted to violence in the name of self-defense, yes, but they did so in a calm and almost premeditated fashion. These little shitbags are killers, and I know it. He points to the dashcam on the screen. That little red-headed demon stabbed Sable in the balls without hesitation. Tweedledee and Tweedledum stabbed Sable in the neck and killed him, and they don't feel the least bit of remorse. And instead of driving around the suspects trying to kidnap them, they ran over the first suspect and killed him. And they set up the last two to die in a fucking car crash. You don't see the fucking logic in that? All I see is a couple of kids acting in self-defense. And if you knew Rain, that red-headed demon as you so kindly refer to her as, she has a reputation both inside and outside her family for being emotionless. I wouldn't necessarily call her emotionless, but a stoic. He points to her expressionless face. I'd never seen her laugh, cry, smile, or lose her cool. He points to the twins. The two Tweedledee and Tweedledum stabbed this Officer Sable in the act of protecting their sister. They saw their sister being strangled and they killed him to save her. He was an adult, they were children, so I believe it is justified for them to use weapons to kill someone who clearly had intent on strangling this young girl to death. You can lob and throw insults all night, Officer Senmatsu, but you can't deny that everything these children did tonight, whether it be killing someone or driving recklessly, was in the name of self-preservation with no acts of malice involved. When he was sure no one was looking, Angel covered his mouth with his hand and said, Senmatsu is a third-world thug, in the second cop's voice, mimicking it perfectly. Senmatsu turned to the second cop. What did you call me, you little piece of shit? The second cop looks alarmed. What are you talking about? I didn't say anything. I heard you call me a third-world thug. You think I'm a fucking thug? Oh my god! Mr. Kagami screamed at the top of his lungs. This police force is incredibly unprofessional. This is an interrogation and you're arguing amongst yourselves while we're being recorded? It's no wonder a volatile man like Sable snuck into the NPA. I wouldn't trust this agency as far as I could throw it. The way I see it, this place is too unprofessional to fairly judge my three clients. At the very least, they should be judged by a police station that is professional. Whether we're professional or not, I know for a fact these kids are sociopaths. They're monsters in hiding. They belong in a cage with those animals. It would be better if we arrest them right now. A moment of silence passed before Senmatsu picked up someone at the center of the table. It was his phone that he left there, and he heard a faint voice coming. He picked it up and realized that the call with Luati and Kip was still ongoing. I heard you, Knight said after Senmatsu put the phone to his ear. Were you insulting those children? Yeah, I was. So what? Because there is someone who wants to talk to you about that. He heard shuffling as another voice came onto the line. Hello, Nobunaga Senmatsu, spoke a British voice. Did you just admit to insulting my daughter and sons? Senmatsu froze in place and looked forward aimlessly. What? These aren't your kids, Ice. Rain Yagami, Archer, and Angel Yagami, also known as Archangel. You insulted my kids? Getting a little biased there, Ice, I dash. How dare you insult my kids, Nobunaga Senmatsu? What gives you the right? I saw the footage and anyone with half a brain can tell that they are acting in self-defense. You can hold them, jail them even, but you do not insult them. If you like beating up kids in your spare time, that's your problem, but if you ever insult my kids like that again, it'll be the last time you insult my kids, is that clear? Senmatsu sighed heavily before nodding. Your kids are such killers, Ice. Murderers. With Iris. Iris was about to snap back at them until she heard the line go dead. She looked at her husband with a glare in her green eyes. He insulted our children. Knight nodded without saying anything, his expression hard. Nobody insults our kids like that. Gilth and Massey materialized behind the two and watched with curiosity as the parents showed their parental instincts. So this is what a Papa Bear Knight is like, Gilth thought. I would expect so from Iris, but Knight, he really does love his children. When she was sure no one was looking, Iris took out her locket and removed the secret death note piece she had in it. With Rain and Archangel. I'll be back, Senmatsu said. Let's go, he ordered the second cop. The two of them left the room with a soft shut of the door. Mr. Kagami looked over at the kids and watched their facial expressions. He was expecting Rain to show some kind of nervousness at the thought of going to jail, but as always, her face remained unreadable. She side-eyed Mr. Kagami before looking at the door. I wonder what she's thinking. He looked over at Archangel. The two boys had nervous looks on their faces, sweating on their forehead and fidgeting with their fingernails. He patted their backs. Don't worry, I'll make sure you guys get off on self-defense. That was Mommy on the phone, Angel said unsurely, wasn't it? Rain answered, it was. She sounded pretty hardcore on the phone. She licked her lower lip. Never get between a mama bear and her cubs. Yeah, Archer laughed, she probably tore him a new one. I love it when grown-ups shit their pants. No cursing, Mr. Kagami reminded. Understood? Archer dropped his smile and sighed with compliance. Yes. After a few minutes, Senmatsu and the second cop came back into the room. Hope you guys aren't late for school because the charges against the three of you have been dropped. He slammed the file onto the table. All three of you are off the hook, self-defense, and will be charging those other two suspects, if they survive, with attempted murder and kidnapping. He pointed a finger at the three of them. I'll be watching you because I'm still suspicious of you three. Keep your noses clean or else I'll be seeing you in one of these jail cells in a few years. Archer Yagami. What a relief, we weren't going to jail. I let out a breath and wiped my forehead with my hand. I was sweating so much talking to those cops. I thought they were going to see that we were lying about being innocent, but Mr. Kagami did it. Honestly, the cops in there were stupid. Everybody is stupid. Everybody, except Mom, Daddy, Big Sis and Brother are dumb. Grandpa and Grandma are okay too, but Daddy is smarter. Those kids at my school are dumb. Every single one of them. I like beating up dumb people, it's what they deserve. Sable, E, D, and T are dumb too. That's why they died. Dummies, morons, assholes, all of them. When I grow up, I wish to beat up Senmatsu. Sable, when he put his hands around my sister's throat, I was so mad I wanted to kick him in the nuts and stab out his eyeballs. There was so much I wanted to do, but the cops got involved and so did E, T, and D. I wish I had my notebook so I could write how painful they died. I like killing people with my death note, it's very fun. I wish I could do it to just more bad people, like dumb people, but Daddy says only to kill bad people. He says if I kill randomly, I'll be a dumb person. If there's one thing I hate, it's a dumb person, and I don't want to become the thing I hate. Like really hate. Mr. Kagami escorted my siblings and I out to Mrs. Kagami and we hugged each other. Are you guys okay? She asked. Yes, Rain answered for us. Good. I am so sorry that this happened to you. She got down on one knee to meet our level. I promise you that something like this won't happen again. Why? Angel asked. We're going to have police protection from now on. I looked at the 2 cop cars outside the front door. 4 cops watching over us in total. I smiled at the thought of heating bodyguards, but it reminded me of something. The 5th bad guy. The 5th bad guy was still out there, and if we have cop bodyguards, he won't try to attack us. We need his name and face so I can kill him. That's great news, Mr. Kagami said. He checked his watch. It's after 7:30 in the morning. Can we stay home from school? I asked cheerfully. Please, we just been through a traumatic experience. We probably shouldn't go to school for a week. You're fine, Archer, Mrs. Kagami said. I'm sure his parents want you to go to school, but I'll call them. She licked her lips. Also, I am going to get you guys a child psychiatrist. I looked at Mrs. Kagami. What? We're not crazy. But you've been through a traumatic experience and I want to make sure you're okay. I'm sure your mother and father would agree. I resisted the urge to say, no they wouldn't. There's nothing wrong with us. I point to Rain's face. See, she's not crying or laughing. See, she's as dead as a robot inside. We're okay, we're not insane. I looked over at Angel, hoping that my big brother would at least agree with me. He said nothing but shrunk back into his shell like a turtle. I looked up to say something until I heard Angel talk. Are we crazy? He asked. I don't want to be crazy. That's why I'm getting you one, Mr. S. Kagami said softly. If you want, I'll ask your parents if you can stay home today and see a child psychiatrist, but other than that, get in the car. We're going home. We started walking towards the car. I grabbed Angel's shoulder and whispered in his ear. What was that about? I don't want to be crazy, he said softly. We're not crazy, I told him. We're perfect. Daddy told us so himself. We don't need a shirk to look at us. Shrink. What? It's called shrink. I growl at him. Shirk, same thing. I don't want to talk to a psychiatrist. I'm not crazy. It could be good. He looked me in the eye. We're not crazy, but Daddy would want us to go so people won't think we're crazy. I was about to snap at him like a dog until what he said clicked in my mind. Yeah, Daddy said it's all about blending in. I think Angel might be right. Good idea, Angel. I patted him on the back. Smart. As we got closer to the car, Rain turned and looked at us. Rain was ever so emotionless, and it made me mad I couldn't tell what she was thinking. Why is she so dead inside? Is she dead inside? You guys whisper loud, she said. I looked at Angel before looking back at my sister, feeling my face heat up. Don't listen to us when we're whispering. Not my fault you're the worst whisper circle group to exist. She opened the car door for us. Ladies first. Angel snickered, but I growled. One of these days, I was going to make Rain sob, I was going to make her cry. We got in the car. Rain sat in the middle between Angel and me. The sun was coming up, but I didn't look at the sun, I didn't want to go blind after all, and I put on my seatbelt. The seatbelt felt tighter, probably because I was still wearing my birdie pajamas. I looked at Rain and she stared out my window. I thought she was staring off into space until I followed her gaze and saw that Rain was looking at a big group of people. Was she just staring off into space for the hell of it, or was she using her Shinigami eyes? Mrs. Kagami turned to me. I spoke with your parents and they said it's okay for you guys to stay home from school today. Yay! Chapter 66, Strike. March 29th, 2044, 2 a.m. Moscow, Russia. After Ice hung up on the phone, she turned to her husband with a small smile on her face. Looks like our kids are safe and sound back in Murasaka's house. Knight sighed like he's been holding a breath since the day he was born. That's a relief. With our children behind bars, they won't be able to act as Kiro while we're away. I better send them a list of people to kill ASAP. After his momentary relief was over, his rage for what Kuroki had done had returned twofold, and he marched back into the room where he left her. "Get dressed, we're leaving." "Are the Russian police going to let us leave?" Kuroki asked. "We'll make them make us leave." Forcing something to do something they don't want to do, the beauty of a killer notebook. Knight gestured for Kuroki to follow. "Hurry up. I'm going to give these Ruskies a piece of my mind, and all of us are getting out of here. After that, we're focusing full attention on finding the 10 lost children." His hair and eyes turned dark red. Rain and Archangel's plan to take out the 5 lost children in Japan did not go according to plan. If what they said is correct, they only managed to get 4 out of 5 people to go after them. It means that only 4 lost children are dead and there's 1 still active in Japan. This is not a total victory, nor is it a total loss. On one hand, while the 10 lost children lost 4 of their guys, the good news is that the 10 lost children and Akira 6 are now on even grounds now. And we didn't even figure out who the 5th member of the group was, which is a major loss. We already knew that Sable was the 4th one in Japan, and we're still in the dark about who the 5th person is. He finds a fellow Russian officer and taps him on the shoulder. He pulled out his phone and opened up Google Translate. "What do we have to do to get out of here?" the phone asked. The Russian spoke into the phone. "Follow the last 2 steps to the procedure." "What procedure?" "Japanese looking for Kira in Japan need to undergo a procedure to make sure you're not Kira." "Thanks for making things easier for me, you damn Russian." "What are the last 2 things we need to do?" "Stay here, Sunrise. Answer questions, then leave." Knight grunted but held his composure. "If that's what it takes for us to leave, then so be it." 4 a.m. The following procedure was as easy done as it was easy said. The entire Japanese department from both Knight and Alpha Beta's side had to answer a certain set of questions, and these questions continued on for hours on end. The officers were mostly asking who they were and why they were in Japan, what they uncovered on Kira, and if they were going to be interfering with any operations in Russia. Almost everybody had the same answer: they were Japanese officers of the National Police Agency. They were in Russia with the intent of capturing anti-Kira vigilantes headquartered in Russia. They answered that they would not interfere with any Russian operations while they were there, so long as the operations didn't involve Kira or anti-Kira vigilantes in any way. As for information on what they uncovered on Kira, they all made a silent and unanimous agreement to not disclose any of their findings. After Kuroki had finished answering her questions, she was led back to the same room as before, with the same officer ordering her to strip off her clothes so she could be changed back into her police uniform. Like before, Kuroki snatched the death note slip out of her bra and hid it from sight. Unfortunately, the strip search officer caught sight of something in her hand. Kuroki slipped the death note paper into her mouth. She hid it under her tongue as she opened her palms. The officer seemed to buy it as she handed Kuroki her clothes back. Knight and Iris met up with Kuroki and Nakamura outside the front of the Russian police station along with the rest of their comrades. The 13 police officers greeted each other, happy to see that everyone was doing okay so far. "Good work everyone," Knight praised. "Especially you, Kuroki, and Nakamura." Nakamura shook his head. "We got captured, sir. We didn't do anything heroic in this operation. You held on tight and you survived. We applaud you for this." Minuto laughed in relief. "We're just glad everybody is doing okay." Psycho laughed. "Of course, we're Japanese, we don't die unless there's an honor attached to it." Tezuka held up his hand. "What about Alpha Beta, Cash, and Jester? Where are those guys?" Nakamura gestured to the police station. "They're still being questioned. Apparently, since this is their country of origin, they're undergoing a different set of procedures." Murata cursed under his breath. "So we lost our translators." "We don't need them," Knight insisted. "We have Google on our phones, for the love of God, people. And let's not forget, we still have an operation to do." "Alpha Beta was supposed to help us," Psycho said. "How are we supposed to get around in this country without Alpha Beta?" Knight held his tongue until he thought of the right response. We'll worry about that after we get some rest. Get some rest? Iris asked. Knight looked at his wife. In case you forgot, it's almost 4:30 in the fucking morning. We haven't slept in 22 hours. If we all want to be on our A-game to finish this 10 lost children business, then we all need to rest. We all need to get sleep tonight. I can't sleep tonight, Nakamura said. Knight looked at him. And why not, Nakamura? Did you being kidnapped traumatize you to the point of not being able to sleep? We can't afford to sleep. If we sleep then dash. Then we'll have enough energy for the morning or afternoon. If we try to investigate in our groggy states then we'll get nowhere. We all need to sleep, we're humans, not Grim Reapers. Gilth and Massey materialized behind Knight and laughed. Haha, I see what you did there, Gilth laughed. If only he knew, Massey added. Any objections to getting a good morning's rest? Knight saw no hands raise. That's what I thought. We can't go back to the motel, Psycho pointed out. With the police locking that place down, we'll need somewhere else to stay tonight. I am not sleeping in this police station, Kuroki pointed out. No fucking way. Knight held a hand up, silencing the party. We'll figure it out. Let's move out. Murata held his hand up. What about Alpha Beta and Jester? Knight almost sneered. Once they're safe and sound and done with these procedures, we'll contact them. Aside from that, let's find a resting place. Let's go, people. His hair and eyes turned dark red. Gilth and Massey, watch over our notebooks for us. March 30th, 2044, 12 a.m. Undisclosed location. Alpha Beta let out a long sigh, which fogged up the window in front of her. The city looked so alive at this time of the hour, it reminded her of how much she missed living in Russia when she was a kid. She sighs once more, fogging up the glass yet again before she turns around and faces the party that gathered in her suite. The suite was a simple room in a hotel of luxury with leather chairs set up around a coffee table with fruits and vegetables of varying kinds. Alpha Beta knew what kind of lot she spent her time with, so she replaced the food with plastic, expecting everyone else to bring their own snacks and junk food and whatnot. The 5 people gathered around the table, with Cash and Jester sitting on one couch, Fish and Humble sitting on the other couch, and Alpha Beta sitting down 2 chairs with the arms removed in front of her and laying down as flat as a board on them. She kicked her feet in the air before she spoke. Before we begin, let us all take a moment of silence to honor our fallen friends. She slaps her hands together in a praying position. Sadly, Sable, Eden, Dawn, and Ticket have perished. No one bothered praying for their fallen comrades. Sable was stabbed to death by a couple of delinquents, Eden was run over, and Ticket and Dawn died of their wounds from a car crash. We are now down 4 members, and the 10 lost children are now the 6 lost children. How the hell did this even happen? Humble exclaimed at the top of his lungs. How the hell did a quartet so smart get killed off so quickly? They had simple order: watch the Yagami children and keep track of any of Kira's ongoing activities in Japan. You're as dumb as a brick, Humble. Humble stood up slowly, menacingly. What did you say? Put the pieces together, Humble. How could 4 of our guys have died so easily? Humble thought back to the evidence that Alpha Beta had provided him. His eyes went wide as something clicked. If what Rook found out was true, then Sable abducted the Yagami children, they fought back and killed him, they ran over Eden and set up Dawn and Ticket to crash. And why would a quartet of smart guys do something so irrationally? Why do you think Sable abducted them in the first place? I never gave them any order to do that. Why did they attack the Yagami children on the bridge? Why did they get in a car chase with them? Humble growled as the answer came to him. It's too much of a fucking coincidence. Alpha Beta clicked her tongue with a smile. I knew you get it. Sable, Dawn, Ticket, and Eden are way too cautious to be doing something so reckless. And they went against following your direct orders. And not only that, but they all died fighting against the people they were supposed to be watching. Way too much of a coincidence. The only thing I can conclude is, Kira found out that 4 of our members were trailing the Yagami family, and he set them up in that car chase to have them killed. It makes perfect sense. Kira's default killing method is a heart attack, but if he wants one of his murders to go unnoticed, he'll use something else. Disease, accidental death, nothing is out of the cards. Cash crossed his arms over his chest. So, does that mean that Kira is still in Japan? Or the accomplice at least? Humble shook his head. No, Alpha Beta believes that Knight and Iris Yagami are the Kira suspects and they're both here in Russia. Maybe they passed their power on to someone in Japan, Fish suggested. Humble pointed to him and nodded. True, but... He gasped as he realized something. There are 2 Kiras. Cash clapped sarcastically. Great observation skills. Shut up, prick. He continued. As I was saying, there are 2 Kiras, and the first Kira that returned in October of 2030 is Kira 1. Kira 2 shows up sometime in April of 2031 during the Kira incident, and this Kira has the Shinigami eyes. Kira 1 and Kira 2 would remain active for several years, and when Alpha Beta suspects that Kip and Ice are the suspects, we bring them here to Russia. The killings in Japan still happen, and given the pattern of the crimes, someone left behind is doing the killings as Kira, Jester finished. Exactly. At the very least, Kira 1 is here in Russia, and Kira 2 is in Japan. Not necessarily, Fish pointed out. Do you remember the footage we took of Kuroki and Nakamura? Cash pointed at Fish. That's right, when I was feigning injury, I was thrown in a cell with those guys, and I swear in the corner of my eyes, I saw Kuroki reach into her shirt to pull something out. Alpha Beta leaned over and grabbed a remote off the table. I'm glad somebody finally had the balls to point that out. She points the remote to a set of television screens on a dresser to her right. She turns them on and displays security footage of the Kuroki, Nakamura, and Cash in the cell. She pauses as Kuroki reaches into her shirt and pulls something halfway out. You see this here? She looks over and sees some of the men blushing over the sight of Kuroki pulling something out of her bra. Eyes on what she's pulling out of her bra, not on her tits, you perverts. She rolled her eyes. If you notice, she's pulling a piece of paper out of her bra. Knowing what we know, this paper she's pulling out can only be one thing. A page taken from the Death Note, Humble concluded. Exactly. This means either one of 2 things. The first is, she is Yuri Kuroki as Kira 2 and Kip as Kira 1. That seems like a given fact, Fish said sarcastically. Except, she emphasized, Yuri Kuroki did not come into the picture of Kip's life until long after the Kira incident when the 2 Kiras met. Humble reached into his jacket pocket and took out a white chocolate bar and took a bite. In that case, according to Sable, Ice and Kip regroup in Japan and helped with both the Kira incident and Kia killer incident. Humble smiled. So it's settled then. He held up 4 hands. There are at least 4 Kiras. 4? Jester asked. Think about it. Ticket, Dawn, Eden, Sable, and Rook all stayed in Japan while the 3 Kiras came here to Russia. It's like I said before, a Kira with the Shinigami eyes must have stayed behind and killed our 4 friends. And let's also not forget the fact criminals are still dying in Japan, and I can assure you that their times of deaths were not written ahead of time. Who could this 4th Kira be? Humble chuckled and took another bite of his chocolate bar. Would you like to answer this one, AB? Why thank you, good sir, she smiled. Alpha Beta turned to the rest. Rain, Archer, and Angel Yagami are the 4th Kira. What? The 3 men in the room gasped. We give Dawn, Ticket, Sable, and Eden the simple task of keeping a sharp eye on the kids, and conveniently, everyone watching the 3 kids is dead. This proves not only do 1, or all kids possess a Death Note, but at least one of them has the Shinigami eyes. It seems we got our work cut out for us, Humble inputted. He took another bite of his chocolate. If what the rules to the notebook say is true, then there are at least 6 Death Notes in the human world. What rule said that? Cash asked. Are you sure that's something you didn't make up just to sound smart? Humble growled at Cash. Shut up. He looked at Alpha Beta. When I was reviewing the rules I had memorized, one of them was that only 6 death notes can be in the human world at any time, and a 7th death note can't be used until one of the 6 death notes is disposed of, either by burning it or if one of the Shinigami came to collect the books. Jester looked at Humble suspiciously. How exactly do you know about the death notes? Out of the 10 of us alive, you had the most knowledge of the death note. Where did you find out about the death note? How many times do I have to keep telling you? My parents. They both worked on the Kira case years ago. Dad died the year I was born and Mom died the day that Kira returned in October of 2030. What were their job professions exactly? He smirked. Trade your life for the Shinigami eyes, look at my real name and you'll know. I don't trust you, Cash pointed out. Out of all of us, you're the only one who wasn't an orphan at Wammy's house. But I was still kind enough to work with you, was I not, Cash? The man nodded. I guess. Alpha Beta pushes herself off the chairbed and walks over to a dresser with a briefcase set down. She unzipped the suitcase and reached inside to pull 3 items out. While Kip, Ice, and Kuroki were inside the faux police station, guess what our anti-Kira protesters stole when they raided their motel room? This suitcase, and guess what was in the suitcase? Gift certificates to Baskin-Robbins? Fish snarked somewhat jokingly. Better. She pulled out 3 death notes. The men in the room looked at Alpha Beta with shocked eyes. Holy fuck! How did you do it? Fish was the first to ask. Alpha Beta waved the notebooks around before tucking them between her chest and forearms. Simple, really. The plan was for us to kidnap a Kira accomplice and show footage of the accomplice and original owner being attacked simultaneously, which would force the Kiras to use their notebooks or at the very least, a page taken from the notebooks. She picked up the remote from earlier and pointed it at the screens. Footage from the tree camera of Knight using his watch compartment played. Once we got all the Kiras into the fake police building, we had our anti-Kira protesters dressed as cops raid everything in the motel. Additionally, at the fake police station, we forced Kip, Ice, and Kuroki to give up our personal belongings before we replaced them with identical-looking items. Humble caught onto something. Meaning, Kip's watch with the secret compartment was replaced with an identical-looking watch. He was at the police station for a few hours, so I had time to figure out how the compartment worked and did the same thing with the fake watch. After I did that, I put a paper taken from a regular notebook in the fake handle and gave it back to Kip. Her smile faltered slightly. Unfortunately, Ice managed to slip her locket through security and Kuroki managed to keep her paper slip with her at all times. What's wrong with Ice's locket? It could have a death note page inside, why else would she try and hide it as she went into the police department? But they don't have the death note, which is a huge win for us, Jester said. Now do we burn the death notes? Alpha Beta shook her head. That's not the plan, Clowny. What is the plan? Alpha Beta grabbed the first death note with a black cover and opened up the rulebook. She recited a rule. Only 6 death notes are allowed to exist at a time in the human world. In the event that there are more than 6 death notes in the human world, only the first 6 death notes that have been delivered to humans will have effect. The 7th death note will not become active until one of the other 6 death notes is destroyed or a Shinigami takes one of them back to the Shinigami realm. Kip and Light Yagami have a notebook, Kuroki the second accomplice has a notebook, and one or all of the Yagami children have a notebook. I think it's safe to assume that there are a total of 6 death notes in the human world. Humble nodded. Sable said that the American agent who investigated Kira 14 years ago named Brake had a death note of his own. And the Curie incident involved at least 2 death note owners. And ever since then, most incidents involving Kip did not have a death note owner. If Kip and Ice managed to secure 6 death notes after the Curie incident, it explains why there haven't been any more death note battles. Alpha Beta licked her lips and smiled at the blonde man. Right. And since we managed to secure half the death notes, the last 3 are in Japan. It looks like the fate of this battle falls on Rook and Rook alone. Think we should warn him that the kids might have the Shinigami eyes? Alpha Beta hesitated. There's a part of me that wants to say yes, but at the same time. She hesitated to answer. Instead of saying what she was thinking, she bit her lower lip and said, I don't know. The only thing I can say for sure is I'm glad Rook is on our team. Jester nodded. I pity the poor fool who falls into Rook's crosshairs. He tapped his fist against the couch he was sitting on. Since we're not going to burn the Death Note, I have to ask, what are we going to do with the Death Notes? Alpha Beta shrugged. There can only be 6 notebooks in the human world. If there are 6 notebooks, it prevents other people from potentially having Kira's power, but if one person, or group, possesses all 6 notebooks, they are able to prevent other Death Notes from coming to the human world. In other words, we hold on to all 6 Death Notes, we permanently prevent more Kiras from coming back from the grave. Jester nodded, the plan clicking in his mind. So we're not going to kill Kip, but we're going to force him to give up ownership. Bingo, Alpha Beta said in heavily accented English. Killing him would be a mercy. He should watch as the Kira godship crumbles before him. It's a fate worse than death. How do you plan on forcing him to give up ownership? Fish asked. Tell his mom on him? Fish and Cash laughed while Alpha Beta looked serious. We'll let Rook be the one to force Kip to give up ownership. Humble shivered. Ooh, I just got the chills. Anyone else just get the chills? Unbeknownst to them, they were being watched by 2 Shinigami hiding in the air vents. The motel, 6 a.m. After the rest of the police task force got a long and good morning's rest, they went back to the motel to gather their things and relocate. They were shocked to discover that not only had the native police cleaned this place up, there was nothing in any of their motel rooms. Each officer went to check the motel room they stayed in and they found nothing, zero, zippo. What the fuck? Tezuka yelled after regrouping with his compatriots in the main motel room. Where the fuck is all of our stuff? It looks like it was confiscated, Psycho answered. The monitors, our bags, our equipment, the police stole every ounce of it. They even stole our personal items, Kuroki pointed out to the empty corner in the room. What the fuck is going on here? Why did those bastards steal our stuff? Knight growled under his breath and closed his eyes to take a breath. He opened them after finding something to say. Everybody, stop having a cow. Can't you see that we don't need to be told twice about the police confiscating everything, including our personal belongings? They have no right to do that, Minuta said. We followed protocol, procedure, everything. Why didn't they give us back our personal belongings? Knight's eyes drifted to the empty corner in the room, the corner where Knight and Iris kept their luggage, where their death notes were hidden. He looked over at his wife, a silent conversation going on between them. They both subtly nodded before returning to their gaze on Kuroki. Give me a few seconds to come up with a plan, Knight ordered. In the meantime, look around and scavenge whatever you can. Our mission to bring the 10 lost children to justice remains, and we're not going to let a few missing items and equipment stop us. Get to it. The officers obeyed their superior and began scavenging the motel rooms for anything they could find, something the police overlooked. Knight looked at Iris and Kuroki and nodded to the balcony. Once the 3 of them were outside, they closed the door tightly behind them before looking at each other. The luggage is gone, Kuroki said, the suitcases with the death notes inside. Knight laughed. Iris and Kuroki looked at Knight with shock. He laughed again, more like chuckled again. He kept his volume low and soft, but the feeling of pride in his laugh was still there. Knight, Iris asked. She put a hand on her husband's shoulder. Are you okay? Knight looked at Iris with crazy wide eyes. The death notes are missing. Yeah. Gilth and Massey are missing. Yes. His smile widened. Exactly as planned. Chapter 67, Paranoia. Hours after leaving the police station. Iris trusted her husband, maybe not more than anything in the world, but she trusted him. When he has a plan, he has a plan. Iris wanted to keep her eyes open, but she had been up for the past 20 hours and wanted to sleep. Knight took the cops and her to a small shelter for the 13 of them to sleep in. Knight insisted that Iris and Kuroki stay wide awake for he had something to talk to them about. Iris forces her eyes open and when everyone is asleep, she follows Kuroki outside to meet with her husband. Knight looked at Iris before looking at Kuroki. He then turned back to look at Gilth and Massey behind him. You guys remember your orders? Knight asked them. We sure do, Gilth said. We know exactly what to do. Iris bites her lower lip. I assume this has something to do with the 10 lost children? Correct. According to Gilth and Massey, our death notes are gone. He didn't wait for his disciples to answer before he spoke again. They did a recon of the motel a few times here and there and our death notes are gone. Just as I thought and just as I expected. He crosses his arms over his chest. I see that none of you guys are panicking. Kuroki spoke first. You're not panicking or seething in anger in any way, so I figure that you must have an ace up your sleeve. Iris nodded. What she said. Wow, you two really know me. Knight smiles widely. The 10 lost children aren't going to burn our death notes or do anything. I have full and complete confidence in everything that is about to happen. Why is that? Iris looked at Massey. You guys planning on spying on the 10 lost children? Yeah. We're going to show them who's boss, Massey said cheerfully. Good, Knight approved. Given that all three of us still have our memories, they have not burned the death notes. As for our names being written in the notebooks, I'm 1,000,000,000% positive we have nothing to fear. Kuroki narrowed her eyes. And why is that? They may write our names in the death note, but trust me when I say this, Yuri Korki, we have absolutely nothing to fear. If we did, why would I stand before you in such a calm and rational way? Kuroki sked. I guess you have a point. But what makes you so confident that we're not going to die? Knight sucked his teeth. Not yet, I won't reveal the surprise yet. Trust me and stay calm, Yuri. Present time. Iris looked between Knight and Kuroki and narrowed her eyes as she stared at the ground. Did Knight purposely let the death notes be found? What kind of plan does Knight have? What is the plan? Iris asked carefully. What plan did you have in mind that you allowed the 10 lost children to steal the notebooks? Just recap for us. Knight chuckled. Whatever you say, Wadashi note Sumant. He crossed his arms over his chest once again. Haven't you noticed that Gilth and Massey currently aren't with us? That's because they're following the 10 lost children who have the death note. They're keeping a close eye on them, making sure there's no foul play on their end. But this is the real plan. We're listening, Kuroki reassured. I allow the 10 lost children to have the death note so they'll let their guards down. They'll think they have the upper hand and underestimate us because they have the power of a god in their hands. Unknown to them, they are being stalked by my Shinigami and said Shinigami have a tracker hidden in them. He pulls out his phone and pulls up his map. As you can see, he shows them a red dot on the map. We now know exactly where the 10 lost children are located. Kuroki's eyes went wide. Holy shit, that's what I'm talking about. I would send in a team, but unfortunately, I can't send my team in without a good reason. What do you expect the 10 lost children to do with the notebooks? Hold on to it. Iris shook her head. How do you know they're going to follow through with that? How do we know that they're not going to just drop the notebooks off at a deserted island and vamoose out of there? Gilth and Massey will inform me. And what if they attempt to burn the notebooks? They won't. March 31st, 2044, 6 a.m. With Alpha Beta. Alpha Beta and Humble open up the death note with the black cover. They flip to the first page, which had dozens of rules written across a few dozen pages or so. Knight, all of our death notes have the rules written on the first few pages. Taken right out of my dad's book on protecting death notes, I had Gilth and Massey write a warning at the very back of the death note. Humble read off the rules. I remember all these rules, especially the first 4. I could practically tattoo them on the back of my hand without looking. He flipped to the back of the book. This, however, I know is fake. Alpha Beta read what was on the back. Should someone burn this death note without permission by the human who owns this note, the god of death attached to said notebook will kill those who burned or made the death note unusable. Knight, not necessarily a fake rule, but a warning. A scare tactic that will send chills down their spines. This rule is fake, Humble said. We have nothing to fear. Alpha Beta nodded. You told me about the fake rules the original Kira put in the first death note, so it makes sense. She narrowed her eyes as she looked down at the notebook. Then again, when you read it a certain way, it's almost like a warning. What do you mean? Compare this sentence to one of the rules on the first page. The human who touches the death note can recognize the image and voice of its original owner, a god of death, even if the human is not the owner of the note. Should someone burn this death note without permission by the human who owns this note, the god of death attached to said notebook will kill those who burned or made the death note unusable. Do I hear the difference? Not really. Even if you can't hear the difference, you have to ask. You have to ask, why did Kira write a rule like this in the death note? Humble shrugged before an idea crossed his mind. I know for a fact that the last rule is a fake rule, but if there's one thing I know, it's that the first two fake rules Kira wrote had a purpose. Saying that all humans who touch the death note will die if it is burned up prevented the notebook from being burned. As for the 13-day rule, it was used for Kira to prove his innocence in just 2 weeks. The current fake rule is drastically different. Ominous even. Should this death note be rendered unusable without permission by the owner, then the Shinigami attached to the death note will kill the people who made this death note unusable, Humble phrased. His eyes went wide. Does that mean? Alpha Beta nodded. Yep. Shit. Kira is trying to tell us that if we burn the death notes without his permission, then he'll have his Shinigami kill us. He slaps his head. And here I was thinking Shinigami were supposed to be neutral, but apparently not. I think we're being watched, Alpha Beta suddenly whispered. Humble was about to question her until he examined the evidence in front of him. In order for the Shinigami to know whether or not we burn the notebooks, he would have to watch us at all times, which means... He goes silent and his blood runs cold at the thought of an invisible force stalking over him. If we touch the death notes, we should be able to see the Shinigami. Either the Shinigami is gone or it's hiding. Alpha Beta examined his features. I see you figured it out. She packed up the death notes into her bag once more. Everyone, front and center. The 3 lost children in the room regrouped with Alpha Beta and Humble, and they paid attention as she spoke. Everyone, keep all non-essential chatter to a minimum. Has everyone touched the death notes? All 3 of them? The crowd nods. Good. Keep your eyes and ears out for all directions. If these death notes are real and if what the fake rule says is true, then Kira's Shinigami is stalking us, waiting to pounce the moment we make the death notes unusable. This certainly makes things interesting, Cash scoffed. Playing hide-and-seek with a Shinigami. Alpha Beta said something in Russian. Cash nodded. He spoke a different language to the rest of the group, one that only the 5 of them could understand. This should be fun, the muscular fish said. The 5 lost children began looking around, almost like they were searching for the invisible Shinigami that should be visible to them. Alpha Beta, Humble, and Jester went to the center of the room while Cash and Fish hung out in the corner. Cash put his hand on the window to look out to see the city. He sighed and put his forehead on the glass. Man, I just can't wait. He muttered under his breath in a different language. Stuffing his face with jelly beans, Fish turned to Cash. For what? He asked with a mouthful in the same language. The lighting in this room to be fixed? Cash rolled his eyes and turned to Fish. Of course, we need dimmer lights in this room. No! I can't wait for this all to be over. Back to freedom. Back to doing what I do best. Easy, don't try and go Maverick with us. I could easily take on Kira all by myself. I'm only staying with you guys because you guys are my friends. I think you're the only one here who considers us to be friends. Just because we went to the same orphanage doesn't make us friends. Speaking of which, how did you end up in Wammy's house? I'm super smart, duh. My mother and father were killed by a truck that swerved over a pit of black ice. I was an itty-bitty baby when it happened. Really? My parents were hostages in a car chase. They died when the car crashed and they went flying out the window. Cash sighed and closed his eyes regretfully. Damn, fuck. When people say you have a better chance of dying in a car crash than a plane crash, they really mean it. You're telling me. Alpha Beta lay down on her makeshift chairbed once more and she kicked her legs up as she contemplated a plan. She closed her eyes for a second and she felt the hairs on the back of her neck spike up at the thought of being spied on by a god of death. She opens her eyes and looks around. She sits up and pushes herself off the chairbed. She hears something in her ears and she gasps. I know that sound. It wasn't something she heard directly but in the distance. She knew it was coming from outside because why would there be a police siren in the hotel room? Shit, cops. Who knows, maybe. Oh shit! Fish shouted. He pointed out the window. Cops, pulling up to our place. Take it easy, Jester said. Maybe they're not here for us. Humble turned to the monitors they set up. Cameras were set up around the hotel to monitor the movements of everyone. The police were taking an elevator up to their floor, armed to the teeth with guns and batons. Shit, I think they're coming for us. He points to the monitors. I would say that Kira is behind this, but then again, none of the cops are wearing any kind of headgear to keep their faces hidden, so they must not know about the death note. It's because Kira sees these cops as expendable, Alpha Beta concluded. These guys are Russian cops, not Japanese. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Kira sent these cops and the only way that they could have found us is the Shinigami the death note warned us about. Her eyes went wide. Oh, so that was your plan, huh, Kip? You allowed us to take the death notes and have the Shinigami follow us home. When you had our location, you had these coppers come after us. Genius plan, and that fake rule in the death note, you're telling us that if we make the death note unusable, you'll have your Shinigami kill us on the spot. She chuckled. There's a reason you were always number one in Wammy's house, Kip. But as they say, out with the old, in with the new. March 31st, 2044, 12 p.m. School, Japan. Back at school, life seemed to go back to normal. Kids were rambling around school like there was no tomorrow and minding their day-to-day business. When it was time for recess, Rain and Masumi set up the stand to sell Pocky for the kids. They set up 2 desks in the courtyard with Masumi taking one desk and Ran taking the other. Rain sat down in her chair and waited for customers to come. As expected, her desk was filled with people coming to buy candy from her. Rain handed them their candy when they paid and Rain's shoulders stiffened when she saw her siblings come meet her. Rain turned to her current customer. Say, can you come back later, please? But I want to buy some Pocky, Say complained. I have money. Come back later and you can buy some. Why do I dash? Rain reached into her desk and pulled out a spray bottle for hair and sprayed Say with a clear liquid. The young boy convulsed like a cat in water and ran off. Rain put the bottle away and turned to Archangel. Hey there, how's business going? Archer asked sarcastically. I'll take 2 boxes of Pocky please, hold the Pocky. What's happening? Rain asked. Heard anything suspicious lately? We were about to ask you that, Angel said. 'Cause you have the super eyes and everything. No, I have not seen a recurring name with my eyes recently. She licked her lips. The 5th guy must be paranoid, serves him right. We'll beat him, Archer said with determination. We'll win, I always win. Rain shook her head. Archer, the only reason you win is because people let you win. Ah, shut it. He looked around and saw that Masumi was serving customers of her own 30 feet away and out of hearing range. How do we draw him out? I'm thinking, Rain said. I'm thinking with every brain cell in my being. Not thinking enough. I could say the same thing to you, Archer. Shut up. Guys, Angel pleaded, let's not fight. Rain looked at her younger brother. Little Angel is right, can't afford to keep having this one-sided battle with you losing, Archer. Archer rolled his eyes. Right. It's been a few days since the car chase. The fifth one is still hiding out there, and because we exhausted 4 of the 5 guys stalking us, the 5th guy is practically invisible. We'll figure something out. What can we do? Rain put her elbow on the desk and rested her chin on her knuckles. She narrowed her eyes before looking at her brothers. The only thing I can think of is that we let our guards down. We do that and the 5th guy will try and spring on us. She looks at Archer. Archer, you excel at thinking on the spot. Let's allow ourselves to be captured and then you employ an indie ploy. Archer laughed. Wow, for the first time in your life, you admitted you're better than me. Haha, loser. Don't get too full of yourself. Now leave, I have a business to run. No, you just admitted that I'm better than you. Leave. Admit that you admitted dash. Rain took out the spray bottle and sprayed Archer. The young boy convulsed and spasmed. Okay, I'm leaving. He ran off. Rain looked at the sibling who stayed behind. You want some too? What did you spray him with, water? Angel asked softly. Nope, she deadpanned. She aimed the spray bottle at him. Angel held his hands up. I'm leaving, I'm leaving. He took off after his brother. Rain put the spray bottle of clear liquid away before she got back to selling candy. After school. After school had ended, Rain and Masumi walked home with ACH Angel. Masumi had her earphones on and was zoning out to music. Masumi grabbed Rain's shoulder before she and her brothers could take off. I just wanted to let you know that Mom and Dad aren't home. They wanted us to hang out with our friends until they get home. Duly noted. I'm going to take Archangel home so we can drop off our backpacks. Sounds good. Rain took Masumi's backpack and held it by the one strap. We'll meet up in the usual spot. Right. See you later, Rain. Rain waved goodbye before walking Archer and Angel home. It took a short while before the 3 of them made it home, but they made it to the lawn of the Yagami house. As soon as Rain stepped on the rocks, she stopped abruptly and held her hand up. Archer and Angel stopped in their tracks and looked at their older sister with narrowed eyes. What's wrong, big sis? Angel asked. Rain pointed to the doorknob. The door handle, it's not set all the way right. What? Angel squinted as he zoomed in. The door handle was angled slightly downward. Oh, I see. When we left for school this morning, I adjusted the door handle so it was horizontal. Given that it's angled slightly downward, someone opened the door. Maybe it was Mr. or Mrs. Yagami? We walked to school, Archer pointed out, after Mr. and Mrs. Yagami left. I was the one who opened the door for Masumi and you too. I also closed the door for you. Oh, Angel said as he remembered. I remember now. Maybe they came home to pick something up. Rain shook her head. This may be a stretch of an assumption to make, but this is the first time we've had to walk to school in a while, and the one time when everyone is out of the house, someone goes inside? Maybe it really was Mr. and Mrs. Yagami. Maybe, but better safe than sorry. No one goes inside. How do we know for sure if it's not Mr. and Mrs. Yagami who opened the door? Archer sked. I have an idea. He looked at Rain. Rain, you still have your cell phone on ya? Always, the older sister answered. Good. Archer smiled. Time to put your voice acting skills to good use. Angel cocked his head with a mixture of curiosity and confusion. Huh? Inside the Yagami. Rook sighed heavily as he sat down on the family couch, getting comfy as he sank into the cushions. He licked his lips before grabbing his sour gummy worm necklace and taking a bite. He took out his cell phone and checked his emails for any updates on his restaurants back home in Australia. What do we have here? The message he got said that one of his restaurant chains lost a few more regulars. The customers complained that the meat was tasting a little bland and they weren't getting as much food as before. Damn Kira, ruining my business. You will pay dearly for causing my restaurant to go out of business." He nearly jumped out of his skin when he heard the house phone ring. He calmed himself down and took a deep breath, reassuring himself that he doesn't have to do anything. Just let it go to voicemail and he'd be fine. A voice message was left. "Hey, kids." It was Murasaki Kagami's voice. "I know that you guys are probably out with your friends, but since I'm out of work early, I'm going to be coming home. I'm on my way right now. Don't worry about leaving the door unlocked, I have a key." The message ended and Rook sighed with contempt. He picked himself off the couch and headed toward the phone. Can't delete the message or else they'll get suspicious. Those kids are going to fucking pay for killing my teammates. Doing everything without accomplices is hard as fuck. He gathered his belongings and put on a jumpsuit. He zipped up and put on a face mask before grabbing a tool chest. "All right then, everything is fixed," he said aloud. "The mechanic you hired to fix your broken car in the garage is fixed. I'm walking out of here, mechanic style." He walked out of the front door and headed down the street. Rain, Archer, and Angel came out of their hiding place in the bushes 1 block away. They kept their head down as the mechanic got into his van and drove off. They tucked their heads down as the van drove past them and they made sure they stayed out of sight. They waited for 30 seconds after the van left before the three of them stood up and began walking back to the house. They locked themselves in the house and put the backpacks away. Before any of them said a word, they scoped the place out. They stayed as silent as possible as they subtly checked for wiretaps and surveillance cameras. The only thing they could find was an indent left behind on the couch. Once they were in the clear, the three siblings met up in the living room. "We dropped off the backpacks," Angel said. "We should catch up with Masumi." Archer deletes the voicemail. "My big brother has the perfect voice for imitating anybody." After they walked out the front door, the door handle being set up as it was before, Rain was approached by Archangel, who asked, "Well, it looks like that was the fifth guy," Rain concluded. "We call, a mechanic conveniently comes out of the house and drives away in a van." "Did you see anything inside?" "No spy cameras," Archer answered. "No microphones." "Yeah," Angel agreed. "I don't think he bugged the place." "The fifth guy was just in our house, and he was wearing a mask coming out," Rain pointed out. "A mechanic driving a van, that's not cliché, not at all." "Who could this guy be?" Angel asked. "If he left the Wammy's house, what do you think he went on to do?" "I don't know," Archer answered. "Who cares? Maybe he's famous and we can find his name and face online?" Archer furrowed his brows as he considered what his brother was saying. "That's a good point." "Hey, Rain, you think the fifth guy is famous?" "Maybe," Rain replied. "Dad said that people who left Wammy's house become successful in their careers. What do you think he's famous for?" "Do I look like I care?" Archer looked at his sister's face. "No," he concluded. "I don't think you care. He dies, that's all I care about." "Ooh," Rain got a sadistic side coming out. "Mom and Dad's orders. Parents' pet." Angel looked over his shoulder to see if anyone was watching them. He let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. "No one's following us. Daddy said that one of the Wammy's house kids started his own restaurant in Australia. He said it's called Rook's Regent. People say the food there is delicious and the meat does not come from animals." Archer touched his chin. "You think the fifth guy is the owner of Rook's Regent?" "Maybe," Rain shrugged. "Not point in speculating. Speculating won't get us anywhere unless we have something concrete to go on. Pay attention." "If you say so." Rain and Archer continued walking forward while Angel stayed behind them. He kept up with his siblings but could not shake the feeling that there was something, or someone watching them. He felt the hairs on the back of his neck spike up but he pushed the fear and paranoia down. Rook walked down the street, switching out of his mechanic jacket to a leather jacket. He stood at the end of the street and looked up at the red stop sign before him. He looked to his left, which was the direction where the Kagami residence was. Rain, Archer, and Angel Yagami, I will be having the three of you for dinner very soon. Chapter 68, Starscream. March 29, 2044. Moscow, Russia. Alpha Beta quickly donned a flak jacket and police balaclava as Cash and Fish snuck out of the room. Alpha Beta took out her faux laminate. Humble and Jester quickly dressed in SWAT-like uniforms and they drew guns and aimed them across the room. Perfect, Alpha Beta smiled inside her head. The escape plan is perfect. Heavily armed officers smashed open the door and stormed the room, shouting out for Alpha Beta and the other officers in the room to get down. Wow, Alpha Beta said in Russia. It sure as hell took you guys long enough. Put your hands up, one of the Russian officers screamed. Alpha Beta held up her laminate. Forensics, dumbass. The officers withdrew their guns. Sorry, ma'am. Red, Alpha Beta suddenly said. When the officers didn't say anything, she approached them. Red. She closed in on the first officer. Red. What's going on? The correct response is Riding Hood, Alpha Beta scolded. It's the countersign. When you hear an officer shout red, you shout Riding Hood back. Understood. The disguised Humble and Jester followed up close to Alpha Beta. We've swept this room, Jester said in Russian. All clear. Whoever was in this room abandoned it almost in a hurry. Alpha Beta remembered the briefcases that had the death note. Cash and Fish managed to take the death note suitcases in time. Once they're done securing the notebooks and everything else, it'll be time for them to play their hands. Feel free to sweep the room if you wish, Jester continued. The officers moved in and swept the room as quickly as they could. Alpha Beta and her two companions stepped out into the hallway. They turned and looked to their left. Fish and Cash, dressed in their own police uniforms, came wandering down the hallway and stopped 30 feet away from Alpha Beta. They winked at her and she winked back. Red! Alpha Beta shouted. Red, she shouted again. I said red, what's the goddamn call sign? The officers in the room came out and they aimed their guns at the disguised Cash and Fish. What's the fucking call sign? Alpha Beta demanded once more. Fish and Cash took a step back, feigning nervousness. Green? Cash replied. Get them! Alpha Beta screamed at the top of their lungs. Fucking imposters. Cash and Fish turned on their heels and ran off. The officers beside Alpha Beta quickly chased after the two imposters with Humble and Jester joining them. Exactly as planned, Alpha Beta grinned in her head. When people are paranoid, they look for the slightest detail that confirms their real or false suspicion. In this case, because Cash and Fish took the blame as the imposters, the officers raiding this place won't suspect us as we are the ones who called out the imposters. We're safe and we're free to roam around in the crowd of these police officers. But if there's one thing I know, these police officers are the real deal, not those protesters we hired to be fake cops. Alpha Beta stopped running halfway down the hall and looked over her shoulder. Shinigami, if you're following me, just show yourselves and get it over with. She found no god of death chasing her down. She narrowed her eyes and made sure her balaclava was secure around her face. She turned back and looked down the hallway with a sigh. Kip, what did you do to get these officers to raid this place? What is your fucking plan? I am halfway to beating you and you're not going to take away my victory. She began running forward. I want the world to go back to the way it was, where people die and I get to make music off of people's deaths. I won't kill you, Kip, but I will defeat you. With Knight. This was the best vantage point that Knight, Iris, and Kuroki could find. According to Gilth and Massey, who had been stalking the 10 lost children for a few days, tracked them to this big hotel on the 8th floor. Knight narrowed his eyes as he counted the windows up the building until he found what he believed to be the 8th floor. Knight looked at the police cruisers and SWAT-like vans closing in on the hotel and securing the place. Some civilians on the bottom floor were being moved out for their own safety as the police raided the place. Feels good to have the Russian police on our side this time. Knight, Iris, and Kuroki stayed in a car they rented from a mechanic. They pulled up to the side, turned off the engine, and just watched the events play out. Knight and Iris were in the front with Kuroki in the back, and Knight felt his cell phone vibrate. Hello? To the regular human, no one on the other line was speaking. But to a human who has touched the death note, they could hear the voice of a Shinigami talking to them. Alpha Beta, Jester, Cash, and two others named Humble and Fish are leading the building. Hello? Knight said into the phone as a subtle response. Is anyone there? Gilth's voice came back. Alpha Beta, Jester, and Humble are dressed up as officers, and Cash and Fish are dressed up as cop imposters. Alpha Beta is having the cops chase Cash and Fish. Hello, is someone fucking with me? Cash and Fish are leading through the back side of the building with Alpha Beta, Jester, and Humble coming out the front. I'm hanging up now. Knight hung up and pocketed his cell phone. Stupid people, calling my phone and wasting my time. I was not expecting Alpha Beta and her crew to be evading the police officers. Gilth said they're dressed up as cops, but Cash and someone named Fish is dressed up as imposter cops? He sighed with a smug smile as he realized what was going on. I think I get it. Alpha Beta, Jester, Cash, and this Humble and Fish are all imposters, technically, but to avoid suspicion, Alpha Beta made it seem like Cash and Fish are the real imposters so the police won't suspect them. We gotta thank the civilians in this part of town, Kuroki said offhandedly. Am I right? Yep, Knight agreed. If we bribe someone to say that there is a killer hiding in a hotel, then the police from all over town will be all over the hotel. We all heard what G&M said, Iris told. Does this mean? The 5 lost children have split up with Cash and Fish on one end and Alpha Beta, Jester, and Humble on the other end. He looked at Iris. Speaking of which, do you know anyone by the name of Fish or Humble from Wammy's house? Iris nodded. Yes, I remember Fish. Fish is that one kid who always hung out in the water. I swear, he'd take baths for as long as 2 hours. I'm surprised we didn't call him Prunda. Knight lifted his head as he remembered something. Oh, I remember him now. He was that kid that was always in the bath, swimming in the pool, usually for hours on end, and he's that one kid who watches Creature from the Black Lagoon on endless repeat for like 12 hours a day. He clicked his tongue and smiled. Fish, nice to meet you again. He was also the strongest, most muscular kid at Wammy's house. Possibly from spending so much time swimming in water and exercising. He had quite the contradictory appetite. He was muscular and worked out, but he ate the worst junk food he could find instead of eating a proper, healthy diet. I'm surprised he's not dead, yet. Yeah, he will be, Iris agreed. Knight furrowed his brows. What about Humble? Do you remember a kid named Humble? Iris shook her head. No. In my 12 or so years at Wammy's house, there was never a single kid named Humble. Yeah, that's right. Knight furrowed his brows. I could only vaguely remember at least 9 people leaving Wammy's house, but a kid named Humble was not in attendance at Wammy's house. Didn't the Shinigami break a rule? Kuroki suddenly asked. The two turned to her. Aren't Shinigami not allowed to give out names? Well, yeah, but... Iris interrupted Knight. Gilth and Massey didn't give out Fish and Humble's names, only their nicknames. What's the point of giving out a nickname if it's not their real name? And very obviously, we know that Fish and Humble are their real names. Oh, Kuroki nodded her head slowly. I understand. Good, Knight said. He turned back to Iris. Are you sure there wasn't a kid who was at Wammy's house named Humble? I am 1,000,000% sure, Iris responded. There has never been a single kid at Wammy's house named Humble, even when you and I were attending. Huh. So, if Humble never attended Wammy's house, how in God's name did he come into contact with children from Wammy's house? Who the hell is this Humble person? What is his real name? Knight turned to the front of the hotel. Iris, the minute you see Alpha Beta walking out of the hotel, I want you to use your Shinigami eyes on the officers walking beside her. You took, Kuroki. Even if they're wearing helmets, keep looking. I want to know who this humble person is, and I want to know immediately. Whatever you say, our lord, Kuroki said smugly. Mom always said I'd have 20/20 vision. I hope, at least, I think she always said that, I don't remember. She turned over to the side of the window and activated her Shinigami eyes. Iris took out a pair of binoculars and held them up to zoom in on the front of the building. Sure enough, a blonde woman came wandering out of the front of the building wearing a police balaclava. Knight could not see this woman's face, but he identified her by the color and structure of her hair. He narrowed his eyes in anger as memories of Wammy's house came flooding back to him. While I may have let you have the death note, Alpha Beta, it still pisses me off that someone as unworthy of you is touching the death notes. I swear to fucking God, I will fucking massacre you just for touching them with your bare flesh. You will pay for belittling me in Wammy's house, and I will prove how wrong you were. You always told me that Kira is injustice, but I will prove you wrong. He remembered what Jester said back in Wammy's house. Jester, I remember you as well. I fucking hate you just as much as I hate Alpha Beta. You're going to die a slow and painful death as well. He thought back to Humble. And Humble, I have no idea who the fuck you are, but just by associating yourself with the 10 lost children, you have forfeited your right to live and pissed me off. The punishment for pissing off the god of the new world, death. With Alpha Beta. Alpha Beta stepped out of the front of the hotel, a smile under her balaclava. She tucked her arms close to her balaclava, concealing the death notes she retrieved from her teammate's hiding spot, and walked to the first police van. She pressed her back to the van and looked to see the heavily disguised Jester and Humble meet up with her. The two of them had their helmets and balaclavas on, protecting their faces from any Shinigami eyes active in the area and giving them the privilege to walk around freely without any restraint. What are we to do? Jester asked quietly in English. Improvise, Alpha Beta responded in the same language. Improvise. Do you think Kira might be here? Humble Whisper asked in English. He did send those cops in after us. I have high expectations that he is. I think we should point him out to the officers. We have to find him first, Jester pointed out. Even so, how can we prove to the officers that they should be taken into custody? We'll say they're foreign terrorists. Alpha Beta smiled under her mask. Russia will believe one of their own before they believe a foreigner. She began looking around. Look around, spot Kira, and if you do, point him out for me. Once you do, I will think of an excuse that we can use to get them arrested. We won't be able to charge them with anything, Jester pointed out again. Unless they have any real charges to throw at them, the best we could hope for is that Kira is held in jail for 24 hours. That works for me. We just need to buy time until Rook can secure the 3 other notebooks. We'll also use this opportunity to regroup with Cash and Fish. Now, point out our former orphanage classmates. The 3 of them began their search for Knight. Alpha Beta and Jester worked together and teamed up to look for Knight and his accomplices. Humble turned away and walked in the opposite direction. Feeling slightly uneasy, he tugged his balaclava up from behind his visor and looked around. I've never been to Wammy's house. How the fuck am I supposed to know what Knight Yagami looks like? He took a deep breath. Take a deep breath, Humble, you're getting too ahead of yourself. Knight Yagami is Japanese, so all I have to do is look for an Asian person in the vicinity, and if Kuroki, whose face I did see, is with this Japanese person, then I'll know 100% without a doubt that I found Kira. He looked over to the car parked up the street. It was around 9 o'clock in the morning, so there was some glare from the sun, but his visor protected him from that as he looked over to the lone car parked near the curb. He squinted behind his mask, zooming in on the people inside, and saw one passenger with a pair of binoculars, and 2 Asian people. One was in the back, who he instantly recognized as Kuroki, and the other was the driver, who he didn't recognize. Knight Yagami and Yuri Kuroki. Feels like it's been a lifetime since I've seen you, Kuroki. And hello, Knight Yagami, the first time I'm seeing you. He turned his back to the car, subtly pretending to guard the perimeter. So, Knight did sick those cops on our hotel room with the Shinigami spying on us. I would love nothing more than to fucking kill you for killing my parents, but I'm trying to kill two birds with one stone. He looked over to Alpha Beta and Jester, who continued searching in the opposite direction. I hate you, Alpha Beta. I truly do, and you know why. It's because you think you're better than me. No one elected you as the leader, and yet, you took charge. You claim to have all the answers, but you have none. You allow us to speak, but you take no one's idea in mind. Everything has to be your plan, and only our plans are byproducts of your plan. And you use us as expendable pawns. When you, Jester, and Cash went to meet up with Knight for the first time, you had Cash not wear a mask, leaving him vulnerable to the Shinigami eyes while you and Jester were protected. And you had Fish and I play the bad guys in your little fucking scenario. I hate you with a passion, Alpha Beta. The fact that you think I'll follow your orders aimlessly just makes me hate you more. You think you're so high and might because you went to Wammy's house, so what? Guess what? I found Kira first, and I'm not going to tell you. I am going to usurp your victory right from under you. I am going to be the one to trap Kira in checkmate first, and you, Jester, and Cash will be kissing my feet. Like Dad, I will not be second best. Humble suddenly remembered that he had a milk chocolate bar on him. I'll save you for later when I defeat Kira with MY plans. For now, I'll stick to white chocolate. Hidden from sight, Gilth phased slightly through the wall and looked down at where Humble was standing. I saw your real name, Humble, he said. I never imagined in my entire life I would see that name again, even as a god of death. With Knight. Let's go, Knight said. We're getting the fuck out of here. He turned on the car and began driving. What about the 10 lost children? Kuroki asked as she put her seatbelt on. This is what it's about, Knight answered. If Alpha Beta, Jester, and Humble are here, it's possible they had Cash and Fish escape with the death notes. I already told Gilth and Massey to split up should the 5 lost children split up. Gilth is following Alpha Beta, Jester, and Humble, and Massey is following Cash and Fish. We're going to go find Fish and Cash first. Knight pulled up to a red stoplight. He turned to his wife. You still have that death note slip? Iris grabbed her locket. Of course. I only have room on the front and back for one name and one set of instructions only. Knight looked at Kuroki. What about you? Still safe and sound inside my brassiere. She smiled at the last word. Good. How big of a page do you have? Kuroki pulled the paper out of her bra. 1 full-size page. Good. Here's the plan. We'll all carry a piece of the death note with us at all times. We'll use Iris's slip to kill Fish and Cash, and when it's burned to a crisp, we'll use your paper. We'll split the paper into 3s and figure it out from there. In my honest opinion, I think letting the 10 lost children have the notebooks on purpose was a bad idea. Knight turned to his wife. Why is that? These aren't average Joes, they're people who are smarter than Rhodes Scholars. They can use the death note to their advantage. It's not like Curie or the Kia Killer. These guys are just like you and I, and we have been very creative with using the death note these past few years. There is no mistake, Knight insisted. Now shut up and follow my orders. The light turned green and Knight took off. Near a creek. After running for about a few hours, Cash and Fish finally made their stop near a creek. They still donned their visors as part of their fake police disguises, but they lost the officers a few miles back. They were in the clear. They ran up to this empty park that had a creek stretching for a few miles. Cash sat up against a tree and rested against a tree. He took off his visor and removed his balaclava, allowing himself to breathe freely for the first time in a few hours. He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand as he put his gun down. Holy shit, I feel like we just ran a marathon. Fish, who still had his visor and mask on, just shrugged. I ran 80 miles one time without stopping. Cash rolled his eyes playfully. Whatever you say, fish face. He went over to the creek and splashed some water on his face to cool him down. He looked back to his companion. We got to meet up with Alpha Beta and the others. Depending on what they're doing, they should be here in about dash. Cash goes silent. Fish looks over at his companion. Are you okay? What's happening? Cash stood up straight and walked up to the tree. He put his hand on the tree before turning to Fish. He walked up to the tall brute and carefully removed his visor and mask, exposing the muscular man's face for all to see. Fish would be worried, but it was just him and Cash in the park, so he didn't panic. Once Fish's face was seen, Cash took 3 steps back before bowing his head until it leveled with Fish's waist. I am so terribly sorry, Cash said in a robotic voice. Fish narrowed his eyes. For what? Cash straightened his back up and rotated 90 degrees to the right. He took out his gun, put the barrel to his temple, and pulled the trigger. The bullet tore into Cash's head and shot Fish in the throat. Fish gasped and fell back into the creek, his head submerged with blood pouring out into the water. He gasped before his eyes closed and his body drifted into the creek. Cash lay flat on the ground, having fallen face first into the grass. With Knight. Great work. Knight stepped out of the car, slammed it shut, and ran up to the park, leaving his car in the parking lot. He quickly jogged in the direction of the shooting, and he came to a halt when he stumbled upon Cash and Fish's bodies in the grass and creek respectively. He turned around and grabbed the camera set up in the tree. Looks like dash cams can be converted into tree cams. Knight pocketed the camera and looked around the dead bodies. Massey materialized behind him. They don't have any death notes on them. I checked. Knight turned to his mother and nodded. Good work. He looked back at the bodies. It looks like everything went exactly as planned. Manipulate Cash with the death note to go to the nearby park, and after setting up a camera of some sort, have Cash remove Fish's visor and helmet and reveal his face. After that, have Iris write that Cash shoots himself on one side of the death note page and Fish gets shot by Cash as a separate entry. He sighed and turned to run back to his car. His hair and eyes turned dark red. Even if Cash and Fish didn't have any death notes on them, it wasn't a complete loss. I just wish that Iris wrote that Cash and Fish die a slow and painful death. 2 hours after Cash and Fish's deaths. Humble stared at Fish's drifting body for what felt like an eternity. He, Alpha Beta, and Jester just arrived here about 10 minutes ago, and the only thing he could do was stare at Fish's floating corpse. A tear didn't escape his tear duct, but the taste of white chocolate suddenly seemed bitter to him. Fish, I'm sorry. Humble had no idea why he was feeling the way he did as someone punched him in the chest. He and Fish barely knew each other, but out of all the 9 lost children, he hung out with Fish the most. He shared his plans and ideals with him, and Fish didn't rat him out. He remembered when they kidnapped Kuroki together and how Fish was eating himself to death by eating unhealthy junk food and slurping down slushies like there was no tomorrow. This must be Kuroki's doing. However, there's no way in fucking hell that Fish showed his face to her Shinigami eyes. No, I know exactly what happened here. Given the wound on Cash's head, he shot himself, and based on the wound on Fish's throat, he was shot in the throat. Cash shoots himself in the head and the bullet kills both him and Fish. His lips pull back into a growl. I would hate Kira for killing Fish, but this is not Kira's fault. No, it's not his fault that Cash revealed his face to him, it was just an opportunity. Alpha fucking Beta is the one who gave Kira that fucking opportunity. Had she not had him show his face to Kuroki, Fish would still be alive. That tears I'm done. I'm fucking done working with her. Alpha Beta and Jester caught up to him after finishing whatever business they had to do. Shit, Jester cursed behind his Jester mask. He had just barely managed to get away from the police and dress back into his civilian clothes and a clown mask. He turned over to Alpha Beta. Fish and Cash are dead. Shit, Alpha Beta cursed under her breath. She reached behind her and took out a death note from the back of her pants. At least we still got the death notes. Yeah. We just hold on to these, wait until Rook finishes his end of the deal, and then we win. No one else has to die. Humble slowly turned and looked at Alpha Beta and Jester with a look of pure anger on his face. He took a deep breath and his facial expression faded into a neutral one. Alpha Beta, can I talk to you about something? Alpha Beta and Humble walked off to the side near the tree to talk. Jester walked up to the creek and looked at Fish's body and became lost in his own thoughts. What the hell happened here? How could they have possibly died? I'm not working with you anymore, Humble's voice said in the background. Why did they have to die? Fish and Cash weren't good guys, but they weren't bad guys either. And I grew up with them. I'm going to defeat Kira on my own, Alpha Beta. I have connections. I never approved of Kira growing up, and to see that 5-year-old kid grow up into a mass murderer makes me writhe in pain. My mom is Hallie Lidner and my dad is Mello. I wish that Kip could see the errors of his way and see that killing people will never lead to peace. I have connections to the Mafia and the SPK. I wish I could talk to him and appeal to his human side, but I'm afraid he doesn't have a human side. I'm done with you and Jester. We have to end this fight quickly. I'm glad that Alpha Beta chose not to kill Knight. I trust her. Okay then, Humble, if that's what you want, Jester heard Alpha Beta respond. Jester turned to see Alpha Beta with her hands on her hips in a sassy way and looked at Humble with a sassy smile. If you so humbly think you can defeat Kira on your own, then you have my blessing. Alpha Beta's smiles grew. But if you're going to go off on your own, I suggest handing over the notebook in the back of your pants. Humble smiled back. Of course. After all, it was your plan that got the death notes. It only makes sense you should have the death notes. He turned to Jester. He walked up to the mask-wearing prodigy and stood before him. He carefully took out his death note and handed it over to the clown. Jester carefully accepted the death note and grabbed it. Before he could take it out of Humble's hand, Humble's eyes drifted to Jester's crotch. You're unzipped. Jester panicked and looked down at his pants. Shit, I thought I... Humble took out a Beretta 92 FS and shot Jester in the head. The clown went limp and fell to the ground. Humble took the notebook back and rotated to draw his gun on Alpha Beta. The woman looked at Humble with an uninterested look and stared at him with hard eyes. Didn't know you had to resort to using a gun to get your way, Alpha Beta snarked. I guess you really are like your loser of a father. Humble backhanded her with the butt of his gun and knocked her to the ground. He tucked the death note in the back of his pants before reaching over and ripping the death note into Alpha Beta's possession and pocketing it in his inner jacket pocket. He turned around and retrieved Jester's fallen notebook. With all 3 notebooks in his possession, Humble didn't feel the need to threaten the woman with his gun anymore, which he quickly pocketed. His smug grin did not leave his face as he stared down at the blonde woman. I'm not your tool anymore, Alpha Beta. I'm not a tool for you to solve a puzzle. I'm done taking orders from someone who isn't my mother. I didn't like Fish, but he was a good companion. He's dead because of you because you didn't have Cash wear a mask. I'm not going to kill you, I'm going to make you watch as I repeat history and take down Kira all by myself. He turns around on his heels and begins walking. After walking 5 steps, he suddenly stops. It's officially a race to see who will catch Kira first. You or me? My money's on me. What about Rook? She asked. What about him? He'd rather work with me because I'll allow him to unleash his beast. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a white chocolate bar. I will spare you, but the next time you get in my way, I'll kill you. He took a bite of his chocolate bar. See you later, Alpha Beta. He walked away. Alpha Beta crawled over to Jester and put a finger to his neck to check for a pulse. When she found none, she nearly burst into tears before she held back. There was a hole in his rubber mask that was leaking out blood. She turned away and put her face into his chest, breaking down and quietly sobbing into his chest. Humble turned to the parking lot and put on his balaclava once more. He zipped up his jacket after finishing his chocolate and threw his wrapper in the trash. He turned to the empty parking lot and put his hands in his pocket. At the top of his lungs, he shouted, "You're next, Kira." Chapter 69, New Game. June 1st, 2044, 7 a.m. Moscow, Russia. Hotel Suite. Knight stood under the spray of the shower, letting the water soak into his hair as he leaned against the wall beside him. He folded his arms over his chest and looked down. His strawberry blonde hair darkened from the water, but his mind was focused on more urgent things. Where the hell did the rest of the 10 lost children go? With Fish, Cash, Sable, Ticket, Dawn, and Eden dead, there should only be 4 lost children left. Alphabeta, Jester, and Humble in Russia and Rook in Japan. It's been over 2 months since they stole the death notes from us and we've heard nothing from them. No signs of them attacking, writing down names, nothing. It's like they completely went off the grid. That's not going to fucking work. The shower curtain swung open. Iris stepped in after her husband. Knight turned to meet his wife. "Hey, Iris." Iris would have blushed at standing in the same space as a naked Knight, but she had seen him naked enough to get over it. They had 3 children after all. "You looked a little somber getting into the shower. You afraid the others will get dirty thoughts outside?" Knight's eyes drifted to Iris's bare chest. Iris shrugged. "What, every cop out there knows that you and I are husband and wife. There's nothing wrong with us taking a shower together. It also allows us to talk together." She leaned to whisper in her husband's ear. "What's on your mind, hubby?" "The 4 lost children, they've vanished completely. Gilth and Massey can't follow them anymore because they took refuge somewhere that surpasses how far a Shinigami is allowed to go far from their owner. They're at least 9 or 10 miles away and they have the death notes, and because they're outside the Shinigami's radius, we can't spy on them." Iris nodded. "I understand your frustration, but remember, you and I still have our memories, so the death notes are still intact." Was this their plan from the beginning? Knight growled and looked up at his wife, his bangs coming down over his eyes. "Separate me from the death note, then make sure I don't get my hands on them? As long as the death notes are in their possession, they're free to do whatever, and because I haven't used it in over 2 months, Kira has been inactive." "What about our children?" "That's another thing. If the plan was to steal all death notes from the Kiras so we can't kill anymore, it might explain why Rook hasn't gone after our children in over 2 months. Crime is also slowly and steadily rising in the country of Russia." He stomped towards his wife, backing her into a corner. She stood her ground and looked her husband in the eyes, despite the bangs hiding them. "I never should have let the 10 lost children have the death notes. I should have torn off Alphabeta mask when I had the chance. Then you would have had to deal with Humble, who is completely unknown. Why did I allow them to have the death notes? I never should have fucking given it to them. I want my notebooks back so I can kill them." He grabbed the locket around her throat. "The death note page in my watch was replaced with a fake one. I lost my emergency page. You used up all the space on the slip in your locket. All we have going for us is the one piece of paper in Kuroki's position. Remember, she split the paper into 3s for all 3 of us. Have faith, Knight, we will find the 10 lost children and kill them." She moved past him and stood directly under the spray. Knight looked over his shoulder at her back. His eyes slowly drifted down until he saw her backside. He turned away sheepishly before looking at the back of his wife's head. "Why did I have to give them the death notes? Why did I allow the lost children to take the death notes?" "You became arrogant," Iris said simply. "Played your hand and you lost. You thought that everything would automatically play out as you thought it would, but you were dead wrong. Because you were overconfident and played your hand, you lost all your power." She splashed some water on her face. "You have to get the death notes back, Knight. Not because you're Kira, but because of our children. If our enemies have the death notes, then our lives are on the line, our children's lives are on the line." Knight unexpectedly smiles. "Don't worry, Wadashi no Tsuma." He approached her and hugged her from behind. "Remember when I said we have nothing to fear when it came to the 10 lost children writing our names in the death notes?" Iris blushed at the sudden physical contact but nodded. "The same thing applies to our children. No matter what happens, we have nothing to fear. Our children are not going to die by having their names written in the death note." He kissed the back of her head. "I would never put our children in danger like that." Iris immediately caught wind of the warmth and sincerity in his voice. It reminded her that while Knight may be a ruthless killer, he genuinely loved his family. She remembers all the times he threatened to kill her, but she put all of that aside. She thought back to the time that Knight held Rain in his arms for the first time after she was born. She saw a spark on him that she hadn't seen in the few years they had been together. Knight looked genuinely happy, his smile completely absent of any malicious intent. Iris turned around and kissed her husband on the lips. "I think I thought of a plan," Knight whispered before kissing her back. "I'll tell you after though." "Sounds good to me." Knight wrapped his hands around her and they made love in the shower. 5 hours later. 12 p.m. "Think we should go home?" Nakamura asked Knight and Iris, who were sitting on the couch. "We've been in Russia for over 2 months and haven't found anything relating to the 10 lost children. It's like they just upped and vanished like ghosts." "I hate to say it, but I agree with him," Psycho said. "I mean, the trail has gone cold. In the last month we've been here, the 10 lost children never committed a single crime. I don't know what their idea is, but it's like as soon as people coming over to Japan to investigate suddenly became an issue, they decide to cut and run. And let's not forget that we lost Alpha Beta, Cash, and Jester," Murata pointed out. "No translators and no local officers to assist us. We can't leave right now," Knight snapped at them. "We came here to find the 10 lost children and by God, we're going to find them. The 10 lost children committed crimes against Kira and they must be brought to justice." Sitting in a comfy leather chair in the corner, Kuroki narrowed her eyes at Knight. "He's becoming a little desperate. We're not going to be going home until we find the rest of the lost children. Ever since they escaped the Shinigami's radius, we've heard nothing from them. We can't go back until we get the notebooks back." "I agree," Kuroki said. "We gotta finish what we came here for." Minuta turned to her. "But this operation was supposed to be over by the beginning of April, and in case you haven't noticed, it's June. We all made a pact when we came here to bring the 10 lost children to justice, and we're not going to leave until we bring them to justice." Knight smiled. "I like your determination, Kuroki." "I really do." Knight leaned back on the couch and put his feet up. "You know what, I understand both sides of the story. I understand that we have to stay until we bring Kira to justice, but at the same time, our return home is long overdue. That's why I believe we should split up once more." "What?" Nakamura gasped. "Do you remember what happened last time we split up?" Minuta reminded. "Yes. But this is different because our personal lives are on the line. Are you going to stay in Russia for as long as it takes to bring down the lost children, or are you going to go home and reunite with your friends and family? This is not something you can just answer on the spot. Think of the people back home waiting for you. What about your children?" Iris answered, "We can't go home to our children empty-handed. We promised them that we would bring the 10 lost children to justice, and that's what we're going to do." She looked at her husband, a silent conversation going on between them. "I'm going home," one of the officers said. "I've been thinking about this for a while, but I miss my family. I want to bring the 10 lost children down, but at the same time, I miss my wife. I miss my 2 daughters and Dash." "It's okay, Park, we understand," Kuroki said. "If your place is with your family, then be with your family." "I just can't leave," Park protested. "I want to go home, but I still have a job as an officer. Dash." Knight held his hand up, silencing the cop. "Don't fight it, Park. We've been working on this case for far too long. If you want to go back home, I won't blame you. I'll see to it that you won't get demoted." He turned to the rest. "The same goes for all of you. If you want to go home, go home. We'll bring you back the 10 lost children in handcuffs as a gift." He smiled widely at them. "I'll see to it." The officers heeded Knight's words and began pondering on what to do next. It is currently 12 o'clock. You have until 8 o'clock tonight to come up with an answer. If you don't come up with an answer by then, I'll just kick you out. Knight put his feet up on the coffee table. "Get to thinking, esteemed ladies and gentlemen." 8 p.m. The room seemed much larger now in comparison. The suite they picked up was supposed to be big enough to house 13 officers, but now that a majority of them were gone, the room had more space, especially for the remaining ones to move around. Knight, Iris, and Kuroki stayed as predicted, but it truly amazed them that Tezuka, Murata, and Saiko opted to stay behind as well. "Looks like we're going to be working together as a team once more," Saiko said. She turns to Iris. "It's an honor to be working with you again, Ice." Iris shook her hand. "Yeah, nice to work with you guys again." Kuroki turned to Tezuka. "Kip told me you are strong-minded, good." Tezuka nodded to her. Knight approached Murata. "Nice to be on a small team with you again." Outside of the hotel, a lone man standing in the parking lot near his car looked up at the hotel building. He counted the number of officers that came walking out of the front door and counted 7. He lit his cigarette and took a drag before pulling out his phone. He used speed dial to call up his superior. Abandoned factory. Carefully stepping down the stairs, each step leaving behind a loud clanking noise that echoed throughout the building, was Humble. He was accompanied by 2 men behind him who followed him carefully, almost to the hip. When they reached the bottom of the abandoned soda bottling factory, Humble took out a bar of white chocolate and took a bite. A man already down the stairs approached him and held out a cell phone for him. "It's for you, boss." Humble took the phone and put it to his ear. "Yours truly, humbly speaking. 13 is a bad luck number. Even when you subtract 7, it turns into 6, which is still an unlucky number." Humble's eyes widened and he smiled manically. "Beautiful analogy, Prescott." Humble hung up and walked to the center of the factory, the 3 men accompanying him. "Well, boss," the first one asked. "What does this mean?" "It means our spy, Prescott, said that of the 13 Japanese cops in Russia, only 6 are remaining to solve the 10 lost children case. It is time for us to make our move." He turns to the men behind him. "Benson, Raul, Vega, are you guys ready to make history?" "Yes, sir," Vega smiled enthusiastically. "I don't care, as long as you're paying us money," Raul rolled his eyes. "Boss?" Benson raised his hand. "Don't you think you should have hired more of us?" "That's a big negative, Benson," Humble said. "The MIA mercenaries are all highly trained professionals, right?" Benson nodded. "Good, which means I only need a select few. If there's one thing Mom taught me, it's that a small squad can win against a large group, as long as they have someone with a big brain leading. It's time for us to play our roles." Tokyo, Japan. Rook's rented apartment. Ring! Ring! In the middle of having dinner, Rook picked up his cell phone. "What's up?" "You've been a good and patient boy, Rook. You deserve a reward for your patience." Rook's eyes went wide and he dropped his fork. "Are you serious?" "Have fun and do whatever your heart desires. The only condition is that you follow my orders." "With pleasure." Rook hung up. Well, looks like that 2-month period of waiting has finally come to an end. This calls for celebration. Rook grabbed a large bowl of cereal from his cupboard and put it on the table. He went into the pantry and grabbed 3 large bags of sour candy. He tore them open, one after the other, and poured them into the bowl. He went into the fridge and grabbed a sour drink and poured it into the bowl. He reached into his jacket pocket and took out a pack of Warhead Sour Squeeze and poured it into the bowl. He digs his hands into the bowl, mixing all the stuff up before taking a handful and taking as big a bite as he could. His eyes roll to the back of his skull and he sighs with a moan. So good. June 2nd, 2044, 9 a.m. Hotel Suite. Moscow, Russia. Knock! Knocky! Knight went to answer the hotel room. A bellhop wearing a monocle stood there holding a box. Knight took the box and looked it over in confusion. The bellhop held his hand out, expecting a tip, only for Knight to slam the door on his face. "What the fuck is this?" It was addressed to Knight in perfect English. He quickly opened the package and was gathered around by his colleagues. Inside the box was a large green book the size of a Bible. Knight turned the book over after reading the cover, which said Book of Short Stories and Poems, and looked around for anything that stood out. A book, Psycho observed. How odd. Hopefully, it's fan mail, Kuroki said. Or a writer who is forcing Kip to critique his book. Knight opened to the first page and flipped through the book. He stopped on page 126, which had about several lines of wording highlighted in yellow. His eyes roam over a sentence. My time on this earth, coming to a close, nowhere for me to go. Eli hugged me, he refused to let me go. I held on, but I was forced to let go. Leviathan reached out into the sea and swept his hands across. Land was in sight, Eli and I waved from the sea beast. Cerberus, I recall, the name of the group my mother traveled with. What the hell is this? Knight's eyes roamed over the highlighted sentences before he noticed something. The first letter of each highlighted portion had a letter that spelled out a name. Mellow. This says Mellow. Ring! Ring! Knight's personal cell phone rang and Knight answered it. He kept his eyes down on the book as he said, Hello? Do you like the book? A voice asked. It's a lovely read, right? Knight's hair and eyes turned a dark red color. It must be the 10 Lost Children. The voice is a male, so it can't be Alpha Beta, and I've heard Jester's voice, so I know it's not his voice. And with Cash and Fish dead, it can only be one person's voice. Humble. Yeah, Knight answered. It's a charming read. Thanks. What page are you on? Page 126? Knight looked down at the page number. Yes. Good. Good, good, goody. You see the highlighted portions? Yes, Knight answered. I've seen everything in the highlighted portions. It's something my mother used to read to me when I was young. Whenever I woke up, crying in bed, she would read this book to me to mellow me out. Knight nearly crushed the phone in his hand out of anger. It took every ounce of willpower to overcome his anger. I'll say. Turn to page 30. Knight did just that, and like before, there were more sentences highlighted. He looked at each letter in the beginning and made out a name. H. Lidner. Hallie Lidner. Mellow, Hallie Lidner, what's going on? And when you're done with that page, turn to page 128 and then page 129. Knight did as ordered and turned to page 128 and made out the message. You will pay. He looks at the next page. For killing Moem and Dad. Knight narrowed his eyes in confusion. Did I kill his mom? I've killed a lot of people, so he's going to have to be specific. Then again, I saw the names Mellow and Hallie Lidner. He tells me to look at the messages that say Mellow and Hallie Lidner, and then he tells me to switch to a page, telling me I'm going to pay for killing his parents. Is he trying to tell me that his parents are Mellow and Hallie Lidner? You get the message now? Crystal, Knight hissed. Good, very good. Now that I know that you're smart, you're going to do everything I say, understand? In about 30 seconds, you're going to get a knock on your hotel door. Answer it, but keep the phone on. If the phone is off or I get even the slightest idea that you handed the phone off to someone else, the plan is off. And what's the plan? The plan is for us to meet, duh. Holy shit, is Humble telling me that he wants to meet? What kind of plan has Alpha Beta cooked up? Oh, and just to avoid confusion, turn to pages 12 and 13. Knight flips to those pages and reads the message. Alpha Beta is no more. Alpha Beta is no more? Did Humble kill Alpha Beta? As if he read his mind, Humble said, She's not playing the game anymore, only me. Knock! Knock! Knight turned to the door. He looked through the peephole, but nobody was there. Here's the plan, I'm going to give you directions to my location. Your job is to read the book until you get to my location. Pick up the book, walk out the door, and turn right in the hallway until you get to the elevators. Oh, and don't try anything clever, I've got eyes and ears looking to sniff out cheaters. So controlling. I see what his plan is. If I'm reading the book to him while on the phone the entire time, I won't be able to give out verbal instructions to my underlings. I have nothing to fear, the death note isn't going to do anything to me, and if I'm wandering off, rambling like an idiot, my team will follow. And when he refers to eyes and ears, he must be referring to Jester. And since Alpha Beta isn't playing the game anymore, as Humble said, that means there are only 2 players left in Russia. I still gotta figure out how to take out Rook in Japan. Yeah, I'm a psycho control freak. Now pick up the book and start reading. If I don't hear talking in the next 5 seconds dash. Knight quickly picked up the book. If this is my only chance to meet Humble, I can't pass it up, especially if he is suggesting that his parents are Hallie and Mello. I'm going to reunite him with dear Mommy Hallie and Daddy Mello. Knight quickly read. There once was a boy, born of gray hair, who lived on his own after his parents were mauled by a bear. Good, Humble praised. Now, walk to the elevator. Knight obeyed his instructions and kept on reading. Iris and Kuroki looked at each other, Tezuka, Psycho, and Murata exchanging confused glances. Iris turned back and narrowed her eyes. Knight is walking aimlessly out of the hotel while reading a book. One of the 10 lost children must be using that to his advantage. Stop but keep reading, Humble ordered. Knight did just that and stopped outside the hallway. I want Kuroki to hold the book for you. Tell her to do that, but keep the phone to your ear. Knight looked behind his back to Kuroki. Hold the book for me. Now keep reading. Knight read the next few sentences before Kuroki came over and held the book up to his face for him to read. Is she holding the book for you? If she is, say yes. Yes. Good, now keep reading and heading towards the elevator. Iris stayed behind with Psycho, Tezuka, and Murata. They followed closely behind before Iris held her hand up, signaling them to stop. We got to do something, but what? Knight and Kuroki are both incapable of me, but I have a slip of the death note with me. If I allow Knight to wander in whatever direction the 10 lost children are telling him, I can sneak up on them and write their names down. Iris flicked her hand forward. This was the signal for Gilth and Massey to scout ahead. Okay, it's time for Knight and Kuroki to play their hand, and time for me to play my hand. She narrowed her eyes. I remember the plan that Knight came up with. Looks like it's time to enact that plan. All I got to do is wait for the opportune moment. Chapter 70, Loss. June 2nd, 2044. 9:10 a.m. Moscow, Russia. Knight kept reading from the book as instructed, with Kuroki holding the book for him. He kept the phone to his ear, and when his arm got tired, he used his shoulder to keep his phone up. When they reached the bottom of the hotel, they stepped outside and Humble directed Knight and Kuroki to the parking lot. Carefully following Humble's directions, they came upon a black van with a single person in the driver's seat. The masked man acknowledged them and looked weirdly at Knight and Kuroki. He's reading from the book, he pointed out to himself. This means that he's distracted. Time for the next part of the plan. Prescott stepped out of the vehicle and went to the back doors. He opened the door for them and Knight and Kuroki went inside. If all goes according to plan, then neither this guy cop nor the girl cop will be able to come up with a plan. Humble said that he'll call them without any forewarning and force them on the phone so they can't come up with a plan. As for the other officers, Humble assured me that I have nothing to fear and only focus on carrying out my orders. Prescott shut the doors behind him before heading back to the driver's seat. In the back of the van, Knight's hair and eyes turned dark red. God damn it, I'm completely helpless. I can't fucking do anything as long as I'm on the phone. This phone call should be tapped and traced because humanity has become that much more sophisticated with cybercrime, but still. I'm sure Humble has a plan and factored in traced and tapped calls into his equation. I have a plan as well, but unfortunately, because I'm tied up, I can't enact it. Iris is smart, so she'll be able to go through with the plan herself. Kuroki felt her hands get tired from holding the book but was determined for her god. She kept telling herself that she owed him her life and she was going to see it through to the end. Besides, this is nothing compared to the pain she grew up with. Prescott drove up the street a few blocks away from the hotel. They stopped at a four-way intersection that was riddled with heavy traffic. Prescott turned around and looked at Knight. Who is that guy? Who is the driver? Is he jester or something? Fuck. Kuroki glanced at the driver, giving him the side eye. She narrowed her eyes and activated her Shinigami eyes, only to realize that the man was wearing a mask. Shit, I can't see his name. Who is he? Is he a member of the 10 Lost Children or something? Is he outside help? If he was Jester, then he would have been wearing his clown mask, but he's not. He must be someone else entirely. "'Kay then, sit up," Prescott ordered. He took out a device from his pocket and aimed it at the bottom of the van. He clicked the button and a hole appeared in the center of the van's floor. The hole in the van revealed a manhole cover that was half opened. The manhole cover was pushed all the way open by a masked man wearing black. "You have such a horrible reading voice," Humble told Knight over the phone. "Stop reading for 2 seconds and ask your driver for the code." Knight turns to the masked driver. "What's the code?" "Bravo, Alpha." Knight repeated the words into the phone. "Excellent work. It looks like even a dumbass like you can obey simple orders. Did you know that even the most primitive of life forms such as monkeys can obey simple instructions? Climb down the manhole and I'll give you a banana." "I hate bananas," Knight growled in his head. "Get back to reading." Knight begrudgingly obeyed, and very carefully was he forced to climb down through the manhole cover. Kuroki paused and held the book and climbed down after him. Prescott climbed down after the two and closed the manhole behind him. The 3 of them landed in the sewers. Before they could even think about escaping, a gun is placed on the back of Knight's head. The gunman was the one who opened the manhole earlier, and he was jamming the barrel into the back of Knight's skull. Humble asked, "Code from the new guy?" Knight turned to the gunman, and before he could ask, the gunman said, "Bitch." Knight repeated the curse word into the phone. "And a bitch you and Alpha Beta are, Kip. Now get back to reading and get moving." Knight rolled his eyes in the back of his head before gesturing for Kuroki to hold up the book. Prescott and the gunman escorted the two through the sewers. The only light they had in their possession was a flashlight on Prescott's phone. The surface. Up on the surface, Iris and Psycho had been following the black van that Knight and Kuroki got in. The 2 girls followed in the back of a civilian car instead of a police car, on account that they couldn't get a police cruiser in their possession. Due to the traffic at the 4-way intersection and them being a few cars behind the black van, they had to wait patiently for traffic to get a move on. Iris kept her eyes on the back of the black van, staring intensely at the back windows with unblinking eyes. "You're not going to take my husband," she thought, her hair and eyes turning pink. "I will let the world burn before you take Knight away." She blinked for a split second when the black van blew up in an explosion of orange fire. Iris and Psycho jumped out of their seats and nearly hit their head against the ceiling of the car. Iris quickly gets out of the passenger side of the car and stares in shock at the fiery debris. She gasps and puts a hand on her mouth. "No, Knight!" In the sewers. Knight and Kuroki jolted at the sound of the explosion and looked back in the direction they came from. The gunman tapped on Knight's shoulder and said, "Bing, bang, boom. Tell Humble." "Who are these guys?" Knight wondered. "They're working for Humble, but they're not those Kira fanatics that attacked us in the motel. They're also not Japanese. Their accents are horrible." Knight turned ahead and said, "Bing, bang, boom," into the phone. "My dad would have loved it. Now get back to work." Knight rolled his eyes once more before moving on. "I think I know what's going on." He blew up the van on the streets to lose anyone who could have been trailing the van, and since no one saw us escaping into the sewers, they'll assume the driver and all passengers are dead. If Iris saw that explosion, she'll be furious and she'll either believe that I'm dead or alive somehow. I got to figure out a way to contact her, but with this phone and gunman on me, it seems next to impossible. Abandoned soda bottle factory. After about an hour or so of walking, the 4 people finally made it to their destination. They climbed up a ladder near a giant gate and found themselves in a small room with only a single light bulb above them. There was a wooden door in the corner, which they pushed through and entered an abandoned factory that used to bottle soda. They were greeted by a few more gunmen, each wearing a mask and aiming their weapons at Knight and Kuroki. "You can stop reading," Humble told Knight. Knight did just that and Kuroki finally dropped the book to the ground. That's the last time I read a book to anyone. How do you think I feel? Knight snarked. I'm going to have a pretty hefty phone bill for staying on the phone for this long. You can hang up now, Humble said. Instead of replying, Knight immediately hung up. As soon as he did, his phone was confiscated and thrown to the ground, where it was smashed by Prescott's feet. You shouldn't have done that, Knight warned. I had all my family photos on that phone. It's okay, Prescott said. If you behave, we might send your kids to hell with you. Knight narrowed his eyes at Prescott. You lay a fucking finger on my family, you're fucking dead. Ew, I'm so scared. You should be scared of me. Ha, yeah, whatever you say, Halsey. Prescott grabs Kuroki by the throat and jams the barrel of a pistol into her neck. Benson, take this man to meet our employer. Raoul, Vega, and I will deal with this woman. You're not the boss of me, mini-boss, Benson laughed. Benson escorted Knight away, leaving Kuroki in the hands of Prescott, Raoul, and Vega. The three of them dragged Kuroki away and cuffed her hands behind her back. Instead of gagging her, they blindfolded her with a scarf and left her in the corner. Her hair and her eyes turned orange. They blindfolded me, Kuroki noted. Do they suspect me of having the Shinigami eyes? How much do these guys know? It doesn't matter, I have to figure out a way to kill them. Okay, think back to when I first got here. What did I see? This is an abandoned factory and based on what I saw, this is a bottling factory. This means there's plenty of glass for me to use as a weapon. They blindfolded, not gagged me, which means they might require me to talk. There are only 4 of them, but 3 of them stayed behind. The fact they tied me up instead of killing me proves they need me alive. Now, what can I do? What else is there? She remembered something. I still have a few pieces of the death note in my bra. As long as I'm not forced to strip, they won't see my death note slip. And Kuroki was grabbed by the back of the hair and forced to get up. Stay here, Vega ordered Prescott and Raoul. They complied and Vega led Kuroki away. Don't get any dirty ideas with her, Raoul warned. No promises. Though Vega meant it as a joke, Prescott and Raoul looked at Vega suspiciously without humor behind their expressions. Don't get any dirty ideas, huh? I think I found something I could use. Kuroki smiled internally. Vega took Kuroki to a maintenance room and he threw her against the wall. Take your fucking clothes off. Kuroki tensed up. What? You heard me, take your fucking clothes off. So that's his plan, huh? Strip me naked for the Death Note pages. I'm not surprised, gotta think of something. I'm not your daddy's whore, you can't just tell me to take off my clothes. She shook her tied wrists a bit. And in case you're blind, my wrists are tied. How am I supposed to take my clothes off? Unless you have a fetish to see people tied up trying to get out of clothes. Also, I want a blanket to cover myself with. Vega contemplated for a moment. I guess you have a point. He took out the key to the cuffs. I'm going to remove the cuffs. If you try anything, I swear to fucking God, I will dash. You'll what? What did Humble say about me? Given that I'm tied up instead of dead on the floor, it means your boss said he wants me alive. Not only that, but I also have a blindfold on as opposed to a gag. Humble suspects me of something, but despite that, he wants me alive. If you try and harm me, Humble might get mad at you. As long as you're still alive, he could care less. Then I'll gouge out my own eyes. Vega tensed up. Why? What did Humble tell you about specifically? That Kip and I are related to Kira somehow. He told us that he believes you and your boyfriend are Kira and that you have some kind of eyes that allow you to see a person's name. He's paying us to keep silent, but he wants your Shinigami eyes. You're mercenaries. I heard one of you guys call Humble your employer, which means your loyalties lie only where there is money. If Humble told you to keep my eyes shut but not kill me, it must mean he wants my eyes. Here's my proposal. You give me a blanket to cover myself up and I won't gouge out my eyes. Vega laughed. How do you plan on gouging out your eyes? Kuroki's hands were cuffed behind her back. She folded over, bringing her cuffed hands to the floor, before she stepped over her hands so they at her front. She brought her cuffed hands up to her chest. As you can see, I'm quite flexible. She turned in the direction she believed Vega was standing. What has two thumbs that can be used to gouge out a person's eyes? She pointed her two thumbs at her. This girl. I'll just stop you. I'll have already done damage. I don't believe you. Kuroki tilted her head. Is that so? As a mercenary, if your employer paid you to burn off your face, would you do it? That's something we used to do but not anymore. Mercenaries that burn their faces? This means these guys are the MIA mercenaries, but this guy didn't go through with it. But would you? Yes. Kuroki smiled. I would do, but I have a much stronger force motivating me. I thought someone like you would understand self-mutilation, coming from a group known to burn off their faces and whatnot. Now for the last time, give me a blanket or a towel to cover myself. She held her thumbs to her eyes. Or I'll gouge out my eyes. Vega grunted before searching through the maintenance room for a blanket or towel. I'll do it, if it means saving my god and goddess, I'll gouge out my eyes. I owe everything from my life to my body to Kira. Vega found a blanket and handed it to Kuroki. Thank you. Now, can you lift my blindfold so I can properly undress? Vega nodded and put on his face mask before removing Kuroki's blindfold. With her vision returning to her, Kuroki blinked twice to gain her seeing sense back. She looked around her before looking up at Vega. He wore a black face mask that covered all but his eyes. He stepped back and aimed his gun at her head. You're not going to outsmart me, Vega told. I don't care what our employer is all about, but he said something to you about having killer eyes. I don't know if he meant that in the hot way or whatever, but he said that your eyes are valuable. The fact that you're willing to damage them proves they're valuable. Do anything to destroy them, I'll stop you and salvage what's left of your eyes. Duly noted. Kuroki turned away and began undressing. She only managed to take off her shoes, socks, and pants before turning back to Vega. Just so you know, I can't take off my jacket or shirt with my wrists tied. Would you be a good little mercenary and untie me? Vega kept his gun trained on her and motioned for her to turn around. Now's my chance. I don't know if it'll work, but I gotta give it a shot. Then again, I did hear the other two guys tell my captor not to get any dirty thoughts. He must have a record of doing dirty stuff to captives, otherwise, why would they warn him? Kuroki folded over and stepped over the cuffs so her hands were now tied behind her back once more. She pressed her front to the wall and listened to the shing as Vega took out his knife. When he got within 2 feet of her, Kuroki began screaming. Vega nearly jumped out of his skin and jammed the gun barrel in the back of her head. Shut up, he shouted in her ear. Shut the fuck up. As someone, she pleaded. Help me! The maintenance door was ripped open and Prescott and Raoul came in. The sight of Vega pressing his body against a woman without pants on got them all riled up. They grabbed Vega by the back of the head and dragged him away. We told you not to get any fucking ideas. Prescott warned as they dragged him a few feet away from the maintenance room. The door closed behind her and allowed Kuroki to sit up. Without thinking, she pushed her thumbs out of place and used them to slip through the cuffs. Fighting through the initial pain, she reached into her bra and stuck the piece of paper in her mouth. She quickly reached into her jacket pocket and took out her phone. She hastily turned it on and silently called Iris. Iris picked up a few seconds later, but Kuroki turned down the volume and hid it under a shelf containing various cleaning stuff and hid it from sight. And with this, Iris will be able to track my location. Kuroki slipped her hands into the cuffs once more and laid back in the position she was left in. Prescott and Raoul came into the maintenance room a few seconds later and they put a blanket over Kuroki's half-bare body. I apologize for my colleague's illicit behavior. He has a history of doing unsavory things to women. Pre-mercenary life, of course. Kuroki pushed the Death Note page in her mouth to the side and nodded with a somber expression. My god, my goddess, I'm sorry for getting kidnapped 2 months ago and again today. I hope this makes up for everything that I've done. With Knight. Benson led Knight up to the second floor and down a long hallway that stretched maybe 50 or 60 feet with windows to his right. The windows were dirty as hell, but light still shined through. As they were walking, the only thing the two men could hear were the sounds of their footsteps echoing throughout the hall, each thud heavier and louder than the last. Knight was told to stop at a door to his left. Based on the handle, Knight judged that this was the kind of door that slid open rather than open the regular way. Knight opened the door ever so slowly, and like the whole thing was happening in slow motion, a man with golden blonde hair sat in the center of this empty room, wearing a leather jacket and a gas mask that barely obscured his eyes. The man in the gas mask slowly looked up to see Knight, and his eyes widened. Knight stared at the gas mask man with narrow eyes. Benson shoved Knight into the room before sliding the door shut. Nice to meet you, son of Mello and Hallie Lidner. Oh my fucking god, Humble laughed behind his mask. Son of Light Yagami and Misa, a main in the flesh. He slowly stands up to his feet and begins walking towards Knight. My dad may have kidnapped Kira's sister, but I did the unthinkable and kidnapped Kira himself. Knight began walking towards Humble, his hands clenched into fists, ready to pounce at a moment's notice. Son of Kira meeting son of Mello. It must be fate, and I know that fate is a real thing. I can't believe the person who killed my mother was a teenage boy with reddish blonde hair. He stopped 30 feet away from Knight. Do you know what it's like to lose a relative close to you? Knight continued walking and stopped only when he was 15 feet away. I do. Liar, someone like Kira would kill even his own father to save his own skin. You don't love your father, you don't love anyone, you only love yourself. Saya Yagami, the person your father kidnapped, she was my aunt. The day I killed your mother, I killed her as well. I don't know why I did it, maybe it was impulsive, maybe it was so I could cut all possible connections to my past and start anew, but thinking back to everything that's happened to me growing up, I regret it. I regret killing my aunt. And then there's Iona, she's my wife's sister. I regret killing her, I really wish I could bring her back. I lost everybody. I lost my mother, father, aunt, and grandparents from both my mom and dad's side, my sister-in-law, and my adopted parents. Good, you fucking deserve to be alone. You should kill yourself right now. Humble reached behind him and took out a death note with a black cover he had been hiding in the back of his pants. This, he hissed menacingly, this is the exact same death note my dad stole from Kira 32 years ago. Humble smiled behind his mask. 32 years, that's a long time, and I turned 31 in September. Interesting, I turned 31 in October. Knight suddenly smiled. 31, that's the age your father never reached. Pot calling the kettle black, Knight. Your papa never made it to 31 either. True. How did you do it? Humble demanded. How did you find out about my mother's name? The only person who knew of her real name was me and Uncle Near. Knight wagged his finger. Nuh-uh, that knowledge is exclusive to Death Note owners. He put his hand down. Where are the rest of the 10 lost children? You mean the 9 lost children? I was never part of that group. Dawn, Ticket, Sable, Eden, Cash, and Fish are all dead. Alpha Beta and Jester are no more. The only player left in the game is Rook, but because he's loyal to me, he's no longer a part of the lost children. The 10 lost children are effectively and immediately disbanded. Where's Alpha Beta and Jester? Humble put his hand holding the death note down. I killed Jester and abandoned Alpha Beta. You are more than welcome to try and kill her if you want. Just say the word and I'll write her name in the death note. Knight shook his head. You're lying. You don't know her real name. I took a picture of her without her mask on. I can show you that photo and you can have Kuroki see her name and write it down. So he knows that Kuroki has the Shinigami eyes. Doesn't matter. You're full of a lot of rages, Humble. Taken an entire page out of your dad's book. Knight looked Humble in the eyes as he asked, "What's this all about? Is this about vengeance?" "Yes and no. You will pay for killing my mother and I will prove to Alpha Beta that I am better than her. I didn't need to be pampered by Wammy's house to take down Kira. All I needed to take down Kira was the right amount of leverage." Knight rolled his eyes and groaned loudly like a whining child. "You just love to hear yourself talk, don't ya? Instead of talking, how about you listen for a change? You are nothing like your father. Your dad traumatized my aunt, killed my grandfather, indirectly caused my mom and dad to die, and brought an end to Kira. I may not have any older relatives alive, but I have a wife, children, and a good friend, and they're all in this with me all the way. You have done nothing to destroy their lives directly or indirectly. And you know what? I'm willing to bet it wasn't your plan to steal the death notes, you just leached off of Alpha Beta's success. I have accomplished so much more than you ever could, and I have been active since I was 17. What have you been doing these past 14 years, huh? Why did it take you so long to get revenge on me, Humble, huh? I killed your mom in cold blood, and yet, you waited 14 years to get revenge and prove that you're better than Alpha Beta. And that's another thing, why is it you only initiated your master plan after a majority of the 10 lost children were dead?" Knight shook his head in disappointment. "Your father did better, he didn't leech off of Nier's success. He proved that he is far more competent than Nier. You're nothing compared to your father." Humble snickered behind his gas mask before he burst into full-on laughter. After calming down a few seconds later, he looked at Knight and said, "You think you can use talk no jutsu on me and make me cry? I don't fucking think so. You're fucked, the rest of your family, I could give two shits about. The only thing I care about is avenging my mother and living out my father's legacy. I don't need to prove I'm better than you, I already am better than you. Does that mean you're not going to write my name in the death note?" Humble smiled at him. "What makes you think I haven't already?" Knight's face remained emotionless as he processed the new information. His eyes narrowed as his ears picked up something coming from across the factory. Humble turned in the same direction and his smile beamed behind his mask. "Well, what do you know, it looks like the rest of the party is here." Knight looked back to Humble. "What the fuck are you talking about?" "With Kuroki." She sat in the corner, still stripped of her clothes, only covered by a blanket. She still kept the piece of the death note hidden in her mouth and watched as Prescott and Raoul continued to reprimand Vega. It first started off with them beating him up, only for them to get tired and start scolding Vega for repeating past mistakes. Kuroki thought back to her cell phone in the maintenance room and how any second now, Iris and the other cops would be bursting in. "What's taking so long? What's taking so long?" Prescott and Raoul looked ahead to the wall as if they heard something. The two of them then took out their cell phones. "Holy shit," Raoul said, "one of the alarms outside has been tripped." "Grab your weapon," Prescott ordered. "You too, Vega." "Fuck you," Vega snapped but obeyed orders nevertheless. As they cocked their guns, the wall beside them exploded into a bunch of pieces and bricks. The mercenaries quickly jumped to their feet, but before they could aim their guns, several Japanese officers flooded inside the room and drew their guns on them. "Gun down," one of them said in a heavy Japanese accent. "I said guns down." Prescott, Raoul, and Vega survived their surroundings and counted 11 officers having flooded into the building. Recognizing that they were outnumbered, they held their hands up and gently placed their guns on the floor. "We surrender," Raoul said. The three of them kicked their guns aside and backed away as the officers moved in to secure them. "What the hell is going on here?" Kuroki thought. This wasn't part of the plan. With Knight. "What the fuck are you talking about?" Knight repeated. Humble held up the death note and flipped to a specific page. Once he found said specific page, he turned the notebook around and showed Knight an entire page filled out with the names of every single Japanese police officer that came to Russia to investigate the 10 lost children. Knight's eyes went wide as he saw the names of his fellow officers written in the notebook. "See any familiar names?" Humble mocked. "If you'll notice, in this notebook, I wrote that everybody in the Japanese police force in Russia would arrive at this factory at 10:05 a.m. exactly. And they would commit suicide at 10:07 a.m. simultaneously. Humble laughed. Knight narrowed his eyes in anger. You son of a bitch. I got the name from the second-in-command of the NPA himself. I wrote his name in the notebook and that he would email a file of all Japanese agents in Russia. The rest is history. Now then, let's have a countdown, shall we? Humble looked at his watch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 10:07 a.m. Bang! With Kuroki. Kuroki's eyes went wide as the blood from 7 officers spray across the room and paint the walls red. Kuroki gasps and covers herself with the blanket when she feels some blood get on her feet. Iris, Saiko, Tezuka, and Murata stood amongst the crowd, blood splattered on their face and eyes wide like they'd seen a ghost. Prescott, Raoul, and Vega stare with a mixture of shock and horror as the reality dawned on them that they just saw 7 officers lying guns up to their heads and shoot themselves before them. Military training kicked in and they picked up their guns. Before Iris and the other 3 could process what was going on, the 3 mercenaries restrained Iris, Saiko, Tezuka, and Murata and held them at gunpoint in the corner. With Knight. As soon as Knight heard that bang come from the other end of the factory, he knew that his goose had been cooked. He lost nearly his entire team in less than an instant and Humble was laughing his ass off and smiling. Oh man, I need a piece of chocolate right now, but I don't want to lift the mask from my face, even a fraction of an inch. Humble held the death note up and took a pen out. Now that I know that the notebook is real and that you lost everybody near and dear to you, it's time for you to fucking pay. Now, let's get to writing. Oh, and to clarify what I said earlier about already writing your names, I already wrote your surnames in the notebook. All I gotta do is write your first names. Humble. Knight charged for him. Yuri Kuroki. He read off as he wrote. You fucking. He screamed at the top of his lungs. Iris Abernathy. Bitch! Knight Yagami. Knight tackled Humble to the ground. The gangster's son punched Knight across the face and kicked him off of him. Humble crawled towards the death note and held it up for Knight to see as plain as day. Knight's name was written in the death note. Knight's eyes widened. He opened his mouth to say something but he burst out laughing. Ah! You fucking bitch. You're so fucking dumb. Asshole. Ha! Humble was taken aback by this sudden behavior. He quickly springs to his feet and squares up to Knight in a defensive position. Let's have a fucking bet, mama's boy. If I'm still alive 40 seconds after having my name written down, I get to take off your mask and kill you. If not, well then. I'm fucking dead. Humble looked at Knight suspiciously before he looked down at his watch. You're on, son of a failure. Knight slowly picked himself up, as if he had all the time in the world, the smile never leaving his face as he squared up to Humble, his smile getting bigger with each passing second. How many seconds has it been? 35 seconds, Humble answered. 35. 36. 37. 38. 39. Knight's hair and eyes turn a dark red color. Well, Humble, looks like I win. 40. Chapter 71, Orphan. I felt the blood in my veins run cold as I was forced to my knees by these masked men. Everyone around me had dropped dead after putting a bullet in their brains. I licked my lips and looked up at the masked man before me. He put a handgun to my head and even though I couldn't see his eyes, I knew there was a hint of sadism in them. Instead of cowering in fear, I flashed them the biggest smile I could offer to them. Check, I said in my British accent. It's been a while since I spoke in my British accent. The fuck? I rolled my eyes. I could tell by his horrible accent alone that he wasn't Russian nor Japanese. Not Jester or Rook, so outside help. What the fuck do you mean, check? The masked man looked up and gasped. He backed away and held his gun up to shoot something over my head. He was tackled to the ground by a man suddenly appearing behind me and had his face punched in. The man who attacked the mercenary was a Kira fanatic, part of the same group that attacked us at the motel. This is what Knight's plan was. When we were making love in the shower, Knight told me that he planned on finding and meeting Alpha Beta in person. He would allow himself to get captured and then we would trace his signal and send in Kira fanatics to attack. There was more to the plan, but all I had going through my mind was finding my husband. I looked to my right and there was Yuri. I picked myself up and nodded to her. Good work. I still didn't like her, but she may have just saved my husband, so I can temporarily let my hatred for her slide. More of the Kira fanatics came flooding into the room and attacked the mercenaries. The mercenaries fought back with guns and fists in a similar way to the MIA mercenaries 12 years ago. Are these blokes the MIA mercenaries? Knight went up there, Kuroki shouted and pointed to the second floor. Go get him. I leave Kuroki behind to be taken in by Saiko, Tezuka, and Murata, while I ran up the stairs. I looked to my right, a dead end, so I turn to my left and make a break for it. I reach the door leading to a long hallway, but I take cover behind a pillar to my right. I snuck a peek to see a mercenary standing at a door at the very end and he was aiming in my direction. I pull my head back before taking out my phone. I pull up my camera and snap a photo of the man. I turn to video mode and see him slowly walking in my direction. I may be an officer of the law, but I had my gun taken from me by those mercenaries and I was too concerned with my husband to retrieve my gun, and that was a mistake on my end. If that mercenary was guarding a door, it must be where my husband is. I have to get to him, but I was completely helpless against this mercenary. I looked to my left and I saw that the window before me was unlocked. I scooted up the pillar, careful not to reveal my location, and I slowly but surely opened the window. I pocketed my phone and climbed out the window. I hung from the edges just below the window and glued my feet to the wall. Had it not been for my husband working out with me, I never would have had the strength to do a pull-up. I crawled across the wall, careful to not pop my head up in a place where the mercenary could see me. Even though I was crawling blind, I had counted how many window panes it took to reach the door the mercenary was guarding, and I mentally counted in my head as I crawled across. Once I reached the last window frame, I peeked my head up and saw a red door that slid open instead of pulling or pushing open. I looked to my left. The mercenary was still there, but he was unaware of my presence and he was getting closer to the pillar I was hiding behind earlier. I took out my phone and sent out a message to the Kira fanatics. I waited patiently for maybe 30 when the fanatics came sprinting down the hall, armed with baseball bats and crowbars, determined to bring down the mercenary. The mercenary opened fire on them, not wasting an entire clip, and fired maybe 2 or 3 bullets at a time at a target. I pulled myself up to the window while he was distracted and opened the window and crawled through. Thank God the window was unlocked. I was at the red door, but I couldn't go in blindly because what if my husband was in trouble? I had to be smart. I look down the hall and I see the mercenary continue to waste more of the expendable fanatics. A plan hatched in my mind and I picked a piece of debris on the ground which appeared to be a chunk of rock removed from the wall. As he opened fire on the fanatics, I charged for him like a soccer player. I struck him over the head with the debris. The mercenary stumbled forward and was tackled to the ground by one of the fanatics. The mercenary knocked the fanatic off, but the fanatics overwhelmed the mercenary and restrained him. I held my hands up and ordered the mercenaries to stop hitting him. The fanatics obeyed and they pried off the mercenary's mask, showing me his face and the name above his head. Spencer Benson, 6742-2498. An idea formed in my mind. I took out my phone, switched to an English to Russian translator, and I gave my order to the fanatics. They looked at me weirdly, but they began stripping off the mercenaries' clothes. June 2nd, 2044, 10:12 a.m. Moscow, Russia. Abandoned dead soda factory. What the fuck? Humble gasped, ignoring the sounds of gunshots going on outside. Why aren't you dying? Knight smiled at Humble, his eyes widening with each passing second. It's been over a minute and you're still alive. How the fuck are you still alive? Knight laughed. Well, what do you know? It looks like you've lost the game, Humble. We made a bet and now you must pay with your life. Knight folded his arms over his chest. Take off your fucking gas mask. Humble drew a gun on him. I don't fucking think so. He pulled the hammer back. Just because you can't be killed by the Death Note doesn't mean you're immune to death. Now tell me, how are you still alive? How the fuck did you survive having your name written in the Death Note? Knight laughed and looked Humble in the eyes. Look through the rules and try and come up with a deduction. You're smart, son of Mello, you'll figure it out. Thank you, Humble said dryly, but I'm running out of patience now. Quit wasting my time and talk. Should I really tell him how I survived? What if he decides to do the same thing? Why not? I'll have the Death Notes back in my possession by the end of the day, it won't matter. And even if he made himself immune from the 3 Death Notes, there's still Rain and Archangel's 3 notebooks, and last time I checked, they still have the notebooks in their possession. What the hell, I'll tell him. By having my name written in the Death Note, Knight answered. There's a rule in the Death Note that states, the Death Note will be rendered useless if the victim's name is misspelled 4 times. If a Death Note owner accidentally misspells a name 4 times, that person will be free from being killed by the Death Note. However, if they intentionally misspell the name 4 times, the Death Note owner will die. Humble seemed to understand what happened. So, you had your name misspelled in the Death Notes 4 times? And given that you're still alive, someone misspelled your name accidentally 4 times and you were spared from the Death Note. You probably had a criminal try and write your name in the Death Note, but because you gave him false information or something, he accidentally misspelled your name 4 times, so now, you're immune from being killed by the Death Note. Knight clapped his hands sarcastically. Astute detective skills, Humble. If you're thinking of writing my name down in the other books, forget it. I'm free from being killed by all 3 Death Notes in your possession. You know what this means? Knight took only a single step forward, but the single step left a heavy thud behind. A weapon created by gods can't kill this mortal fleshing. I'm the true personification of a living god on earth. Go on, pull the trigger and shoot me. I fucking dare you. Humble considered pulling the trigger, so much that his trigger finger twitched and was about to squeeze off a round when the door slid open and a mercenary with a gun came barging through. Humble turned to him. What's going on there? What's with those gunshots? Are the Japanese police putting up a fight? The mercenary looked at Humble. Yes, a deep voice responded. Humble narrowed his eyes at the mercenary and eyes him up and down. He noticed something on the mercenary's fatigues. Wait a second, his fatigues looked to be 2 sizes too big for him. And the shirt isn't tucked in, and last time I checked, Benson had brown eyes, not green eyes. Well, what do you know, it looks like an imposter among us. Humble turned his gun on the mercenary. The mercenary jumped back. Knight dived for Humble, recognizing the green eyes behind the mercenary's mask. Knight wrapped his arms around Humble's chest, but he received a knee to the stomach and was thrown to the floor. Humble aimed the gun at him, but the green-eyed mercenary aimed her gun at Humble. Put it down, a British voice coming from the mercenary ordered. Put it down, Humble. Humble lowered his gun and put the safety on. He carefully dropped it to the ground and kicked it away. Humble looked to the ground and realized he dropped the Death Note to the ground. Humble bit his lower lip before he reached for his wristwatch. Knight scrambled to recover the fallen Death Note and Humble pulled on the crown on his watch, and the various flashbangs he placed strategically around the room went off. Humble, having shielded his eyes, was the only one not to be blinded by the flashes. Humble screamed to retrieve the fallen Death Note and rushed towards the door. He shoved the green-eyed imposter down to the ground and began sprinting down the hall. He tucked the Death Note in his inner jacket pocket and sprinted down the hall. The fanatics holding Benson hostage turned to look at the fleeing Humble coming towards them. They moved to restrain him, but Humble produced a flashbang from one of his inner jacket pockets and threw it at the fanatics. The flash blinded the fanatics and allowed Humble to slip through them using parkour. Thank God the MIA mercenaries came with flashbangs, otherwise, I'd be toast. One of the fanatics tried to swing a bat at him. Humble slid to the ground, avoiding the blow, and punched the fanatic in the groin. Humble ran down the stairs and saw that Psycho, Tezuka, and Murata were tending to Kuroki and getting her clothes. They turned their guns on him. Humble turned and climbed up the stairs and headed for the windows. He took out his gun and shot the window, causing the glass to shatter. He dives through, nearly cutting his hand on broken glass, but he avoided it at the last second. He landed on top of a roof and ran across. Recovering from the flashbang, Knight chased after Humble and jumped through the window and onto the roof. Humble turned and aimed his gun at Knight. Knight halted to a stop, hesitating, and held his hands up in surrender. Humble pulled the trigger, only for it to let out a clicking sound. When Knight heard this, he charged for Humble. Humble realized that he left the safety of his gun on and turned it off, but by the time he did, Knight already tackled Humble to the ground. Knight kicked the gun out of Humble's hand and it slid to the other side of the roof. Knight punched Humble in the gas mask, which made him wince. Humble kicked Knight off of him and touched his mask where the lenses on the gas mask broke. Knight grabbed the back of Humble's head and began kicking him in the stomach. Humble blocked the blows and uppercut Knight. "Give me that death note," Knight shouted. "I'll kill you with it." Knight was punched in the stomach before Humble grabbed him by his underarms and threw Knight over his hip. Humble put his knee on Knight's chest and began pounding his face in, making Knight start bleeding from the nose. Knight blocked the punches with his forearms before kicking Humble in the back of the head. Humble falls forward and off of Knight before getting back up. He uppercut Knight once more, who anticipated it and dodged it this time. Knight punches Humble in the face and winces in pain once more, the gas mask Humble wears acting as a shield for his face. Humble headbutts Knight in the forehead before he throws a haymaker to his jaw. Knight lands on his rear and looks up at Humble. "I'm taking that death note," Knight said. "We'll see," Humble shrugged. "We'll see, son of Light Yagami." Humble turned and ran for the gun. Knight sprinted and dived for Humble's legs as he reached for the gun. Humble fell headfirst to the ground, causing the gas mask to crack. Knight stood up and dragged Humble back by his feet. Once Knight dragged Humble about 10 feet away from the gun, Knight dove for it and picked it up. He aimed it at Humble as the orphan slowly stood up to his feet. "Take off your mask," Knight ordered. "Take your fucking mask off." Knight briefly glanced at the window he jumped from. The green-eyed mercenary stood there, aiming her gun at Humble, her mask partially off and exposing her red hair. "Take your mask off, then smile for the camera." "Fuck you," Humble snapped. "You're not going to shoot me." "I will." He pulls the hammer back, which was put back into place earlier when Humble snapped the safety on. "I'll do it, I'll fucking shoot you. But it's only poetic for you to die from a heart attack like your father and mother. It's what you deserve." "I'm not taking my mask off." Knight squeezed his hand around the grip. "I'll shoot you." "No, you're not going to shoot me." "You know why? Because Kira doesn't kill people with a gun. By shooting me with a gun, you are revoking your godlike status. Kira doesn't need a gun to kill people, and stooping so low as to kill people like a moral fleshling as you describe would go against Kira's brand of justice." Humble stepped forward towards Knight. "Go on, prove me wrong, I double dare you." "No, I triple fucking dog dare you." Humble walked forward until his chest touched the barrel of the gun. Knight hesitated to pull the trigger and was visibly contemplating on going through with it. "What's wrong, not going to go through with it?" Humble pushed his chest against the barrel, pushing the chamber slightly out of place. "Wow, now that's just pathetic. This just proves without the death note, you're nothing." Knight growled at him. "I want to shoot him dead in the heart, but killing someone with a gun, I've never done it before. It's always been with the death note, and to kill a human with a gun would just feel wrong. But with Humble being the son of the man who is responsible for my parents dying, I will make an exception." Knight pulled the trigger. Click! Knight's eyes went wide. "Oh shit." Humble disarmed Knight before elbowing him and shoving him back. Humble aimed the gun back at him. "It's out of ammo," Knight pointed out. I pulled the trigger and nothing came out and you didn't load a new magazine in. Why should I be afraid? Humble aimed the gun and fired off a single bullet into the air, nearly deafening Knight. Knight stared with a sweaty face at his opponent as he raised his hands in surrender. What the fuck? Wow, you really have lost all touch of humanity, son of light. Humble smiled. When I put my chest to the barrel, I pushed into the gun, causing the slide to be pushed out of place. Because the slide was pushed out of place, the gun was unable to fire, but as soon as it slid back into place, the gun became capable of firing once more. There's a lot more to a gun than just shooting it. You're book smart, but you're not street smart. Ah! Humble turned to the source of the screaming and someone jumped on his back and began strangling him. Knight took this opportunity to dive forward and grapple Humble. The three of them staggered over the edge and fell off. They landed in a shrub that barely broke their fall, with the attacker on Humble's hitting the ground first and breaking Humble's fall. Knight hits his knee against the floor and winces. He picks himself up, but Humble was already on his feet and running off. Knight thought that he was going to shoot him until he noticed that the gun was out of Humble's hand and nowhere in sight. That is until he looked into the shrub and saw the Beretta 92 FS. Knight picks up the gun and aims it at the retreating Humble's back. Knight turned to the attacker who ambushed Humble. Iris looked up at her husband, the wind knocked out of her. She sat up and pointed in Humble's direction. Get him. That's right, Knight remembered. He has the death note with him. Knight pocketed the gun and chased after Humble. Humble reached a gate and used his parkour skills to climb up it. When he reached the top, he looked back to see Knight in hot pursuit. He jumped off and took a moment to look at his attacker. Surely enough, the person who ambushed him was Iris Abernathy, and she was still alive, even after having her name written in the death note. Huh, so she is immune to the death notes too. There really are multiple death note owners, and given that Yagami told me to smile for the camera, I'm assuming he meant to look at her. She has the Shinigami eyes, but I should be safe for the time being. As long as I keep my gas mask on, they won't see my name. He rotated on his heels as Knight reached the fence and was about to run off when three black vehicles pulled up and dozens of fanatics with white face masks came out and began surrounding Humble. They barked orders at him in Russian, but Humble already knew to surrender. He considered running, but by the time he was able to comprehend all existing information, he was swarmed from all sides in all directions. Knight smirked as he jumped down from the fence. He put the gun to the back of Humble's head. Exactly as planned. In addition to having these good-for-nothing low-life fanatics ambush Humble's hideout, we also force him into a corner where he is forced to take off his mask and reveal himself. I can't kill him right now with all these eyes on me, but I can place him under my arrest. And just out of curiosity, I want to know what he looks like. Take off your mask. Humble's back stiffened, letting Knight know that he heard every word he said. He kept his hands up and eyes forward until he slowly and very carefully moved to grab his gas mask. Before he began to pry off his gas mask, he saw the cameras taped on the fanatic's chests and realized that he was being recorded. Huh, so even if I don't show Yagami my face will still be caught on camera. I have only one card left to play. If I fuck up, I'm dead. Thank you, Humble said, for allowing me to take off my gas mask. Humble ripped the gas mask from his head, the straps snapping off, and put his free hand over his face, covering his features. He threw the gas mask to the ground like a football 5 feet away, causing it to shatter and like a Ming Dynasty vase to reveal something that had been hidden in the gas mask. A flashbang. The flashbang went off, blinding everyone in the vicinity. Knight closed his eyes and whined and grabbed Humble's jacket to keep him from running off. Humble removed his jacket and ran off, shouldering into one of the fanatics in front of him before taking off. He hopped in one of their vehicles, which still had the keys in the ignition, and took off before vanishing from sight. Knight put a hand over his eyes and listened as the ringing sound went away in his ears. He closed his eyes once more and slowly opened his eyes, seeing white before it faded away. Once his vision was back to him 100%, he blinked his eyes out and looked at the leather jacket in his hands. He quickly looks on the inside of the jacket and sees the death note sticking out of the inner jacket pocket. Before the fanatics could see, Knight quickly snatched the death note out and shoved it down the back of his pants, hiding it from sight. You good-for-nothing lowlifes. I should kill every single one of you for failing to capture Humble. I was going to kill them all anyway. Knight turned back and saw Iris closing in on him, reuniting with him. Knight, Iris shouted, you're alive. He ran into his arms and jumped into his arms, hugging him tightly and wrapping her legs around his waist tightly. She stepped down and grabbed his hands before looking at him with a smile on her face, a warm smile on her face. Why didn't you shoot him? Iris shrugged. It wouldn't be right if I used a gun to kill someone. I'm sure you understand. Knight nodded. I understand. He quickly pocketed the Beretta 92 FS in his hands and looked at his wife. Humble may still be alive, but we have him on the run. He told me that he killed Jester and that Alpha Beta isn't playing in the game anymore. He told me that the 10 lost children are no more. What about Rook? He's the only one we have to get. Knight looked over his shoulder at the fanatics and felt a sense of unease creeping up on him. Even though he knew that the fanatics didn't speak Japanese, he still felt like they were invading his private conversation, so he grabbed Iris by the elbow and took her away. Before we go any further, what is the situation with the rest of our fellow officers? Everyone is dead. Only Tezuka, Murata, and Psycho are alive. Knight groaned and lowered his head. Shit, there's only 6 of us left. And what about Kuroki? She's alive and naked. Knight's brows raise up. Is she okay, thought? Yes. And we have all of Humble's mercenaries in custody. Good, we're going to kill them. We'll have these worthless fanatics find the other 2 death notes for us, and then we kill whoever touches the death notes. Sounds like a plan. But what are we going to do with Humble? He's harmless on his own, especially without the death notes, but we can't risk him being alive any further. We're going to find him and kill him immediately. He held a finger up. But first, let's find our lost death notes. With Humble. Humble drove as fast as he could away from the bottling factory, no destination in mind. He kept his foot on the gas and drove off until the vehicle ran out of fuel. Once the fuel ran out about 12 miles away from the soda factory, he hopped out of the vehicle and looked down at himself, despair rising up from within him. He lost his jacket, so he was reduced to wearing a sleeveless tee that showed off his muscles. He lost his gun and death note, so he was without his weapon, and it made him bawl on the inside. Why? He asked himself. Why did it fucking have to come to this? No one saw my face, I'm safe. My identity is safe, I can't be killed by the death note. He walked away from the vehicle after realizing that a rest stop area was ahead where he could get food and water and use the bathroom. Instead of walking inside the rest area, he opted to sit down on the bench in the front. He sat with his elbows resting on his knees, his head hanging between his legs as he opened his mouth like he was going to throw up. Why did I have to lose against Kira? Against the son of the man that my father defeated and was killed too? He composed himself and took a deep breath. He looked up to the clear blue sky and focused on taking deep breaths. He closed his eyes and sighed. I was supposed to kill Kira, humiliate him, I lost the battle. He bites his lower lip. No! I lost the battle, but I won't lose the fucking war. January 28, 2014. Hallie Lidner had stepped out of the shower and begun putting on her work clothes for the day. After drying her hair, she stepped out of the bathroom and moved over to the crying infant in the crib in the corner. She stood above the crib and looked down at the crying infant with a warm smile on her face. She gently picked up her baby and rocked him in her hands, gently stroking the back of his golden blonde hair before kissing him on the temple. Mommy's going to go to work now, she whispered. Don't worry, Isabella is going to look after you. I'll be home by 5 o'clock. The crying infant looked at his mother and his face softened upon seeing his mother. The infant smiled a little at his mother and giggled. It reached its chubby baby fingers up to grab his mother's face. Goodbye, Mihail, I love you. May 1st, 2022. Little Mihail unwrapped a chocolate bar in his hand and took a bite of the white chocolate. He settled himself on the couch next to his mother as the TV started playing a movie. Mihail looked up at his mother, who was checking her phone for updates that had come through from near. When she finally acknowledged him, Mihail pointed to the TV. "Mama, the movie's about to start." "Just checking my emails," she told him. "Oh, okay." He held out his white chocolate bar. "Do you want some?" Hallie smiled and shook her head. "No, but thank you." "Okay." He took another bite of his candy before turning as the movie started playing. He couldn't help but notice that his mother continued to look at her phone, checking a thread of emails going on between her cohorts involving the power of Kira being sold to the public. Mihail snuggled next to his mother as the two of them enjoyed their late-night movie viewing. November 1st, 2030. Ding dong! Mihail finished his latest chocolate bar as he went to answer the door. Cautiously, he looked through the peephole in eager anticipation that his mother had come home early from her trip to Japan. Mihail understood how important his mother's job was in catching people like Kira and wished that she would continue to fight to make Kira look like a loser. He was 17, so he didn't require a babysitter, and he had a part-time job working at a convenience store. Yesterday was his personal day off to go trick-or-treating, and he made sure to get twice as much candy as he usually did. Not for him but for his mother. He only cared for the chocolate, especially the white chocolate, so he would often give his entire candy bag to his mother after every Halloween. It wasn't his mother at the door but two policemen with somber looks on their faces. Mihail was more than aware of what his mother did, so he knew that his mother must have sent them to check up on him. He opened the door and looked at the two policemen with a casual smirk on his face. "What's going on, officers?" The first policeman spoke up. "Are you Mihail Buluk Jr.? "Yes." "Is your mother Hallie Buluk?" "Yeah." He answered uneasily, suddenly feeling a chill running down his spine. Very carefully, he asked, "Why? What's wrong?" His face suddenly went pale and his pupils dilated as he realized where this conversation was going. "What happened to my mom?" He had seen enough movies to know why two officers would abruptly knock on his door, but he had to ask. He had to make sure that everything was okay. "My mom, where is she?" "I'm sorry, son, your mother." Mihail didn't even bother holding back the tears. He sobbed a little but found the strength within him to ask, "How?" "Kira." Mihail's entire world shattered within a word, and he steadied himself against the doorframe to prevent himself from falling. He collapsed to his knees and began sobbing uncontrollably, his face getting wet with tears and the hallway echoing with his cries. "I'm sorry for your loss." Humble had all but one candy bar in his pocket. He was sure that no matter what, the taste would be bitter as hell. "I'll save the last candy bar in your honor, Mom." Chapter 72, Transition. June 2nd, 2044, 8:30 a.m. Tokyo, Japan. Middle school. The janitor sighed as he put on his uniform for the day. He had barely gotten a wink of sleep last night after the fight he had with his wife, and he wished he could stay home from work, but he reminded himself that staying home meant putting up with his wife. He finished dressing in the janitor's closet before he put on his face mask. He grabbed his mop and donned his hat before turning around and went wide-eyed as a man with a gummy necklace around his neck stood before him with a smug grin plastered on his face. "Going to work?" the man asked in a bad Japanese accent. I hate working. Thank God I get paid through my restaurant. But my establishments have been flopping. I'm looking for some new meat." The janitor glared at him. "Get out of my way, I have to get to work." "Do you?" The man's smug grin only got brighter. He looked down at his necklace. He tugs on it. "Are you looking at my necklace?" "Huh. You're wearing something a kid in this school would make." "Why? Are you jealous?" The man stepped forward. "More importantly, are you hungry?" The janitor looked at the man with a slight brow of confusion. He tilted his head like a dog before looking down at his necklace. "Huh? You hungry?" The janitor didn't respond. The man seemed to be getting impatient. He tilted his head as he grew a grim expression on his face. Are you hungry? The janitor shook his head. No, I'm not hungry. The man's crude smile returned. I am. Quicker than the striking of a cobra, Rook grabbed the janitor's collar and yanked him towards him. He lunged out and sank his fist into the janitor's neck. He covered the janitor's masked mouth with his hand and he bit harder into the man's neck. Blood spewed out from the janitor's neck and the janitor's eyes rolled to the back of his head. After half a minute of biting into the man's neck, Rook pulled back, his eyes rolling to the back of his head in a euphoric state, and he dropped the man to the ground. Rook's face and mouth were wet with his victim's blood, which prompted him to take a finger and drag it across his lips. He sucked the blood off his fingertips before sighing heavily and moaning. He quickly licked the blood off his hand, his tongue trailing up and down his palm like he was playing Dalgona before he fell on the seat of his pants. There was a piece of meat from the janitor's neck stuck between his teeth. He swirled his tongue over his mouth before pushing the piece free and swallowing it. Delicious. Thank God I bought an extra jumpsuit so I don't have to wear the janitor's. He looked down at his necklace and saw that blood had gotten on it. He lay down on his back and carefully removed the necklace and held it above his face. Blood, my favorite condiment. He carefully removed the sour gummy worms that were covered in blood and only ate the ones that were blood-free. As much as I relish in the sweet taste of human flesh, blood on sour gummy worms just contaminates the flavor. Sour gummy worms deserve better than to be eaten with blood. They deserve to be eaten as is, for they are the most delicious pieces of candy to ever exist. 4:30 p.m. With Rain and Archangel. Rain opened her eyes and looked down at her Pocky stand. It looks like it was time to shut things down if her wristwatch was accurate. She gathered all the Pocky boxes she didn't sell and packaged them. As she put the box down at her feet, she broke down the table she was using and carried it under her armpits. Need a hand, big sis? Rain looked to Archer. I would be delighted. Archer smiled. Free Pocky? When you're 127, Archer. Archer sobbed mockingly. Meanie. He turned to his twin. Let's help our big sis. The shy angel nodded. Archer and Angel helped carry the table while Rain held onto the Pocky boxes and cash register. The three of them carried the items back to their assigned rooms before grabbing their bags and getting ready to leave for the day. Rain took out her cell phone and checked her emails. She blinked after seeing that she got no new messages before pocketing her phone. As her brothers and she stepped out of the classroom, they were greeted by a janitor wearing a face mask mopping the place up. Hey there, the janitor said to them. I see you guys were selling candy. I was wondering if I could buy some? Rain looked at the janitor and narrowed her eyes. We're going home for the day, try again tomorrow. Ah, please? I'll pay you money, a lot of money. Archer grabbed his backpack sleeve and tightened his grip around it. Wait until tomorrow. Or better yet, why not just steal it? The janitor looked at Archer. Because everyone would know it would be me. He held a hand up. After all, I'm the only one with keys to every door in this school. Please, I'm really hungry and I missed lunch. Please. I'm hungry. The man reached into his pocket and produced a few wads of cash. Money? Rain rolled her eyes. Good, you had money. I was wondering what else you were going to pay us with. Haven't you three ever heard a saying that says the customer is always right? Angel nodded unsurely. I think I heard of something like that. I think Mommy said it when the customer dash. Hold on, Rain interrupted. Why would the customer be right in this case? Unless we served you invisible burgers just 2 seconds ago, we didn't get your order wrong or do anything to upset you. The customer is always right refers to the customer being right about what they ordered, not what they should order. The shop is closed, we have no business serving you. The janitor laughed. Smart girl. But haven't you heard that the customer always comes first? I will pay you all money if you can get me some candy, I'm starved. Starving customers is bad for business. I can tell at a glance that you guys know nothing about serving people. Archer narrowed his eyes but said nothing. He looked over to Rain to see if she spotted something on the janitor. Whoever this janitor was, he was making him uncomfortable and he wanted to get as far away from him as possible. Who is this guy? I wish I could kill him. Angel slowly began inching towards Rain and hid behind her back. He hid his face behind her shoulder but kept a watchful eye on the janitor. Though the janitor's face was covered, it was obvious that he was smiling based on the position of his eyebrows and how his eyelids were looking. He breathed heavily behind the mask, sucking it into his mouth briefly before he exhaled. I run my own business establishment. I got plenty of awards. Rain scoffed. And now you're a janitor. It looks like you landed on your feet after the business world chewed you up and spat you out. The janitor laughed. That's one way of putting it, but yes, I landed on my feet. His tone suddenly took a dark tone as he straightened his neck out and looked at the three children with narrowed eyes. Rain stared at the janitor in the eyes, his twitching eyes. You know what, I changed my mind, the janitor suddenly said. I'm not craving any of those things you call Pockies. Ah, going to the way of Mahatma Gandhi, huh? No, the janitor scoffed back at his snarking opponent. I just said that I'm not craving Pockies. Rain tilted her head. What are you craving then? You, the janitor said with a completely neutral expression. I'm craving you, and I want to eat you. Archer and Angel softly let out a gasp and hid behind Rain, cringing and tucking their heads down in a similar way to a turtle tucking its head into its shell. Who is this guy? Archer wondered. Why is he being so creepy? Why is he saying that he wants to eat us? Is he a pedophile? Angel looked down. Is he the fifth guy? Is he the fifth guy we have been trying to find for the past 2 months? Angel looked up at the creepy man. He has a mask on and he is in Japanese, his accent gives him away. His accent kinda sounds like Mommy's when she's speaking English. Is he British like Mommy? Wow, the janitor chuckled, I expected more from you three, especially the twins. I at least expected one of the twins to cower behind their big sister, but you both did. You guys have no balls. But I still want to eat you. Be careful, Rain warned, who knows if someone is still watching and lurking around us. You don't want to give any bystanders the wrong idea. I have nothing to worry about. When my 4 teammates have been slaughtered before me, it really makes you wary of everything that happens around you. Rain narrowed her eyes at him. She eyed him up and down as if looking for something before returning her gaze to his eyes. Must suck to be alone, I guess. Archer and Angel look around for anyone listening in on the conversation. They find no one and silently agree to start walking when they silently give a signal. They waited for Rain to finish up whatever conversation she was having with the janitor when. I know that 3 of you are Kira. Archer and Angel freeze in place like a soldier shot in the back. Archer and Angel's hair and eyes turn black and white respectively while Rain's turn gray. The janitor looked at the 3 of them, examining every inch of their facial expression with red hair and eyes. You bunch of dumb fucks. I'm going to be having you for dinner. He swirled his tongue in his mouth once more. Luckily for you, I had a pretty big breakfast this morning, so I'm not going to eat you right now. Should we be complimented or offended? Rain asked. The janitor tilted his head. You don't talk like normal children. Fitting because children of Kira aren't normal children. The janitor's eyes looked around. I've disabled all cameras in the immediate vicinity. The benefits of being a janitor, having keys to every room accessible. And all students and teachers still here are on the other side of the campus. No one to interrupt, no one to intervene, no one to hear them scream. Rook unzipped his jumpsuit. The 3 children turned and made a run for it. Murasaki Kagami, the janitor yelled. Rei Kagami. Masumi Kagami. I will kill them all. Rain turned upon hearing the name Masumi in the air. She looked back to see the janitor holding up a death note with a black cover. She pulled her lips back in a wince before looking at her brothers, who stopped a few feet in front of her. If you don't come with me right now, I'll write down the name of your friends and their parents. I'll have them die a slow and painful death over the course of 23 days. I would manipulate you, but I don't want to do that. Much more fun this way. Where did you get that notebook? Archer demanded. How did you get that notebook? Angel asked softly. He's been stalking us, Rain answered, stalking us until he knew every little detail about us. Yeah, the janitor confirmed. I did. And I have all 3 of your notebooks. I found them in your room this morning when everyone left for the day. My original offer still stands. If you don't come with me, I'll write the names of the Kagamis and have them all die a very slow and painful death for 23 days. Now, Rain and Archangel Yagami, what are you going to do? Knight Yagami. A few hours passed after the ordeal with Humble and Man. I gotta say, it's been a while since I was given a run for my money, literally. But it's a good thing, I suppose, because I reminded myself that I'm in good shape. It looks like spending all that time on the basketball court in school and college was worth it. I could dunk a few basketballs after this, but I had to stay focused on the task at hand. Even if it wasn't a complete win, it wasn't a complete loss as well. I expected nothing more, and though I could have done better, I'm proud of the progress I delivered. Humble was still alive, yes, but I stole the death note off of him before he escaped. I quickly hid the death note in my jacket pocket before turning to my dearly beloved wife. She looked up at me with that look in her eyes that said that she was ready and waiting to fulfill any order I gave her. Such a good little minion she was, and with the Shinigami eyes she possesses, she is far more valuable to me alive. Kuroki, she may have the Shinigami eyes, but she's replaceable compared to Iris. I'm not in a mood for any of them to die on me, however. Scour the place for evidence, I told her. Leave no stone unturned. She nodded. All right. She took out her walkie-talkie and spoke into it. Psycho, Tezuka, Murata, make sure all the culprits are tied up and incapacitated. Kuroki, report to Kip. Roger that, a voice that sounded like Kuroki responded. Iris was definitely not Mom, I will admit. Iris could follow my orders and think on the same level as me. She knew what chess pieces to set up and which ones to use correctly. She's the perfect right-hand woman. I don't need to waste energy explaining things to her. Iris and I went into the same room where Humble had me enter. After a few seconds, Kuroki came walking through the doors, dressed in her clothes. From what I gathered from Iris earlier, Kuroki had been stripped of her clothes in search of the death note. She tricked the mercenaries, MIA mercenaries, that she was being assaulted by one of the members and hid the death note in time. Kuroki opened her mouth and took out her hidden death note piece. What's up, boss? Kuroki has done well in keeping the death note out of the enemy's hand. I must applaud her. We need your help. Humble got away, but we managed to get his death note. Kuroki laughed as if she already knew what I was going to ask her. Don't worry, none of those Mia mercs had any of the death note pieces on them. I gave them the same treatment they gave me and had them stripped. Even if they had a slip on them, they lacked the intelligence to hide it properly. Impressive, Iris said, looking at Kuroki with an impressed look. Good work, I applauded her. Now help us find the last 2 death notes. Of course. Kuroki slapped her hands together like Mr. Miyagi. Anything you want, my god and goddess. Huh, god and goddess. I had known that Kuroki referred to us as her god and goddess for a long time, and it never fails to warm my heart. I hoped that she would see us as her deities. We gave her identity after all. Without us, Kuroki would be a nobody. Without wasting any more time, the girls got to searching around the big room for the remaining death notes. I wondered if Humble had the last 2 death notes on hand, but based on the clothing that he was wearing, he could only carry 1 death note on him without making it obvious. There was nothing in his pockets to indicate that he had been carrying anything, but I couldn't shake this feeling that he might have taken a slip from the death note as a backup. If he decides to expose the world of the Shinigami, I'm in trouble. Then again, the Shinigami are on my side and will follow my orders without question. In fact, he'll be the one in trouble. Mom and Dad materialize beside me. I look up at them. Did I give a wonderful performance? Splendid, Mom answered. Because Humble had touched the death note, he would have been able to see Gilth and Massey, but they kept out of sight but always watching, especially after it was made clear that Humble was leading me to his hideout. Get to searching, I ordered them. Don't make me say it twice. As everyone scoured the room looking for my weapons of mass destruction, I folded my arms over my chest and sighed. I looked off to the side as I contemplated. It ain't over until the fat lady sings, and she's not even out of her dressing room yet. I have to kill Humble as soon as I can, but I don't know what he looks like nor his real name. It's just like Mello. But if there's one thing I know, it's that his letter, H, would correspond to the letter in his first name. L. Leon Lawliot. M. Mihail Keel. N. Nate River. So his name would be H. Buluk or something. After a few minutes pass or so, Iris stood in front of me, holding a death note with a white cover. I found one of the notebooks. Good work, I praised her. Where was it? There was a secret door in the corner where the 2 remaining death notes. When I heard her say 2 remaining death notes, I looked over to Kuroki brandishing a death note with a red cover. Ah, seeing that death note instantly reminded me of Rain and her red cover notebook. The notebook in Kuroki's hands belonged to Break originally, while the death note in Rain's possession belonged to the Shinigami named Grudge. I remember Iris showing up at my house with a death note with a black cover. She passed her notebook onto Archer and took the death note with the white cover that had Justice written across the front. Despise my reminiscing, I reminded myself that I had to be sure that the death notes were the real thing. Test them out, I ordered. Test their authenticity. As you wish, Iris said. But how? Kuroki questioned. There's a rule in the notebook that says you can't erase or use whiteout in the death note. If you can erase or use whiteout, then it's fake. Also, tear out as many pages as you can and look at the page count. If the page count does down, it's fake. Burn the pages afterward. Got it, Kuroki nodded. The 2 of them got to work and began scribbling using pens and pencils. After erasing and using the whiteout I provided for them, they began ripping out the death note pages. The page count remained the same. It seems that all death notes are the real thing. Good. I smiled. Now that we got what we want, we should get out of here. We need to find Humble and kill them as soon as possible. What about Jester and Alpha Beta? Iris asked as she began burning the pages with a lighter she brought with her. Humble said he killed Jester and that Alpha Beta isn't playing the game anymore. We still try and find them and kill them. We take no fucking chances. Kinda hard to know where to start unless we find something to point in their direction. Yeah, I agree. I felt a vibration in my back pocket. It was coming from the cell phone I managed to retrieve, and I answered the call, which caller ID said was coming from my police station. Go for Kip. K Kip, a voice said uneasily on the other end. Aye aye. I recognized the voice as the second officer that interrogated my children when they killed Sable. Spit it out, I don't have all day. It's your children, Rain, Archer, and Angel. I felt my back tense up. I glare and push the cell phone against my ear. What about them? They've been abducted. I felt my skin go pale and cold when I comprehended the words. Rain and Archangel, abducted? But, who could have? There was only one person from the disbanded 10 Lost Children that was unaccounted for in Japan. Rook! It happened this afternoon after school. They were reported abducted by a neighbor who saw the kids and the guardians they were staying with shoved into the back of a white van before driving off. We tracked the van to the airport where a private plane took off not 30 minutes ago. Who is the culprit? I demanded. I could hear the tremble in my voice, but my voice was the last thing that concerned my mind. Who fucking kidnapped them? I wanted him to hear the venom in my voice so this cop could hurry up and cut to the chase. How dare Rook abduct my children? What is he going to do to them? Is he going to ask for a trade of the death note as Mello did to my father? So many unanswered questions. I suddenly became aware of the fact that I still had my wristwatch in the secret compartment. With just a few pulls on the crown I could. No, I won't kill my children. I'm better than my father and I won't kill any more of my relatives. At the very least, I expect my children to fight back. If they don't fight back, then giving them the death note was a huge waste of my time. I'll force them to give up the death notes as soon as I get them back if they prove to be highly incompetent. I have faith, however, because they managed to kill T, D, E, and Sable. We don't know, we were unable to identify them. We tracked the plane for as long as we could and you would not believe where the plane was going. Where? He told me. I feel my eyes go wide at the answer. Are you fucking serious? We're already sending officers to retrieve your children. Tell Ice, she deserves to know. We're going to help out on this op. Our mission in Russia is complete and we're free to come back. Lieutenant Kip, don't think you should dash. Are you questioning your superior? I asked him, donning my authoritative voice. We're going on this rescue operation ASAP. Understood. I'll send you all the information I can and have a plane ready for you. Good work. After that, the officer hung up, having no more to say. I sneered and turned off the cell phone. I looked over at Kuroki and Iris, the two of them looking at me with confused looks on their faces. I decided not to hold anything back as I said, Rain and Archangel have been kidnapped. I turned away, not bothering to look my wife and friend in the face. I didn't need to know what their facial expressions were when dealing with this. I just looked away and contemplated a plan, coming up with an idea of something to do. I love my children and I gave them the death note, that alone makes them invaluable. I'd kill Iris before I'd let my children die and I'm sure Iris would do the same, but I'd rather her die than me. We're going to get them, I told them. And show them the wrath of an angry god. Good. The source of the reply came from Iris. I was taken aback slightly because Iris would never react in this situation with a calm and level head. I looked over at her and saw no signs of despair whatsoever in her. While a normal person would take this as good character development, I saw it as a backfire. Iris is acting not like her usual self. She must still be high on adrenaline, but it didn't matter. Someone has stolen my children as the punishment for stealing the property of the god of the New World, Death. I thought it was going to be fun killing Rook and Humble and Alpha Beta, but not anymore. They're a nuisance, and as soon as I get my kids back, I'm going to kill Rook in the slowest and most painful way possible. I have the means to, after all. I'm going to make him suffer, and after that, I'm coming after Humble and Alpha Beta. They don't deserve any mercy. Where do we start? The calm and collected Kuroki asked. Finding your children and everything. The person who kidnapped them was Rook, I told them. He's the only possible suspect. We're going to find Rook and we're going to rip off his face and kill him. We should focus on finding your kids. I agree, the still calm and out of character Iris said. Kids first. Where do we start? The officer who just called me gave me a location as to where they flew to. Apparently, they flew to an island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, but I have a better way to find them. I turned to Mom and Dad. I recite a rule I memorized in the Death Note. When the god of death loses track of the Death Note which she possesses, cannot identify which human is owning the Death Note, or cannot locate where the owner is, and therefore needs to find such information through the hole in the world of gods of death, they may return to the Shinigami realm. I fold my arms over my chest. I assume you two are smart enough to figure out the rest. We are, Dad answered. He sprouted wings and flew off. Mom followed soon after. I turned and began walking towards the door. All we can do now is wait for Mom and Dad to return with the information. Start rounding up all the MIA mercenaries and Kira fanatics and kill them. That's an order from your god. I didn't stay in the room to see if they obeyed orders. I stepped out into the hallway and slowly walked down the corridor, gazing up at the fanatics surrounding the mercenary who escorted me earlier. After a few seconds, just as I passed them, the fanatics around me began convulsing and they dropped to the ground, clutching their chests. Kira's hand had struck and they all died as I walked past them like the god I was. I met up with Saiko, Tezuka, and Murata, who were standing with stunned expressions on their face as the people around them began dropping. I feigned shock and ran down towards them. I stepped over the dead bodies around me and turned to Psycho. "Status report?" "Everyone just dropped dead," Murata answered. "What the fuck?" "It's Kira, dumbass." Tezuka rolled his eyes. "But, how could Kira dash?" "It's humble," I interrupted. "He told me that he sold the names off all his mercenaries to Kira, and as soon as the fanatics broke out, he leaked the information to Kira." "Coward," Tezuka hissed. "We're the only ones alive," Psycho said regretfully. "Minuta, Park, Sumeragi, Nakamura, they're all dead." "Fuck!" I knew exactly why they had been spared. Tezuka, Murata, and Psycho all used aliases while the others didn't. The Kira fanatics dropped dead. I researched their names and manipulated them without the death note to attack whatever place had the 10 lost children hiding out. As for the Mia mercs, after everything was cooled down, I had Iris and Kuroki yank their masks off and look at their real names. Everybody in this factory, with the exception of me, my wife, Kuroki, and 3 cohorts, is dead. Go outside, we'll regroup and discuss mission details later. The 3 officers nodded and ran outside. Just as they vanished from my sight, Mom and Dad came floating back into the room with smiles on their faces. "We found our grandbabies," Mom said. "You will not believe where they are." "Tell me." She did. I nodded at the answer and took out my walkie-talkie. I ordered Iris and Kuroki to regroup with me, and they did just that 30 seconds later. I turned around and saw that they were looking up at the Shinigami. I knew off the top of my head that they knew that Mom and Dad had Rain and Archangel's current location. "Pack your bags and notebooks," I ordered. Kuroki's eyes went wide. "Rain and Archangel have been located? Where are they?" Iris demanded. "I hope you guys have a bathing suit and the Pledge of Allegiance memorized, because we're going to America." Chapter 73, Fate. January 21st, 2007. Athens, Greece. What's wrong with my eyes? Maki's desperately rubbed his eyes after seeing red in them. He quickly ran up to the mirror in his bathroom and splashed some water on his face. He looked in the mirror and quickly checked to ensure he was okay. So far, there was nothing wrong with him. His hair was still short and blonde, his skin was tan from staying out in the sun for too long, and he was still short as a 6-year-old should be. There's only one thing glaring at him: he could see a name and a set of numbers floating above his head. When he looked in the mirror, he saw his own name and a set of numbers. Maki's Katsuro's, 56607964. "Saki's," he called out. "Where are you?" Saki's came walking into the bathroom shortly after. "What's wrong, Maki's?" he asked while rubbing his eyes. He looked up to the space above his head and gasped. "Ah, what is that?" "What?" Maki's patted the top of his head, looking for something his fraternal twin brother could have looked at. He could feel nothing and only found himself patting the top of his scalp. "Why is your name floating above your head?" he asked. "And what do those numbers mean?" When Maki's realized what he said, he looked at his brother in the face and saw a name and set of numbers floating above her head. "Saki's Katsuro's, 56607964. "I see what you see," Saki said. "Can you?" "Yes," Maki's exclaimed. "Should we tell Mama about this?" "Yeah. Let's go tell Mama." The 2 fraternal twins grabbed each other's hands and they walked over to their parents' room. It was early in the morning, but the 6-year-olds usually woke up around this time. Their parents, on the other hand. "Mama," Maki shook his sleeping mother carefully. "Mama, wake up." Their mother was sleeping with the blankets pulled up to their face. She turned over and unconsciously pulled the blanket down, exposing her face to the twins. The twins gasped when they looked above their mother's head. "Athena Katsopoulos, 54640141. "Mama's name," Saki's pointed out hesitantly. "I can see her name." "Me too," Maki's added. Their mother finally awoke from their slumber and looked over at her children. "Hello, my beautiful sons." She sat up in bed and looked down at them with a smile. She patted their heads affectionately. "Today's your guy's birthday. Your father and I should have woken you up." "Mama," Saki said, soaking in the affection his mother gave by patting his head. "Mama, me and Mac can see your name above your head. And numbers." Makis looked over at his brother. "Are we okay, Mama? Are our eyes bad?" "What do you mean?" Their mother stood up before kneeling to their short height. "You can see my name and numbers above my head?" "Yeah, above your head." Makis pointed eagerly. "Why are we seeing these numbers, Mama?" Their mother felt for the space above her head, finding nothing. "You two sure got some active imaginations." She smiled before patting them on the head once more. "I'm glad you're up. We got a big day of planning for you guys." She patted their heads again, the twins smiling into their mother's embrace. "Happy birthday, Sakis and Makis." August 12, 2011. 4 years later. "Hi," Sakis said to the young girl standing in front of the school. After attending school for some time, Sakis and Makis were put in the same class by their teachers, where they both developed a crush on this one girl with blonde hair and green eyes in a different class. When they arrived at school early, they worked up the courage to try and talk to her, with the duos settling over a game of rock paper scissors on who should go first. Sakis won, beating paper with scissors. "Hi," the shy girl said back. "You're that kid in art class, right?" "Yes," Sakis said sheepishly. "I know your name, it's Penelope, right?" The 10-year-old girl known as Penelope tilted her head. "How did you know?" Sakis held both hands up. "I have superpowers." "Haha, yeah right. What are they?" "I know a person's name when I look at their face." Makis grabbed his brother's shoulder. "Shoo! Superheroes don't give out their superpowers to others." "Oh, sorry." He turned to Penelope and whispered conspicuously, "I don't have superpowers." "I lie." "Are you sure?" Penelope asked. "It would be so cool to have superpowers." "I wish I had superpowers." Sakis and Makis smiled. February 9, 2016. A few years passed since the meeting of Penelope. The girl from their art class was hanging out with them whenever they went out. Currently, school was out, so the three of them decided to go to the movies together. There weren't any good movies that came out recently, so they settled for a classic film that came out 20 years ago. Sakis and Makis sat with Penelope between them, sharing one tub of popcorn as they watched the old classic movie play out before them. As Makis took a sip of soda from his drink, he looked up at the screen. His superhero eyes activated and displayed the name of an actor currently on the screen. The scene that was playing out was an old couple discussing what kind of criminal their children turned into. As the man was getting to the climax of his point, something strange happened. His name vanished off-screen. Makis was so shocked by what he has just seen that he blinked his eyes in surprise. It has been 9 years since he and his twin discovered their superhuman eyes, where they could see the names and numbers above a person's head whenever they look at their face. For the longest time, the fraternal twins couldn't give a shit about the numbers floating above a person's head, only the names. When they had gotten the hang of how to activate the power, they used it only when meeting strangers for the first time, checking their names to make sure they were not using an alias. With Kira being out of the picture for about 3 years or so, crime rates were slowly climbing. People had started using aliases just in case Kira decided to make a surprise turn, but the twins were always a step ahead. They had superpower eyes that allowed them to see names and numbers above a person's head, but the numbers never concerned them, until now. Why did his name and numbers vanish from above his head? It was this thought lingering in the back of his mind that prevented him from enjoying the rest of the movie. He mentally made a note of the person whose name and numbers dissipated before he looked him up on his phone after the movie ended. While Sakis called for their mother to pick them up, Makis checked the actor's name online. Jesse Theodorakis, and the numbers above his head were 86117964. What does that mean? According to his biography, the man was born in 1950 and was 30 when he filmed this old romantic comedy movie. He found his birthday but nothing concerning his death date, which meant that he was still alive. He shut off his phone and climbed into his mother's car when it finally arrived. February 10, 2016. Maki stretched as he climbed out of bed, yawning until he made a loud sigh and grabbed his phone. He still had an hour or so before he had to start his day, so he grabbed his earbuds and played some music. As he played music on his phone, he opened his Google search engine and saw an article that caught his eye. Jesse Theodorakis dies in car crash. Maki gasps and puts a hand to his mouth. Oh my god. It finally hit him what happened last night. I can see the names and numbers of anybody's faces I look at, but when I search up dead people, I can't see anything. When I was watching the movie last night, Jesse Theodorakis' name vanished. Does that mean? He checked the actor's biography page and found that it had been updated, his date of death being the night before. Oh my god, when his name vanished during the movie, he died in a car crash? Oh my god, does this mean? It finally dawned on him that he and his brother never discussed what the numbers meant, and it horrified him as he thought of his mother. He turned and woke up his fraternal twin brother. Sakis, wake up! Mac, man. Sakis blindly shoves his twin brother back. What is it? What do you want? Sak, man, wake up, I need to talk to you. Sakis rolled his eyes in his sleep and sat up, facing his brother. What's up? You know about our superhero eyes? Sakis looked at his brother with a stern expression. You mean the eyes that allow me to see a person's name? No, how could I not know about it? Jackass. Have you ever wondered what the numbers mean? No, why? They're just random numbers. No, I don't think they are. Sakis tilted his head. Why? Well, you know that movie we saw last night? I was using my super eyes, and during that one part where the parents are crying because their kids became evil, the name and numbers above Jesse Theodorakis' head disappeared. Huh? Sakis considered what his brother was saying. Are you sure the actor wasn't already dead? I mean, we can't see the names of people who already passed. No, that's the thing, as soon as someone dies, their name vanishes. In other words, as we were watching that movie, the actual actor passed away. I think it has something to do with the numbers above his head. What? Like, that's the day he was destined to die? Hate to break it to you, but it's not. How can you be sure? Because the numbers are too long to be a date or death or a date of birth. Maki's eyes widened. Wow, I never even thought of it that way. I mean, I thought of it in the death way, but not the date of birth way. He turned to his desk and took out a notebook. He opened to a blank page and quickly jotted down the numbers he remembered over the actor's head before he passed away. So, it's not like a grave or headstone with the date of birth and date of death written down. But if we compare the day he was born to the day he died, we could probably. Sakis looked over his brother's shoulder and glanced down at the notebook. After his brother finished doing a few revisions to the notebook, Maki handed his brother the notebook. Numbers and the date of death for the actor. He takes the notebook back and flips to another page. He recalls the name and numbers of a well-known author who passed away 3 weeks ago. After writing down the formula in the notebook, Maki handed his brother the journal back. Shit, Sakis cursed. The formula you wrote down when converting the numbers actually makes sense. Holy shit. He put a hand over his mouth. It's almost like a countdown. A horrifying thought crossed his mind. He looked at his brother with a horrified look on his expression. If what your theory about the numbers is true, then... Maki's bit his lower lip. We know the day and age in which a person dies. Maki's looked in front of him to find a mirror mounted on the wall. He pushed himself out of the chair and turned over to the mirror. He activated his super eyes and looked at the numbers above his head. Sack, Maki's gasped with horror. The numbers above our head. There. Our date of death, Saki's finished. Our last day alive is literally displayed right in front of us. Penelope, Maki's thought aloud. The numbers above her head, if what they say is true, then that means. Mama, Saki's reminded, how long until our mama dies? Maki stared at himself in the mirror, looking directly into the reflection of his eyes. He narrowed his eyes and a quiet sob broke out as he gently put a hand on his temple. He put a hand over his left eye and closed it. Even with one eye closed, he could see the numbers above his head and he couldn't stop himself from mentally counting down the days he had left to live. Fate is true, he thought. Does this mean? Where's Mama? Saki's panicked. She's in her room, Maki's answered hesitantly. How many days does she have left to live? Let's go find her. Without wasting another second, Saki's and Maki's raced out of the room and sprinted down the hallway to reach their mother's room. Without knocking, they barged in on her as she was doing work from home. She sat at a desk with a computer set up so she could make sales from the comfort of her phone. Saki's and Maki's figured she wasn't taking any calls because the mute button on her headphones was on and their mother was looking at them with a confused and curious look. What's going on, boys? Saki's and Maki's looked at the numbers above her head. Mama, Saki sobbed. His lower lip trembled as he hesitantly wiped away tears streaming down his cheeks. Mama, how are you feeling? I'm feeling good. What's wrong with you guys? Their mother eyed them, her vision darting between the fraternal twins. She removed her headphones and put them down on the desk. What's going on, Dash? She was cut off when the fraternal twins suddenly lunged forward and wrapped her in a big bear hug. Unaware of the context, their mother gently patted the back of their backs and soothed the back of their head, her fingers gently running through their bangs before she pushed their heads back. With their heads pushed back, it allowed for her to kiss them on the lips, which only made them break down sobbing even more. Honey, what is wrong with you guys? We love you, Mama, Saki's cried, we love you so much. Maki sobbed into his mother's chest, his crying volumes reduced down to silent screams. He rested his head gently in his mother's lap and sobbed. He replayed the vision of the numbers in his head, unable to do so either way, and gently grabbed his mother's waist. We love you so much, Mama, Maki said, repeating his fraternal brother's words. Please don't die. What's going into you? She asked. Where did this dying come all of a sudden? We had a bad dream, we dreamt that you would die. We don't want you to die, Mama. Please don't die, Mama. Their mother rubbed the back of their heads. You guys don't want me to die? She looked at them nodding. I don't want to die either, trust me. If it were up to me, I would live forever with my two little warriors, but dying is a part of life. Loss is something everyone experiences. She lifted their chins to look at them. People are going to die. One day, I'm going to die. And then another day, you're going to die. There's nothing wrong with dying, I promise you. Please, Maki's begged, just promise us you won't die. Their mother smiled. I promise that I won't die anytime soon. April 12, 2017. Outside of school. Today is the day, Saki's thought. Today is the day that Penelope dies. I don't know how she dies, but it won't be because of a car crash because she's walking home. Saki's, Maki's, and Penelope came to a stop at the crosswalk at their school, the one and only. Saki's and Maki's were walking with their hands in their pockets and chewing nervously on their lower lips. They stared at the back of Penelope's head and nervously scratched their hair. Don't leave us, Penelope, Saki said urgently. To emphasize his point, he grabbed Penelope's hand hard enough to cause her to wince. Let go of me. Penelope tugged. What are you doing to me? Let me go, don't touch me. No, Saki's argued. If you leave me, you'll die. Wait, Maki's raised his voice. Saki, calm down. Before we do anything, we should dash. Maki's train of thought was interrupted when Penelope manages to break free of Saki's grip and walked forward. She looked down at her wrist and gasped upon seeing the bruised Saki's iron-tight grip left behind. She gasped under her breath softly before rubbing his wrist tenderly. You heard me, Penelope yelled. Why did you have to grab me like that? Sakis and Makis were about to argue when they saw Penelope walk off the curb. Their eyes widened when they saw an oncoming truck. "Penelope," both boys shouted. "No, don't!" Penelope put a single foot off the curb and onto the street when a big brown delivery truck came plowing through the intersection and Penelope was in his path. Penelope barely had a second to react before the truck made contact. The force was enough to send Penelope flying across the road, especially considering that the truck slowed to a stop just half an inch after Penelope walked onto the road, neglecting traffic. "No!" both twins cried in despair. Penelope landed hard on the ground when an SUV coming down her left ran her over and crushed her under the tires, with the front right wheel barreling over her face and crushing it to a pulp. "No!" the fraternal twins cried again and ran for Penelope. They landed on their feet and put their hands on the dead girl's chest and began performing CPR, despite knowing there was nothing to save this girl, whose name and lifespan disappeared from above her head. Hours later, the two boys were sent down to the police station where they were questioned by the local police. They were sitting down in the interrogation room being questioned by officers on their involvement in Penelope's death. The two boys told the half-truth, saying they foresaw the day she died in a dream. The police were less than inclined to believe them, and since there was nothing to link them to Penelope dying, they were let go. Sakis and Makis stood outside the police station, waiting for their mother to pick them up. Night had fallen and the two boys sat on a nearby bench, their arms folding over their chests with sad expressions on their faces. "Penny died," Makis said, still taking in the young girl's death. "Why did? We saw the day she was going to die." "We should have saved her," Sakis inputted. "Why couldn't we? We tried to pull her to safety but she pulled away from us and ran off into the street." He turns to his fraternal twin brother. "Do you think we could have saved her?" Makis rolled his lips into his mouth. He made a popping sound as he thought of an answer. "I don't think so. I think that she was destined to die either way." Sakis bites down on his teeth, his eyes closing shut as he lowers his head solemnly. "Why couldn't we save her? Does this mean we won't be able to save Mom when she dies?" Makis shook his head regretfully. "Nope. With these eyes we can see everybody's name and their lifespan. And we can't do anything to save them." "No," Makis growls. "And when we look in the mirror." He touches the top of his head, feeling for something he knew wasn't there. "We can see the end of our lifespan." Makis activates his super eyes and looks over his eyes. "And based on the numbers, we die on the same day." Makis smiles warmly. "Hopefully we'll die together." "What are we supposed to do, brother? If we can see the end of everyone's lifespan, then what can we do?" Makis looked ahead as a plan formed in his mind. "Don't look so glum, brother. I think the fact that we know when we're going to die is a luxury." He stands up and heads over to the street. Sakis looks up and follows his brother. "If my eyes are correct, then today isn't the day I die." Makis shoves his hands into his pockets and looks at the oncoming traffic. There was a large garbage truck coming down his path. Makis went for it and leaped into the path of the truck. The truck stopped just shy a few feet away from him, the truck skidding to a halt with Makis' face only half an inch away. The driver yelled at him to get out of the road, and that's what Makis did. Makis looked at his brother and smiled at him. "Today wasn't the day I was to die, that's why I didn't get hit by that truck." He puts a hand on his brother's shoulder. "We're immortal, brother. Immortal. Until the day we die. Don't be so sad. Think of all the things we could do if we were immortal. If we're in a mugging, we'll survive. If we're in a bank robbery, we'll survive. If we're in a natural or catastrophic disaster, we'll survive. We'll only die on the day we're destined to die." He strokes under his chin with his index finger. "If Penny was destined to die by being hit by a truck, what's destined to kill me? Will I get hit by a truck? Run over by a train, perhaps? I'll settle for dying a quick and painless death," Sakis said. "Like getting shot in the heart or head. It may happen, bro. And think about it, we could use our abilities to help make Mom some money. Mom has done so much for us, especially with Dad gone, so why can't we repay her? How can we repay her with our super eyes? I have a few ideas in mind. Maki smiled. But think about it, we're gods. We're immortal and know when people die. If we play our cards right, we can be rich and powerful. We can survive anything life throws at us, and we can be the best of the best. Saki's rolled his eyes. I don't care about any of that. I need to know what I could have done to save Penelope. If I kill someone before their destined day, does it mean that fate can be broken? Even if we broke Penelope's legs the day before, I'm pretty sure she still would have died today. I think the numbers above her head take into account everything we do prior to her time of death. Shut up. I refuse to believe it. I want to know if there's something I could have done to save her. Do whatever you want with your super eyes, Mac. Torture, slaughter, I don't care, but I want to know if there was something I could have done to change Penny's fate. Maki's rolled his eyes. Whatever. Maki's eyes rolled to the back of his skull. You know what, brother? He put his arm around his brother's shoulder. I can't help but wonder what fate has in store for us. We know when we're going to die, but what path will fate take us through to get to that day of death? Present. Knight Yagami looked at the men in front of him in anger. He clenched his fists and growled at them. His lips pulled back and his teeth bared at them. You will never get what you want. Cronus looked over to his companion. Oedipus shook his head with a smile. I will get what I want. Cronus drew his gun. We always get what we want, Oedipus laughed. Knight Yagami. Chapter 74, New Territory. June 12, 2044. Los Angeles, California, United States of America. Let's just recap so everyone's on the same page. We got to Russia to take down a group of anti-Kira vigilantes. They call themselves the 10 Lost Children, and they're all survivors of Wammy's house when it burned down. They split up so half of their group is in Russia and the other half is in Japan. We managed to cut down their numbers until only 3 remain. Alpha Beta, Humble, and Jester, respectively. Then, for some reason, Humble kills Jester and then backstabs Alpha Beta and claims to kill her. We ambush Humble in his hideout and he runs off. All is well and good, and then we get a call, saying that Rain and Archangel have been kidnapped by Rook, the last of the lost children unaccounted for, and he takes them to the United States of America. Now we're on a getting off a flight from Russia to the United States of America to find Rain and Archangel. Knight and Iris looked at each other awkwardly. They looked back at Kuroki. Yep, Knight nods. That pretty much sums up what happened these last few days, Kuroki. Knight looks out the window of the private plane. It has been 3 minutes since the plane landed on the runway and Saiko, Tezuka, and Murata disembarked. Welcome to America. Knight grabs his luggage and begins climbing out of the plane. The 3 officers were already ahead of them by 30 feet, which meant they were out of earshot for Knight to scheme. Knight looked at Kuroki. They speak English in America. Kuroki rolled her eyes. Duh. I can speak English. No Japanese, English only. Looks like I'll be having a jolly good time, Iris said in English, her British accent returning to her. If you want, I can be a translator. As a front, you know? I'll take that under consideration, Knight said in English. Now let's get a move on. Kuroki saluted them. Yes, sir, she announced in English. The 3 of them caught up with the other officers and Knight told them that they are to speak English. The only problem was the 3 officers couldn't speak English. I shall be your translators, Iris said in English before repeating it in Japanese. See, English girl is good for something. Knight rolled his eyes. Pay attention. If Saiko, Tezuka, and Murata can't speak English, then there's no need to be as subtle around them. This works perfectly. Where are we going to start looking? Iris asked. For Rain and Archangel? Knight's eyes looked over at the invisible Shinigami standing behind the 3 officers. Iris caught a glimpse of where Knight was looking and immediately understood what he was saying. I found them, Gilth said. I can take you there. I'll keep an eye on them as soon as we're in range of them, Massey inputted. We'll get them back and don't worry, they're still alive. Trust me, we checked. Good. Knight smiled. Now, all we have to do is ditch Psycho, Tezuka, and Murata and we can find Rain and Archangel all on our own. But I suspect it would be much easier said than done. Several hours later, after checking into yet another hotel, the 6 officers got to work. This time, the hotel they checked into had 2 separate rooms, so Knight, Iris, and Kuroki stayed in one room while the 3 officers stayed in the other. Knight made sure the door was locked before escorting the girls to the bathroom, where they had more room for privacy behind a second door. All right then, now it's time to discuss things, Knight said. He folded his arms over his chest. We gotta get Rain and Archangel back. The only ones who know their current location is Gilth and Massey. Gilth and Massey materialized behind Knight. Gilth spoke up and said, they're in a fortress of some kind. Have they been harmed? Iris demanded. Massey shook her head. So far, Rook hasn't touched a finger on the children or any of the Kagamis, they're all fine. What's their current condition? Are they getting any food? We can't stay for too long, but based on the hours we've been watching them, yeah, they're being fed and kept belly full. Iris let out a sigh she didn't know she had been holding. That's good news. But what is Rook going to do to them? Rook was always an unpredictable bastard, Knight said. Rook scared me growing up. There was something not right with that boy, and over 20 years later, I'm proven correct. Describe the fortress they're in, Kuroki ordered. If we can get an idea of its physical layout, we can come up with a plan. Additionally, tell us how many guys are with Rook, how he's getting his food supply, who's going in and out of the base, the whole 9 yards. The more we know, the better. The fortress. Rain looked over at her 2 younger siblings. They were cuddled together in the corner of the dark room with only a single light bulb illuminating the room. In the other corner of the room sat Mr. and Mrs. Kagami, who was handcuffed and gagged together and looking desperately for a way out. Masumi sat down next to her friend and patted her back. We'll be okay, Masumi said hesitantly and with uncertainty. She had been eyeing that single door ever since she had been put in here some time ago. The only time it would open would be when Rook came into the room himself carrying a cart with trays of food on it. He would hold a live and fully primed grenade each time and threaten the others that if they resisted, he would drop the grenade and blow them all up until not even the animals would feast on their carcasses. Right? Masumi resumed. We'll be okay? She looked at Rain's face. Even when captured by the enemy, Rain still had no emotion on her face and her thoughts were impossible to read. How is she so fearless? Rain looked over at her friend and stared at her blankly. She was apparently thinking of something before she turned back to the front door. She licked her lips before turning to her siblings. How are you guys holding up? She asked. We're okay, Angel said softly. Archer and I. Good. It would be sad and painful if you died on me now. Archer only laughed. Ah, you really do love us, sis. Have faith, Murasaki spoke up. We'll get out of here. I'm sure Lord Kira will save us. Someone, Minoru said firmly, will save us. Whether it be Kira or someone else, I don't care. Click! After a few more seconds, the door unlocked and Rook came pushing a cart full of food into the cell. God damn it, he said in his Australian accent. How can you bloke see in this lightin'? He reached over and flipped a light switch, lighting up the small 4x4 room. There you go, much better. He taps the handbar on the cart. Eat up, wanks, din time. Specialty on the menu is zebra. He sighed heavily. America sure loves killing animals for food. But me, I'm a humanitarian, I kill people and make food for them. You won't be making mincemeat out of us, Rain declared. If you touch us, our dad is going to eat you alive. Rook smiled. Ah, will he really, Sherlock? I would love to know what I taste like. Rook held his hand up and took his pinky off the grenade he had. Anyone makes a peep or anything, I drop this sucker and bing bang boom all 8 us. Rain looked around the room. There's 7 of us. True. He patted the tray of food before him. But he makes 8. Rook laughed hysterically and gleefully upon seeing the horrified and disgusted looks on their faces. They were clearly repulsed at the idea of eating humans, so he decided to throw them a bone. Don't worry, loves, it's not people meat, it's really zebra meat. I love white meat, I love dark meat, now I get 2 for the price of 1. Instead of serving everyone individually, he shoved the cart forward until it had to be stopped by Rain and Masumi from crashing into them. This was atypical behavior because usually, he would hand out food trays in a highly overdramatic fashion, but the others guessed he didn't have it in him today. That or something else. Outside. Rook folded his arms over his chest. What do you think? Rook was now standing outside his fortress, which was revealed to be a farmhouse with a pig pen to his left. The pigs were snacking on something Rook had fed them earlier, and when the cannibal heard them oinking, it prompted him to move over the pen and pat the closest pig on the scalp. Who's a good boy? He gently rubbed behind the pig's ear before softly scratching it. You're a good boy, yes you are. He smiled warmly before he moved his hand over to the pig on his left, which he identified as a female. You are a very beautiful pig, remember that. He stroked the pig's forehead with the back of his head. I promise I won't leave you. I'll see what the bosses say. Rook finally turned his attention over to the man he had been standing before. The man he spoke to was wearing a business suit with a ski mask over his face and a pair of sunglasses. He held in his hand a picture consisting of the Yagamis and Kagamis. After looking over the photo, he narrowed his eyes before pocketing the photo. The bosses are the one who determines whether guys are worth it or not. Rook pushed himself away from the pig pen and stood shoulder to shoulder with the businessman in a ski mask. Take a picture of my picture and send it to your boss, Rook demanded. The businessman laughed. It doesn't work like that. Ever since cyberforensics became sophisticated, snapping photos of your would-be victims is bad. But from what I gathered, the men you work with aren't killers. For some reason, the victims in their hands are always ending up killing each other. Like Jigsaw. Bosses, the man corrected. Plural. No one gives a hoot about grammar, lad. Snap a photo, tell me they're worth, give me my money. The businessman tilted his head. Why must you do this? If you plan on cooking these people and serving them up, why not do it yourself? Rook licked his lips, his mouth starting to water before him. I cannot stress to you how much I wanted to eat these people, but they can never measure up to the taste of real human meat. He smiled gleefully. Do you know why I'm a regular customer of yours? Because you're reliable and you pay me good money. The businessman nodded. That is true. Our clients have said similar things in the past. I get my meat to eat, on the black market. There's a farmhouse or whatever they're called where humans are bred for the sole purpose of being eaten on their 21st birthday. The blokes running the show there make sure the humans are seasoned with the best seasoning, and every bite I take of them leaves an everlasting taste in my mouth. It's the kind of quality you just can't get from cities, bloke. The businessman groaned and looked away. I don't want to know about what you eat for breakfast. Ah, chap, we're adults here. The only reason I make consistent sales with you is that for some reason, y'all always know when someone is going to die. I sell you a living human, you buy him, he dies of natural causes or whatever the fuck for some reason, and I'm free to buy myself a delicious human being to have for dinner. The businessman groaned. You disgust me. Oi, I don't go to where you make burgers and tell you how to make them. You have your taste, I have mine. I'm offended when you call me repulsive. Like you've never done something gross in your life, mate. My hands are clean, mate. Rook smiled once more. Yeah, they are, until you put them under a UV light. He pointed to the man's pocket. I provided a picture of the people I'm willing to sell and I want a response back ASAP. The businessman looked at his watch. It is currently 2 p.m. Rest assured, you can expect a response from the bosses in 72 exactly. I will be here in 3 days' time at the exact same time to give you an answer. It better be a good answer, mate. I mean, if the answer is no, at least I won't lose any money. Unfortunately, I'll have to eat them, mid-level meat, that lot. But if your bosses decide to buy them, they'll be your problem and I'll be buying me the finest human meat to feast on. Unbeknownst to them, Gilth and Massey were watching from afar and recording. The hotel. It has been a few hours since the Shinigami returned with audio footage of Rook talking with some businessman in a ski mask. Knight went down to the lobby, bought 3 bags of barbecue-flavored potato chips, and fed them to Gilth as a reward for helping. Iris went downstairs to the bar to order a strawberry sundae to give to Massey. Both Shinigami accepted gleefully. Kuroki listened to the audio on the laptop once more and began replaying clips to make sure she didn't miss anything. She bit her lower lip after hearing the audio a 4th time. She sighed and looked over to Knight. So what do you think? It seems like this Rook guy is a cannibal, but he also has connections to some sort of human trafficking ring. And a farm for human cattle in Australia, Knight pointed out. As much as I want our children back, I can't stand the idea of letting human traffickers or human farmhouses stay active. He closed his eyes, coming up with an idea before opening them. He looked at Kuroki. We're going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. How the hell could these guys stay active? Iris asked. With Kira being on the rise these last several years. Remember, there was a 17-year period in which Kira wasn't active. Criminals have had more than enough time to think and plan ahead in case Kira returned. Premeditated murders nowadays are practically non-existent, but criminal organizations that fly extremely low beneath the radar are still a thing. Those guys have always been the most difficult to find. Guys, Kuroki yelled. There's another thing to be concerned about, the death notes. If Rook kidnapped Rain and Archangel, it's possible he could have taken the death notes. And he did, Gilth confirmed. But he's keeping them from himself, tucking them away in a drawer in his private office. We went snooping around in there to see what he had been writing down. Knight folded his arms over his chest. And without a doubt, he didn't write our children or the Kagami's names down. If he did, then he wouldn't have kidnapped them in the first place. And based on the conversation he had with his associate, he's only interested in selling people to make money so he can buy people to eat. Knight feels his stomach rumble. For some reason, talking about Rook made him hungry. I knew that Rook would grow up to be a killer, but goddamn, I didn't realize he would become a Hannibal Lecter. A fucking cannibal. What's the plan, guys? Kuroki asked. Knight stroked his chin. We're going to get our kids back, but we can't just say our kids are at the farm area a few miles up the road. They would never buy it if we just pulled the information out our asses. We don't want to expose the existence of our Shinigami after all. We need someone to make an anonymous tip to us. His eyes went wide. Or, we use the death note to control someone, have them infiltrate the farm, and free them. At the very least, as a backup plan, we should also have this controlled person give our kids a phone and call us on our cell phone. That way, in case anything happens, the 6 of us know where Rain and Archangel are. And the Kagamis, Iris reminded. After all they've done for our kids, they deserve to live too. Yeah, especially Murasaki and her helping Kira in the Kiri case years ago. Knight licked his lower lip as he thought of a plan. I'm still trying to think of what else to do. He closes his eyes and drums his finger against his temple. Manipulate some poor bastard, have him walk to Rook's hideout, toss Rain a phone, and have her dial up my number, then if possible, have him free everyone. Then, we save our kids and manipulate Rook during his encounter with the businessman in 3 days. Then, after killing Rook, we manipulate the businessman into giving up information, and while we're still here, we take down this human trafficking ring. Why can't we just kill Rook and escape with our children? Iris wondered. It's as I've said before, I can't fucking stand the idea of a human trafficking ring being out there. If this is the only way to stop them, then let's do it. He tilted his head as he thought of something. On second thought, we'll let Rook live. Only because of his connections to his human farm. We'll use Rook and the businessman to take down the human trafficking ring and people farm in one go. 2 birds with 1 stone. And we get our kids back. It's a win-win victory for everyone, except Rook and this businessman. Knight reached into his suitcase and pulled out his death note. Now then, let's get started, shall we? You two look up a suspect for me to use. I'll start writing down the instructions. We'll add the suspect's name after. After that, all 3 of them got to work. Elsewhere. In the outskirts of the city, loud music played in the forest with the source coming from a large complex located in the middle of the forest. The businessman parked his car in the parking lot before stepping out. He grabbed his tie and adjusted it. He looked around to make sure no one had been tailing him before he reached inside and grabbed his briefcase. He walked like a man heading to work with his shoulders raised. He swiped his keycard and entered a 12-digit number before walking through the steel door. Inside the place building he walked through was a small gift shop area with one employee reading a comic book while in front of a glass display of various artifacts dug up over the years by archaeologists. The clerk looked at the businessman before he reached out to the register and swiped his keycard. An elevator at the other side of the room opened up and the businessman headed for it. He swiped his keycard on the panel and the elevator descended. When the door opened several seconds later, the businessman stepped into a place that could only be described as a wrestling arena. The place was swarmed with a bunch of random people wearing various colored shirts, but in the center of the room was a big cage where 2 people were fighting to the death. Blood was sprayed on the ground, punches exchanged, kicks kicked, and heads smashed against the gate. The 2 were fighting for their lives, and the victor gets to live another day while the loser would simply die. No weapons were allowed, only bare fists. The businessman paid no attention to the all-out brawl that took place and instead moved over to a part of the crowd where 2 men sat. The businessman approached them and he bows respectfully to them. The 2 men sat comfortably in a beach chair as they watched the fight go down. Both men wore heavy trench coats, despite the warmth inside the building, but they distinguished themselves by the accessories they wore. The man in the left chair was wearing heavy gold and silver chains and watches and necklaces all over his body, while the man in the right chair was wearing a cross around his neck and had tattoos of angels sprawled on the back of his hands. Both men, however, wore blank white masks with no eye holes, but they managed to see just fine somehow. The 2 men looked over at the businessman. The one wearing heavy chains spoke first. "Sharon, what have you got for us today, sir?" The businessman removed his ski mask and sunglasses. 6 people for the taking, Oedipus. The man in the right chair looked at Sharon. "Ages and gender?" 4 kids and 2 adults, Sharon answered. 3 girls and 3 boys, Sir Cronus. Cronus clicked his tongue and held his hand out. "Give us the photo and we'll see whether they're worthy of being put in this cage." "It's been a while since we've seen children fight," Oedipus said. As Sharon reached into his briefcase to pull out the photo of the Yagamis and Kagamis, he couldn't help but notice the slight Greek accent behind the twins. It made him wonder where the twins originated from, but it wasn't in his pay to know, so he didn't care either way. Sharon handed the twins the photo and watched as the duo looked over the photo. "Huh," Oedipus stroked his chin. "Based on the letters, they're Japanese, right?" "Yagami and Kagami is Japanese," Sharon confirmed. "Give me that," Cronus demanded. "Let's see what fate has in store." Cronus's eyes went wide behind his mask. "What the fuck?" Oedipus looked over at his twin. "What's going on? Bad fate on their hands? Take a look at this yourself." Oedipus took the picture back and looked over the contents once more. He activated his super eyes and, much to his shock, he could only see the names floating above Yagami's heads, but not their lifespan. The notion alone was enough to make him stand up and grasp the photo with both hands. "What the fuck is this? Where is it?" Cronus stood up and looked at the photo too. "I can see anything either. It's like they're not destined to die or anything." Sharon cut his eyes at the twins. "What are they up to? What are they seeing?" I guess it doesn't matter." Oedipus and Cronus were so shocked that they didn't notice that the cage match had ended 2 seconds ago. The victor was the taller, more muscular fighter of the competitors. He walked out of the cage, his freedom won, but his teeth were broken and his nose smashed. The loser lay in the center of the cage, twitching and quivering before his movements halted. "Looks like you win," the ward beside the duo said. He was known only as Hermes. "Oedipus, Cronus, I don't know how you do it, but you always know when someone is going to live." "No, we just know when someone is going to die," Oedipus corrected. "Collect our money, then stop talking for 2 seconds." Hermes rolled his eyes. "Geez Louise, well fuck you too." Oedipus turned back to Cronus. "I can see the Kagami's lifespan," he whispered to his twin, "but not the Yagami's." "Why do you think this is?" Cronus didn't hear his brother and was only focused on the fact that he couldn't see a lifespan floating over the young children. He let his anger get the better of him and he began crumbling the photo in his hand. Oedipus snatched the photo away before it became unrecognizable. "Why the fuck them?" Cronus demanded in a whispering tone. "Why do they not have a lifespan above their heads? Everybody we see their names and lifespans, but we can only see their names." Oedipus rolled his eyes. "Yeah. This is unprecedented. What's got you so angry? Penny had to live with her days numbered, but these sons of bitches, what gives them the right?" He looks his brother in the face with his blank mask. "I've done everything in my power to save and kill someone before the end of their lifespan, and all my efforts have been in vain. Now," he hissed vindicatively, "there's a couple of stray good-for-nothing kids who come along and they don't have a lifespan. No predestined date of death?" Oedipus put a hand on his brother's shoulder. "Calm down, Cronus." Cronus smacked his hand away. "I say we should bring them here. If they really have no predestined lifespan, then that means you can finally do something of your own free will for once." Oedipus smiled behind his mask. "I'm curious as to what's going to happen. If we put them in a fight, who will come out alive? We're in uncharted territory from now on." Sharon tapped Cronus on the shoulder. "I don't know what you guys are whispering about, but do you want these people or not?" "Yes," Cronus answered. "Yes," he repeated. "I'm answering on my behalf and my twin's behalf. Bring all 6 of those people here. And if anything happens to the Yagami children, I swear to God, I will put you in the hospital. The Yagami children are the ones I want most." Sharon tilted his head. "Why? Just do it, fucker." Sharon bowed before turning and heading to the elevator and ascending from the underworld. Cronus looked over at his brother, and although his face was covered, Oedipus could tell that he was growling under his mask. "Rain, Ark, Julia Yagami, if Penny couldn't live her life with freedom, then neither can you." Chapter 75, Pigs. June 13, 2044. Los Angeles, California, United States of America. The Fortress. "What the hell are you doing back so goddamn early?" Rook demanded as he stepped outside his hideout. The businessman from earlier, Sharon, had come back days earlier than expected and caught Rook completely off guard. "You dropped your fancy watch and came to get it back or something?" Sharon shook his head. "Well, good news, Mr. Rook. My bosses would love to buy the kids and parents off your hand, for a very generous amount, might I add." He tugged on his tie. "Today's your lucky day. When you say generous, how much ched are we talking? How much do you usually get paid for a human off your hands?" "For one human, it's 15,000. So 6 humans would equal 90,000. "Okay then. Take 90,000 and times it by 3. Rook's eyes went wide. "What? $270,000? And convert it to Australian dollars. Over $400,000. Sharon smiled. "Exactly. The bosses are kindly interested in the children. Something about fate and whatnot, I don't care, but they would like to compensate you handsomely for such an extraordinary catchy, they say." "Well then, mate, looks like today really is my lucky day." Rook smiled. "With over $400,000, I'll be dining on the most desirable and delicious flesh no ta humankind. Count on that. Rook turned around but stopped. He looked back at Sharon. Why did your bosses want the lads again? Fate or something? Fate, huh? Rook's eyes rolled to the back of his skull dramatically. Never been a believer in fate, till me good old mate, Humble, told me about fate. A few thoughts lingered in the head of Rook, but he decided to keep them to himself. I'll go fetch them youngstas. Stay here like a good little Sharon. Thank you, Rook. Rook turned around and headed back to his hideout. He walked in and headed straight for where the prisoners were being held. He opened their door and stared at the 6 of them sitting on the ground, cowering in fear and closing in on them. Congratulations, mate, today's the day you'll be heading off to a new owner. He grabbed Rain, Archer, and Angel by the back of their heads and dragged them to the door. Archer fought back and bit Rook on the finger. Pathetic bloke, Rook cursed at him before he shoved him to the ground. Biting me, huh? That's how I got into the cannibalism business in the first place. He grabbed Angel by the neck. However, I am not to be eaten. Try that again, bloke, and I'll snap your twin's neck. Archer growled but relented. Only I can strangle my brother. We'll see about that, mate. Rain carefully raised her hands. Please, don't hurt Angel. Even if she were saying words of worry, there was no change in her voice. She blinked thrice, however. Whatever you say, lass. Rook escorted the 3 kids out to the front and brought them in front of Sharon. The businessman looked at the 3 with a smile behind his mask. Ah, how delightful. Stay here with Mr. Sharon, Rook ordered. I'll be back with the others. No need, Sharon waved his hand. Only these 3 will be coming with me. The 3 kids of fate, as my bosses call them. Sharon looked down at them. Hello, Rain, Ark, and Yagami. Archer and Angel's eyes widened. How does he know our names / he called us by our first names? Rain looked up at Sharon. She narrowed her eyes before her face softened. She blinked twice before looking over at her brothers. She saw the shocked expressions on their face before she looked back at Sharon. She blinked thrice before slowly letting out a breath of air. Rook looked over at Sharon. What? Who the hell are Ark and Jewel? It's Archer and Angel Yagami. Archer and Angel looked over at Rain. She looked them in the eyes and blinked slowly and dramatically. The twins immediately knew what she was saying. This guy must have the Shinigami eyes, they both thought. Do they know our names? Does that mean they have death notes? No, our memories are still intact, and so are Dad and Mom and Auntie Kuroki. Archer, so, we are still the owners of the death note because our memories are still present. Angel, this guy called us by our real names. My name is Jewel, but written as in Jewel and read as Angel. You're coming with me to your new home, Sharon said. Get in the car, now. Rook shoved the 3 kids forward. Go on, get in the car. Being shoved forcefully forward, Rain and Archer fell to their knees on the dirt ground. Instead of getting up immediately, they lay there on the ground for a bit, their heads touching the ground. I said get up. Rain and Archer were tugged to their feet and pushed forward. The 3 children had no choice but to comply, and they climbed into Karen's car. They were handcuffed and thrown into the back seat. As Sharon slammed the car door, he turned back to Rook and grabbed his hand firmly. It's a pleasure doing business with you. As for the other 3, we will collect them as scheduled in 2 days. Only these 3 children are of interest to my bosses. Of course. You'll be paid 3/4 of the money today, and the last 25% will be given to you in 2 days' time when we collect the last 3 victims. Thank you. Rook bowed his head. Come back anytime, Sharon, and it'll be a win-win for the both of us. Sharon climbed into the car and drove off. Rook waved them off before turning on his heels and walking back. Before he walked back, however, he stopped at the pig pen and he leaned over to pet the pigs rolling around in the mud. He patted them lovingly on the scalps before scratching behind their necks. Good little piggies. Rook promises to protect you guys from the big bad wolves. Rook turned back to his hideout and began to move back to the cage he kept the prisoners in. Alrighty, he began as he opened the doors. Looks like it's just the dash. Minoru charged through the door and collided with Rook. Rook staggered back and hit the wall. Before he could react, Minoru kneed him between the legs before grabbing him by the hair. Fuck! Rook cried in pain. He grabbed the back of Minra's head and began to knee him in his hips. The two men began struggling for control of the situation, with them pushing each other into the wall and rolling around on the ground. Rook reached over blindly and grabbed a chair and whacked Minoru over the head with it. Minoru collapsed to the side and Rook went to finish the job when Murasaki came by and wrapped the chains binding her wrist around Rook's neck. She tugged on him, making up for her lack of strength with sheer determination. Rook struggled for breath and elbowed Murasaki blindly. Minoru got up and charged at Rook. All three of them went crashing out the front door, with Rook landing on top of Murasaki. Get the fuck off of me, Rook tugged on the chains. Fuck you. He picked himself up and elbowed Murasaki off of him. She held onto the chains tight, so he went staggering back slightly. He elbowed her again and managed to make her relax her grip on the chain, allowing him the freedom to maneuver and escape. You fucking bitch. Rook was cut off from any further communication when Minoru charged at him like a football player, hit Rook in the waist, and picked him up before carrying him across the field. Rook elbowed Minoru in the back and went to bite him before Minoru made it to the pig pen and body slammed him over the gate. The force was enough to knock the wind out of him and left him vulnerable to the pigs in the pen. He was so disoriented that he didn't feel the first pig biting into his forearm until the second one joined in. He gasped in pain and tugged his limbs back and crawled back, only to crawl blindly into the path of another pig, which bit into his neck. Shit, he cried as the pigs ganged up on him and began eating on his skin and muscles. Shit, please, help me, he cried. Please! He screamed at the top of his lungs when one of the pigs bit off his ear and nearly lost his voice. Minoru stood up and stood at the gate of the pig pen. Where are the children? Where did they go? Help me! The hairs on Rook's neck spiked up when he heard the sound of his own flesh squelching. Please, save me! Where's Rain and Archangel? Rook's eyes drifted to the back of his skull as the strength in his neck gave out and his head went limp against the muddy ground. Life is strange, huh? My dad eats my mom, my sister eats my dad, I eat my sister, and now I'm being eaten by pigs. I thought the cannibalism curse would end with me eating myself, but no, I had to be eaten by fucking pigs. Is this karma for eating those kids at Wammy's house? Rook stretches his hand out blindly towards the sky as if asking God to help him. All I ever wanted in life was to taste the finest meat this world had to offer. And you? You do this to me? What kind of sense of humor do you have, God? This isn't funny at. Rook's hand went limp and his scream ceased. The only sounds that came from Rook were the sounds of his flesh being bitten into and the pigs enjoying the taste of their meal. Crap! Minoru quickly leaps over the small fence and rushes to Rook's body. He kicks the pigs away and drags Rook's body away before the pigs could devour him whole. Murasaki quickly helps her husband lift the body over the fence and they both throw Rook's body to the ground. We have to find a phone on him, quickly, he said, call the police. Call Knight, Murasaki remembered. I remember his personal cell phone number. You search, I'm going to check on Masumi. Murasaki ran out of there while Minoru began digging through Rook's clothes. An hour later, Knight Yagami and his crew arrived at the fortress. They didn't have any police cars, so they got there using cars they rented with Japanese money they traded and converted into American money. There were 2 cars, one for the Yagamis and Kuroki and the second one for Tezuka and anyone else. While the Kagamis were being tended to by Tezuka, Murata, and Saiko, Knight walked over to Rook's body and stood above it. Is he dead? Iris approached him and her eyes started glowing. Yeah, he's dead. And our children are still gone. Knight looked over to his right where Kuroki stood. He narrowed his eyes and walked toward her. As he approached her, He studied her just standing there in the middle of the driveway, looking down at the ground as if looking for something. What you got? Kuroki kneeled and took a photo of something on the ground. 5 sets of footprints. She pointed to the footprints left behind in the dirt. And tire marks that lead in that direction. Knight followed to where she was pointing and saw the tire tracks lead out of the driveway and off into the distance. Based on the size of the footprints, 3 sets belonged to children and the other 2 sets belonged to adults. She looked up at Knight. I can say with 100% confidence that Rain and Archangel were put in a car and driven off somewhere. She held one finger up. And, based on the sole designs, 1 set of footprints belonging to the adults was wearing sneakers. Knight looks over at Rook's dead body. He's wearing sneakers. And the set belonging to the children are also sneaker designs, Japanese. Knight nodded. Good. And as for the last set? Kuroki pointed to the last set of footprints. Oxfords, dress shoes. Not the type of clothing you would wear out here on a small farm area. You can say that again. Iris followed the footprints and noticed they disappeared just a few inches short of the tire trucks. If the kidnapper was wearing dress shoes, it means he came from an environment fitting dress shoes. If he was native or local to this area, he would have worn sneakers or something fit for this rough terrain. Correct. And here's another detail in the dirt. She pointed to the spot in the dirt that looked like a knee was resting there. A message left behind. Knight got down to one knee and took a look for himself. He could make out a message written in Japanese. Sharon. He looked at the words written on the right side. BB. Knight smiled. Our children are smart. I'm proud of them. They left this message behind to help us. Based on what I'm reading, the person who kidnapped them goes by the name of Sharon. Kuroki tilted her head. How do you know? I taught my daughter that in the event she's kidnapped, she uses her Shinigami eyes to try and get the name of her kidnapper and record it down for me to find. Sharon is the name of a figure from Greek mythology, so it must be a nickname the kidnapper is using. What do the BB initials mean? It means Beyond Birthday. It's code we taught them. Beyond Birthday was an enemy who had the Shinigami eyes, so in the event that we come across an enemy with Shinigami eyes, then the initials BB is to be used. What? Kuroki was taken aback after realizing something. The fact that they wrote BB in the dirt proves their memories of the Death Note are intact, yet this Sharon person has the Shinigami eyes. How can someone have the Shinigami eyes without the Death Note? That's cheating. Iris and I traded half our remaining lifespan to get these peepers. People can have Shinigami eyes without a Death Note, Knight confirmed. There's Beyond Birthday in. He cut himself off, his expression suddenly darkening. He stared at the horizon before him and glared. It doesn't matter. We got to find out where this Sharon went. Iris pointed to something else on the ground. One more thing. There's one last message left behind. Knight looked to where she pointed and stood above the message. 11 DUM 11. He tilted his head. 7 letters, tire marks, it's obviously the license plate of the car. I'm proud to say our kids are extremely smart. 11 DUM 11, Iris recited. How are we supposed to find the car? I don't know, Knight said softly, if only there was someone to follow the tracks. Gilth and Massey materialized behind Knight and stiffened their backs. Whatever you say, Knight, Gilth said. Later. The 2 Shinigami sprouted their wings and began following the tire tracks left in the dirt. Let's pray that the location they were taken to is within 14 kilometers, Kuroki said. Don't worry. Knight rubbed his chin. We'll simply send Tezuka, Murata, and Psycho away to take care of the Kagamis, and we'll follow the tracks. The more we follow the tracks, the farther Gil and Massey will be able to search. Kuroki pulled out her phone. The closest town is 12 miles away, so. As I've said before, people don't wear dress shoes on rough terrain. Unless they're masochists. Good. Knight turned. I need to go find something. The 2 of you, get whatever information you can from the Kagamis. Knight walked into Rook's hideout to retrieve something while Iris and Kuroki stayed behind. Iris tapped Kuroki's stomach. "Sharp eye you have there, Kuroki." Kuroki nodded gratefully. "Thanks. But I'm not in the mood for compliments right now, my goddess." Iris looked over at the Kagamis being tended to by their fellow officers. Iris strolled over to their location and faced the Kagamis. "I'm sure you've already been asked this, but I need to know what happened." Minoru spoke up first. "It's like I told the 3 officers here, this Rook guy had me and my family, and yours, locked up in this room with chains. We kept hearing his plan on how he planned to sell us for money and then use that money to buy people to eat. The man is a goddamn cannibal." Murasaki was standing beside her husband, her daughter holding onto her stomach tightly. Murasaki gently stroked the back of Masumi's head. "We escaped thanks to your daughter." "Why yeah," Masumi said hesitantly. She broke her wrist to get free." "She dislocated her thumb?" "Why yeah. Then she taught Daddy how to do it too, and we were going to be free when Rook came back and demanded Rain and Archangel," Murasaki finished. "She had to lock the chains to her wrists once more, but as soon as Rook left, my husband dislocated his thumb and broke free." Iris bit her lower lip and sneered. She thought back to all the clues she left behind. If the person who abducted my children has the Shinigami eyes, is it possible they know about the Death Note? Is that why they were taken before the Kagamis were? The thought made Iris's eyes go wide. Then again, Knight did say it was possible for people to have the Shinigami eyes and not be a Death Note owner. Beyond Birthday is a prime example, and she cut herself off upon remembering a story Knight told her. Knight came walking out of the small farmhouse and marching over to the Kagamis. "Did you get everything, Iris?" After his wife nodded, he turned to his fellow officers. "Tezuka, Saiko, Murata, I want you to get the Kagamis on a plane back to Japan, ASAP." "What?" Murata exclaimed. "Lieutenant Kip, sir, you need us," Saiko begged. "That's an order," Knight reminded them. "Now get these civilians to safety. Kuroki, Ice, and I will go after our kids." Aye, sir," Tezuka saluted. "Come on, Mr. and Mrs. Kagamis, let's get you in the car." "Stay safe, Knight," Murasaki pleaded. "I've helped you on the Curie case, so I know that you'll win in the end." "I always win," Knight declared. After the officers loaded the Kagamis into their car, they climbed in themselves and waved off Knight. Knight waved back and let out a sigh of relief after seeing the officers go off. Finally, Knight sighed in relief, speaking English. "We're alone, it's just the 3 of us." Iris and Kuroki closed in on him. "Rook is dead, eaten alive by pigs. And with Humble out of the picture, we no longer have to deal with the 10 lost children anymore. Now we just have to get our kids back." He smiled. "It's kinda exciting." Iris glared at him. "What's exciting?" "I wonder who will save our kids first, us or them." Rain, 5 years old. Archangel, 4 years old. The Yagami household. Rain smiled as she played with her teddy bear. She sat at her play table and began dressing the teddy bear up in a dress. She giggled before picking up a teapot and holding it to the teddy bear's mouth. "Tea," she shouted. "Drink!" Running into the living room were 4-year-olds Archer and Angel. Wearing matching red shirts and blue pants, they ran around the living room, climbing up the couch and jumping off. When Archer jumped off, he fell to the ground when Angel slipped off the couch and landed on his brother. Luckily for both of them, there was a pillow they landed on. "Ow," Archer cried. "I'm sorry, Archie," Angel said. He kissed his temple before helping his brother up. "It's okay," Archer said, rubbing his head. "I'm not hurt." He looks over to the kitchen. He sees a jar of cookies sitting on top of the fridge. Angel follows his line of sight and they look at each other. They smile, a silent nonverbal twin communication being spoken between them, and they run over to the kitchen. "I can't reach that high," Archer said. He then began to climb the counter. Careful, Angel urged. Archer carefully stood up on the counter, very slowly moving over to the fridge, and carefully reached over for the cookie jar. He carefully picked it up and backed away slowly. He wasn't wearing any socks, so he didn't have to worry about slipping, and carefully kneeled to put the cookie jar down. He climbed down from the counter and grabbed the cookie jar. Rain walked over to them, still carrying her teddy bear. Daddy said not to eat any cookies. Yeah, they did, Archer said. Daddy said we can have one cookie as a snack. Yeah, Angel? Yeah, Angel nodded. They opened the jar and reached in, grabbing 2 cookies each. They put the cookies to their mouths and stopped when they saw Rain smiling mischievously. What? Rain shook her head. Nothing. Daddy knows you can climb, so why would he leave cookies on the fridge? They're fake cookies. No, they're not. Yes, they are. I ate one earlier. Give me, I'll show. Rain held her hand out. Angel, looking down hesitantly at the cookie, handed it to his older sister. She took it and ate the cookie in 3 bites. Angel stared at her, dumbfounded. Hey, he whined, you said they were fake. Before any of them knew it, the front door opened and Knight came home. He spotted his 3 children in the kitchen, the cookie jar in Archer's hands. With a serious look on his face, he moved over and snatched the cookie jar from them. What did I tell you about stealing cookies, Archer? He also took the 1 cookie in Archer's hand and put it back in the jar. Archer looked up at his father nervously. I tried to stop him, Rain snickered. She's lying, she ate one. Did she now? Knight looked over at Angel. Did Rain climb up and take the cookie jar? Angel shrunk back into himself and looked down to the ground. She shook his head while rubbing his eyes nervously. No. Rain smiled at Archer, which did not go unnoticed by Knight. Present day. I knew exactly what happened, Knight said, because Gilth was there and watching them, but still, my children can be crafty. Rain tricked Angel into giving her his cookie and set Archer up to take the blame. Man, I forgot how mischievous Rain used to be, how she smiled. It's like she gained a new personality after being given the death note. He turned to his teammates. Rain and Archangel may be children, but they're grandmasters in chess just like me, although none of them have been able to beat me. Let's also not forget they dispatched 4 lost children all by themselves, and they managed to give us a clue to their whereabouts. In fact, I'm more worried about the suckers who kidnapped them. He looked at Iris and Kuroki with a maniacal smile and look in his eyes. Our 3 children are dangerous enough on their own, but all 3 of them combined are not a threat you can just brush off. Gilth and Massey came flying back towards them. Without losing the smile on his face, Knight said, without looking at the Shinigami, speak of the devil. What of our children? Forest, 7 miles west of here. Big building, impossible to miss. Knight's grin got wider, if possible. And with the entire Yagami family combined, we are a force to be fucking reckoned with. Chapter 76, The Underworld. June 13, 2044. Los Angeles, California. Elsewhere. Archer and Angel were forced out of the car by Sharon, who kept them restrained by gripping them by their reddish blonde hair. Ow, Angel cried. Archer struggled and yanked away, but Sharon only tightened his grip. I'll break your backs if you continue to resist, Sharon warned. He looked back into the car. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. Rain complied and carefully stepped out of the car. If you try anything, I'll hurt your brothers so badly, you won't recognize them. Got it. Rain said nothing and stared at him with a blank expression. Sharon took this as a sign that she understood. And don't bother trying to run, there are bear traps and snares all over this area. Now, move forward. Rain and Archangel were escorted to the forest building with a parking lot. Sharon couldn't wait to get inside and remove his shoes, his feet hurt. Next time he's doing a deal with Rook, he'll wear the shoes fitted for the terrain. The clerk inside the building looked over at Sharon from his computer screen before looking at the children. He smirked slightly before reaching out to the register and swiping a keycard. Sharon shoved the kids inside after swiping his keycard and pushed a button or two and took them down to meet his bosses. In the wrestling area, a black man was fighting with a young boy in his late teen years. The black man, being far stronger and more muscular than the twig-like boy, pulled a curb stomp battle on the young teen and knocked him to the ground, and began hammering his foot down on his face. The sight of the man stomping on the boy delighted Archer so much that he forgot that he was a hostage. "This way, freaks!" Sharon moved the three kids through the arena and to the usual spot where Cronus and Oedipus were. As usual, the fraternal twins had their masks on and watched the fight with excitement and enthusiasm, which seemed to vanish when the three kids approached them. "What do we have here?" Cronus looked above Rain's head. "Nice to meet you, Light Yagami." He turned to the twins. "Same to you, Arc and Light Yagami." "I was expecting someone slightly older," Oedipus admitted. "But, I guess lifespans can't be choosers." Rain tilted her head slightly. She blinked twice before looking over to her brothers. Archer and Angel didn't need a secret signal from Rain to know that these people were the ones with the Shinigami eyes. "How do you know our names?" Archer asked. "I have a superpower," Cronus answered. "And I'm psychic." "You're not psychic, you're psycho." "Insulting, dear Arc boy, very insulting." "Fuck you." Cronus chuckled, but Oedipus stood up. "Our mother would smack us in the mouth if we said that kind of shit in front of her." "Bitch." "Cunt." "Shitbag." "Fuckface." "Asshole." "Dick." "Piss off." "Whore." Oedipus slapped Archer. The slap was hard enough to make his face move to the right. Archer stumbled back and touched his cheek. Angel looked at his brother with a worried look and massaged his twin's face. "Go easy on them," Cronus pleaded. "They're twins and they somewhat remind me of us." "Shut up." Oedipus narrowed his eyes. "Why the sudden change in attitude? Weren't you gung-ho about killing them because you couldn't see into their last days?" Rain looked up at the twins and tilted her head. "I did," Cronus admitted, "but—" He turned to the children. "Now that I'm seeing them in person, I can't stop thinking of the fact that they're children." He gestures to Rain. "Except her, she creeps me out. But those two!" He points to the twins. "They're just like us, except identical and not fraternal." "I thought you wanted to kill them," Oedipus reminded. "You said you wanted payback for Penelope." "I know, but, damn it, they're just kids," Oedipus. "Doesn't change the fact what we're seeing whenever we look at them." Oedipus looked at the twins and activated his Shinigami eyes. "When I look at these children, I can see their names, but I can't see their date of death." He pulls out his phone and switches to camera mode and holds it up. "Yet, when I look at myself in the mirror, I can see how long until I die. Until we both die." He turns off his phone and pockets it. "We made money doing what we do with our superpower, but this is the first time we're at a disadvantage." "I don't want to kill them," Cronus claimed. "I don't want to kill children, especially if they have no predestined lifespan." Oedipus narrowed his eyes and grasped his brother's shoulder. "But brother, have you forgotten your mission?" He leans in to whisper into his ear. "Your one and only goal in life is to find out if there was something you could have done to save Penelope. You tried killing people before the end of their lifespan and tried saving people when they reached the end of their lifespan, but it was all in vain, for they still died on the day they were due to die. But these three children, they don't have a lifespan. If you're seeking freedom from fate, then they're the key. For the first time in a long time since we got our super eyes, you can finally save someone yourself. You finally have the freedom to kill or save someone for the first time in your life. Don't forget your mission. I'm not reminding you because I believe in your cause, it's because Mama would hate it if you didn't finish what you promised to find out, not to mention it would be an insult to Penelope if you didn't try and follow through with your will." Cronus's eyes had slowly gotten wider and wider with each word that spewed out of his fraternal twin's mouth. The thought of why he had decided to use his Shinigami eyes in the first place suddenly raced back to him, and he was now looking at the children not as children but as people he could finally either save or kill. For the first time in his life, someone's life was truly in his hands and he could not squander this opportunity, no matter what. This is for Penelope. You're right, Cronus said. I should follow through with my mission, but what are we going to do? Oedipus sighed. I don't know because this is unprecedented, but what I do know for certain is I can't make bets on any of these children. If we decide to have them fight to the death in the cage match, we can't bet money on them because we don't know what could happen. Cronus looked at Oedipus. Mama is dead, why are you still trying to make money to provide for her? This isn't about Mama anymore, Oedipus declared darkly. Mama would understand. He turned to Sharon. Takes these 3 kids to the cells while my brother and I have a chit-chat about what to do with them. Whatever you say. Sharon calmly escorted the 3 children to the cells where they would be staying incarcerated for the time being. As they walked down a hallway on the other side of the arena, Sharon took out a walkie-talkie from his back pocket. Iacus, open cell block 3D. The 3 children reached the end of the hallway where a jail cell was unlocked for them. They resisted at first, but they were shoved in by Sharon. Archer turned around and charged at Sharon, ramming his head into his gut, but the tall man was too much of a match for him. Sharon found the thing to be so amusing that he didn't even bother fighting back until Archer decided to open his mouth like a dog and bite his belt. Sharon shoved the boy to the ground and closed the cell door. Archer landed on the floor with his back to Sharon. He groaned as he sat up on his knees and moved away from the gate. Take it in, Sharon told, this is your new home from now on. As Sharon walked away, Angel ran to his brother's side. He helped his brother to his feet before they moved to the bed in the room. The jail cell was a small one, big enough for only 1 bed and 1 working toilet. There was 1 window, but it had been barred off, and there was another jail cell across from them, but it was vacant. Are you okay? Angel asked as he rested his brother on the bed. No, Archer groaned, I'm not okay. I'm happy. He looked at his brother with wide eyes and a large grin that would make the Joker envy. I got that prick's walkie-talkie. Keep your voice down, Rain ordered. She looked around the cells. There are no cameras in the cell. Good. She scooted back into the bed so she could put her feet up. Sharon is famous around here. We're going to use him. They have the Shinigami eyes, sis, Angel said. Those 2 fraternal twins with the masks. I noticed. Whatever the motive is, it seems to stem from the fact they can't see our name or lifespan. They're like dogs trying to figure out what 1 + 2 equals. How are we going to escape? Angel asked. What are they going to do to us? They're not going to do anything to us, Rain said. Why not? Because we'll have killed them all. Rain reaches before her neck to pull something free. It's a piece of the death note with one side painted the same color as her skin. It clung to her nape via tape, which was also colored the same tone as her skin. Mom thought of this idea, she said. She said that the first year Mom and Dad reunited, they had to go to Saitama Super Arena to meet Kiri. But they had to hide their faces, so Mom made a mask that was skin-colored and could hide her and Dad's mouth and jaw. Wow, Angel smiled. That is so smart. But, how did the tape stay attached to your neck? It didn't, I had to hide it with my hair. You should be happy your big sister decided to grow out her hair. I should grow out my hair, Archer said. What look are you going for? Rapunzel? Archer rolled his eyes. Drop dead. Better yet, drop Sharon dead. How are we going to escape? Rain blinked twice. I have a plan in mind. Do you guys trust me, or do I need to shake you down and bite off your fingers until you say you do? I trust you, Angel said confidently. Right, Archie? The youngest sibling nodded. Okay, here's the plan. With the clerk. Another day down, another one to go, Iacus thought. He checked his watch to see how much time had passed. Only 4 hours, which meant another 5 hours of his shift before his replacement takes the night shift or something. The clerk went by the name of Iacus, not because he liked it but because it was his job as Iacus to be gatekeeper and guardian to this esteemed place run by Oedipus and Cronus as the underworld. Why all the Greek names and references, he did not know nor did he care. Money talked and money wanted him to work for these black market guys, even at the cost of his life. Sighing, he picked up his personal cell phone and dialed a number. The phone rang about 10 times before someone finally picked up. "Who is this?" Iacus flinched. "Who is this?" "You called me." "Huh, I guess I did." Without hanging up, Iacus put his cell phone down before he looked over to the monitors on his left. He had security footage of everything that went on in this place, from all the floors on the surface to all the floors on the bottom, and it was at this time he told himself he had a free show to watch people fight to the death. About 25 minutes passed when someone came walking through the front door. "What's up, fucker?" Knight asked the man, covering his face with a police-issued balaclava. "Good fucking weather we're having, huh?" Iacus looked at Knight and tilted his head like a curious dog. He turned back to the screen before shrugging and backing away. "That's what I thought." Knight walked around the desk and moved over to the security console. When he looked at the computer, his eyes spotted a hallway filled with several jail cells. "It looks like this guy or whoever he is ignoring us. This means that one of my kids must be controlling him. That means Rain and Archangel are here, but how am I going to contact them?" His question was answered when the walkie-talkie came to life beside the computer console. "Careful what you do, 'cause God is watching your every move." Knight's face softened when he heard those words and closed his eyes, feeling nostalgic all of a sudden. He opened his eyes and grabbed the walkie-talkie. "Hold my hand in the dark street, for if you do, I'll know that I'll be safe." In less than 2 seconds, Angel's voice came back on the radio, crying in delight. "Daddy, it's you, Daddy." "I'm here, Angel, I'm in the main lobby." A single tear escaped his eye and he quickly wiped it away. "I'm going to save you, and I'm going to kill everyone here." "Where's Rain?" "She's right here." The walkie-talkie made a few cracking sounds before Rain's voice came through. "I hope you brought an umbrella because Rain is here." "Rain, the guy at the front desk, your handiwork?" "Of course. I had to put him out of his misery. A desk job seems to be the silent killer." "Fill me in on your plan." Rain told Knight her plan. "Good work. I expected nothing less from a child of God." "All right, I want the 3 of you to get out as soon as possible." He looked over at the monitor. "I got a front row seat to every scumbag residing in this building." While crowded, he could see the faces of everyone in the fighting arena on the computer. A fight to the death, except there's no fighting, only death. Rain responded, "Yeah, it would be condescending if we call these losers fighting against us a fight. We'll be kind and call it a useless endeavor. Find the nearest exit and crawl out. Your mother and Auntie Kuroki and I will be crossing some names off in our death notes." "Got it. Meanwhile, I'll have Angel use his voice acting skills to play people like a puppet." "That would be good. Let's multitask." Iris and Kuroki walked into the room. They walked behind the counter and looked at the monitor. Knight updated them on the situation involving Rain and Archangel and nodded to the computer. "Take out your phone and record everything you see. Switch monitors if you have to, make sure you leave no stone left unturned." Iris nodded. "Of course." She turned to Kuroki. "Take out your phone." Kuroki did as ordered and began recording the computer screen. So many names floating above people's heads, so little time to kill them all. Better make quick work of them all. Iris took out her death note and began writing in it. Time to take out these guys. She wasn't writing names down but writing details of deaths up and down 3 pages before she decided when was the time to kill them. The people in the cage, the ones fighting to the death, what should we do about them? Iris considered her words before opening her mouth to speak when Knight interrupted. "They're inconsequential," he said. "Kill them, free them, I don't care, but we're not doing anything to help them." "But they could be innocent people forced to fight, right?" "I only care about freeing Rain and Archangel, no one else." Iris nodded. "I agree. We'll save Rain and Archangel first, then we'll decide what to do with the other prisoners." Knight smiled. I like that, Iris. You're starting to sound more and more like me every day. You're the perfect goddess of the new world. Now then, let's show these dirtbags what happens when you mess with the kings and queens and gods of the new world. With Oedipus and Cronus. You've won 31 fights, sir, Hermes said after checking his notes. Going for a world record in guessing who will win fights, sirs? Oedipus held his hand up. We're in the middle of a conversation here, Hermes. But I do appreciate the compliment. Sorry, sir. But if I may ask, what are you going to do with the path of new kids? Are we going to torture them or are we going to have them fight to the death? Hermes, back the fuck off. Can't you see me and my brother are trying to have a conversation about what to do with those rugrats? Hermes stepped back. My apologies, sir. Oedipus turned back to his brother. So then, what were you saying? I'm opposed to them fighting, Cronus said. If they have no predetermined lifespan, then I want the opportunity to do whatever I want to them. If we force them to fight to the death, then they'll be deciding each other's fate, not me. If they die, it'll be because of them, not me. If they survive, it'll be because of them, not me. You're overthinking this, brother. I've figured out a way for us both to win. He leaned in close to his brother. To be honest, I made millions of dollars off these cage matches and I've never lost a single one. Everyone in this joint is going to be pissed off at me if I lose for the first time and they're going to be expecting us to do something about the children. They're kids. And not to mention, siblings. An idea hatched into Oedipus's mind that made him smile. This could work. Oh yes, this could definitely work. Watch I got. We bring the children into fight. A fight to the death with the 3 children. They're siblings, they're not going to dash. Kill each other? Of course not, but that's what this plan is all about. First of all, we bring the 3 kids into the cage and force them to fight, but they won't. After this, you go into the cage and hold a gun to all 3 of their heads. After that, whether you kill them or spare them is up to you, but either way, it'll be the first time in your life that you can decide for yourself with absolute 100% that you killed someone or saved someone of your own free will with no destiny involved. Cronus considered what his twin was saying before asking, and what do you get out of this? While everyone is making bets, I'm going to say, no, not in this one. Everyone else will either not make a bet, but more than likely, some will, and when the siblings don't kill each other, those who made bets on who won or lost will lose the bet. And I will keep all my money and fortune I've spent decades making. Cronus smiled at that idea. I like it, I fucking like it. You get to keep your money and I will finally decide someone's fate for myself. I think I'm leaning more towards killing them, but at the same time, I kinda want to save them. Either way, they were brought to this place so they can't be allowed to leave. Cronus's expression suddenly darkened. Well then, it seems like they were predestined to die in this place. Don't be so glum, at least you can decide when they die. At the end of the day, all humans are destined to die one day. Mama was destined to die one day and I still miss her. So that's all life is when killing people? Just deciding when someone dies sooner rather than later? We've always lived in a crapsack world, brother. We're just finally seeing it with our super eyes. Cronus stroked the chin of his mask. Okay then, I can work with this. He smiled behind his mask and put a hand on his chest. Oh my god, I can't believe this, I'm already pumped on adrenaline. Oedipus turned to Hermes. Be a good little wart and go tell the announcer that we're having the 3 latest guests fight to the death. Hermes saluted Oedipus. Roger that. Oedipus turned back to Cronus. Where the hell is Sharon? Speak of the devil, Karen's voice came through on his walkie-talkie. Hello everyone, I just wanted to let you know that we have a situation. There's a traitor in the unit and he set the children free. Those little shitbags are out of their cell and someone let them out. Cronus's eyes opened. What the fuck? Without thinking, he charged for the hallway with the jail cells and ran to the one at the end. He came to an abrupt stop when he saw the empty cells. Cronus whipped out his walkie-talkie. Sharon, who is the traitor? I'm up here with Iacus, and it appears that the traitor is a man with blonde hair. What was his name? Started with an H or something, and man, is he the ugliest prick of the bunch. Hades, Cronus concluded. Before he could say anything into the walkie, a gunshot rang off. Cronus charged back to the fighting arena area and saw a crowd form around Oedipus's position. The man identified as Hades was laying dead on the ground. The man who shot him held a pistol up with smoke coming from the barrel. "Why the fuck did you do that, Minos?" Oedipus demanded. "Traitor." Minos waved his gun around to the other people. "All traitors." He began blind firing randomly at the people in the joint. He managed to shoot 7 people dead before he was tackled from behind by a muscular man known as Helios. Minos and Helios wrestled over the gun before Minos managed to shoot Helios in the chest. Helios snatched the gun from his grip and shot Minos in the head before dying himself. "Oh my god," Cronus gasped as he watched the carnage unravel. "What is going on?" He took a look at the 7 people who died of their gunshot wounds. They weren't supposed to die today. "Where the hell is Sharon?" Oedipus demanded. More people were drawing guns and shooting each other to death. Cronus, Oedipus, and Hermes dove out of the way to take cover behind several fallen chairs. "Where the hell is Sharon, that fuck?" Cronus cursed under his breath. He took out his walkie-talkie and spoke into it. "Iacus, look for Sharon. Once you spot him, send Cerberus after him." He thought of something that made him rethink his answer. On second thought, he spoke to Oedipus. "Send Cerberus after Iacus." Chapter 77, Reunion. June 13, 2044. Los Angeles, California. The Underworld. Leading ahead of the 3 siblings, Rain kicked at a vent in front of her. She kicked with all her strength and only managed to slightly bend the grate. Archer comes over and begins kicking, and soon enough, they both began kicking with both feet. They kicked a few more times before they gave up. "Over here," Angel whispered a few feet away. "Here." He pointed to a vent with a missing grate. "He is the first to crawl through." They had been crawling through the ventilation system for a while after their release. Had it not been for the death note page Rain had on her, they never would have been able to control that guy at the counter. And now that their parents were here, it was only a matter of timing. They had to get out of there and to the surface. They made it to the elevator shaft. They looked down to see the elevator rising up to the first floor on the surface. They backed away to avoid getting hit before Rain crawls forward and grabs hold of the ladder. She pauses before she backs away. Someone called the elevator up. "We'll wait." She looks at Angel. "Archer, make sure that once the elevator comes down, no one uses it." Angel held up the walkie-talkie. "Okay. What should I say?" "The kids are escaping," Archer smiled. "No one uses the elevator." "Okay." After 30 seconds, the elevator goes down the shaft and Angel repeats Archer's words into the walkie-talkie, using Iacus' voice. Rain began climbing up the ladder, followed by Angel, and then Archer. At the very bottom of the line, Archer recalls his sister's words and the plan. "Archer, thanks to your esteemed pickpocketing skills, we have Karen's walkie-talkie and he appears to be a big shot around here. We're going to have Angel here imitate Karen's voice, and that way, we can manipulate everyone listening in on the radio." "But how are we going to get out of here?" Angel asked. "The cell doors are controlled remotely by Iacus. I can conclude with certainty that Iacus is the man at the desk in front. I know this because when I got a look at his console, I have multiple security camera screens. He will be our eyes and ears in this place." "And what about the Death Note page?" Archer demanded eagerly. "We are fortunate Iacus wasn't wearing a mask, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to see his real name. I'll write his name on this Death Note and instruct him to call Mom and Dad using the following message Dad told us to use. After Iacus calls Dad, they'll trace the call to our location, and there will be a police raid. I'll also write that Iacus gives his computer console over entirely to Mom and Auntie Kuroki. So we just wait here for everyone to get slaughtered?" Rain shook her head. Nope, not at all. What if Sharon comes back? I saw a couple of air vents in the hallway. We'll have Iacus open our cage, climb through the vents, and have Angel use his voice acting skills to manipulate people around. Sounds easy, Archer said. Hopefully, we'll get Mom and Auntie Kuroki to kill everyone with their Shinigami eyes. Yeah, Archer remembered something. Wait just a second, are we just going to hang out in the air vents until help gets here? No, we'll still find an exit. Mom and Dad told us that if we can escape, then we do it. We get back to the top floor and then we make a run for it. What about the bobby traps? Angel reminded. Sharon said there are bear traps and snares. Avoid them, Rain answered simply. Now then, any objections to this plan? If you do, keep it to yourself. She looked around for something to write on. Okay then, let's get started, shall we? Wait, how will we tell Mommy where we are when they get here? You'll talk into the walkie-talkie every 5 minutes. I hope Daddy gives us our notebooks back, Archer said. I'm going to kill everyone in this place. Such an ambitious person you are, Archer. A serial killer would be proud. Archer had full faith in her plan. They did escape, after all. Well, almost. They just need to get up to the surface and reunite with their parents and then... Clank! Archer looks down and sees the elevator coming back for them. Oh shit. Rain and Angel look down. Shit, Rain cursed. It's going to crush us. Angel panicked. Rain looked above her, where the elevator doors to the surface opened. Climb. Rain and Angel were able to climb up and barely managed to jump through the elevator doors and land on solid ground while Archer was still slightly behind. He slipped on the ladder a few times and it took him a few seconds to regain his footing, so he was still 10 feet away from the open elevator doors. He realized with horror that he wasn't going to make it and cried in fear. Thank God the elevator doors directly beside him opened. Without hesitating, he jumped through, missing the passing elevator by inches. He landed on his back and held himself up by his elbows. Whoa! That was insane. He chuckled and allowed himself time to catch his breath and relax. He lay down on the ground, closing his eyes and sighing gratefully. He picks himself up and looks around to see where he was. Where am I? He was definitely not on the floor where Iacus should be, assuming he's still alive. He remembered Rain and Angel escaping on the floor directly above him. There were no numbers painted in white in the elevator shaft, so he had no idea which floor he was on or which floor they were on. Nice tile floors, he commented. He looked down at the ground and admired the red diamond pattern. Looks like a nice and clean bathroom floor. He took a step forward when his young ears picked up on something from behind. He turned to the sounds of a footstep coming from a man at the end of the hallway. This man was tall, around 6'5", wearing fatigues and Timberland boots, and had a 2009 MW2 Ghost mask on. It would be complete if he was wearing sunglasses, which he wasn't. Even though the man's body was covered by fatigues, Archer could tell this man was built like a truck, judging by how his form looked through his tight fatigues. You're not going anywhere, kid. Fuck you. He turned and ran. Cerberus charged for him. Archer made it to the push-style door at the very end and pushed his way through. He entered a staircase and instead of running down, he ran up. He had to reunite with his siblings. When he made it to the top of the stairs to the floor where his siblings should be on, he heard the sounds of Cerberus bursting through the staircase door and chasing after him. Archer pushed himself through the doors and closed them behind him. He ran across an empty room to a wooden door and slammed it shut behind him. He didn't waste the opportunity to use the lock on the door. He turned around and quickly looked for the nearest exit. It was a room that had a few desks used in elementary schools. The only way he could get out was the window. He rushed for it and unlocked it. He opened it halfway before climbing through. Cerberus broke down the wooden door and saw the top of Archer's head as he dropped from the window. He didn't drop from a great height as the window was on the first room floor of the building. Does that mean Rain and Angel made it back to Mommy and Daddy? He would have to worry about that later because the giant Cerberus jumped through the window. Archer had a 30-second head start and ran through the forest on the outside of the building. Even with a half-a-minute head start, Cerberus was starting to catch up to the young 9-year-old boy. Archer panicked and looked behind his shoulder to see him closing in on him. "Shit!" he cried. Suddenly, he spotted something in his path. It took his mind half a second to register that it was a rope on the ground big enough to fit around the ankle of a young man. Perfect. Archer ran into the path of the snare. "You're going down, motherfucker. Or rather, up!" Archer leaps over the snare. He does a 180 when he hears a sound resembling a whip being cracked behind him and laughs. Cerberus was caught in the snare and hanging upside down 6 feet above the ground. Haha, outsmarted by a fucking 9-year-old. Archer ran away. With Rain and Angel. "Mom?" Rain whispered softly. "Dad?" Having barely escaped with their lives from the climbing elevator, Rain and Angel were back in the lobby. Sharon escorted them through earlier and standing there before they were their parents. "Rain, Angel?" Knight Yagami responded softly. He smiled. "It's good to see you again." Without wasting another second, he heads over to them and hugs them tightly. "Mommy," Angel cried and ran into his mother's arms and tackled her with a hug. "I missed you so much." Iris patted his head. "I missed you too, my little angel." "Archer?" Kuroki said. "Where's Archer?" "We got separated," Rain answered. "He had to climb to the elevator doors on the floor below us. I saw it before we ducked our heads in to avoid getting crushed by the elevator." "I was the one who opened the elevator doors," Knight said. "I saw you guys on camera and had to do something." "I'll go after him," Kuroki said. "No need." The 5 of them turned. Standing smugly in the doorway of the building, Archer looked at Kuroki with a smile and a smug look on his face. "Auntie Kuroki." He looked over to Knight. "Daddy!" He sprinted and ran into his father's embrace. "Took you long enough," Rain said. "Got held up or something?" "Yeah. I was just chased by a big guy. I lead him into a rope trap and now he's hanging upside down." "Man," Rain sighed, "I would hate to be him, especially if I had to go to the bathroom." The siblings chuckled before their parents and aunt looked at each other with serious looks on their faces. "Looks like all 6 Kiras are together," Knight commented. "Also." He reached into his jacket pocket and took out Rain's notebook. "I believe you'll be needing this." Rain took back her notebook. "Definitely." Kuroki and Iris took out the twins' notebooks and handed them to them. "We're going to kill everyone here," Knight said. "No one is going to leave this place alive." Kuroki grabbed the monitor. "Yeah, that's true. Looky here, these guys are shooting each other." Iris averted the children's gaze from the monitor while Knight walked over. He smiled at the carnage on screen. "Well then. It's only a merciful thing if we put them all out of their miseries." He looked over his head. "Angel, you still got your walkie-talkie?" Angel took out the walkie-talkie from the waistline of his pants. "Right here. Time to lead these people to death." Down below. In the ensuing chaos, Cronus and Oedipus managed to escape getting shot by their treacherous henchmen. They took cover behind a fallen table with Hermes joining them. "What's going on?" Cronus gasped. "Why are they shooting everyone?" "They're crazy," Oedipus answered. "That's what." "And no," Cronus stuttered with a shaky, trembling finger. "They shouldn't, they're not supposed to die today." Oedipus looked over the table to see one of his henchmen named Argus getting shot in the cranial skull. Before he got shot, he saw his lifespan with his super eyes and gasped upon realizing Cronus's point. Argus should have lived a little longer, Cronus hesitated. Why did he die before he reached the end of his lifespan? "We'll worry about that after we get out of here." Oedipus looked at his watch. "This shooting has been going on for 2 minutes. 1 minute later, the shooting finally stopped and all gunmen were down." Cronus and Oedipus slowly stood up and walked into the center of the bloodshed aftermath. Over 15 bodies, shot up and bleeding, lay sprawled all over the floor, their eyes froze in shock and horror. Hermes stepped over a body that had an arm twitching. He jumped back and pointed to it. Is he alive? Oedipus used his super eyes. Nope, he's dead. Shit. Several more people stepped out from hiding and met up with the twins and Hermes. What the hell just happened? Daedalus asked, Icarus coming out from hiding behind him. Standing beside him, Dionysus shook his head. No fucking idea. Ares kicked an arm off a corpse's chest. Bull fucking shit, this is gross. He looked down at his boots. I got blood on my fucking boots. Cronus used his super eyes on the corpses, looking around eagerly to see who was still alive. No name or lifespan was present above any of their heads. That's when he looked up to the surviving people and used his eyes on them until he realized something. Wait a second. Oedipus, Hermes, Ares, Dionysus, Daedalus, Icarus, and Aphrodite were the only survivors, himself included. They were all hiding their faces. This little detail made him touch his mask once more to make sure that it was in place before he looked over to the security camera on the ceiling in the corner, looking down at them. Interesting. He took out his walkie-talkie and radioed in somebody. Cerberus, are you there? Did you go after Aeacus? Help me, a voice came back. I got caught in a snare. That red-headed brat tricked me, they got away. Did you find Sharon? No. I'm right here. Sharon stepped out from behind a door and carefully approached the survivors. You traitor. Oedipus shouted and lunged for him. He was stopped by Cronus grabbing the back of his hair. Wait, our fight isn't with him. Oedipus looked at him. What makes you say that? It's with Aeacus. Oedipus hesitated but nodded. Stay here with me and Sharon. Hermes, you too. He turned to the rest of the room. Everyone else, go upstairs, guns blazing. Ares and Aphrodite took out their guns. With great pleasure, they both said. Without wasting another second, the last of the survivors, barring the twins, ran for the elevator and pressed the call button. What's taking so long? Daedalus demanded. I overheard Hermes saying something about using a remote to send the elevator up to the top floor on the surface so the brats couldn't escape, Ares answered. What a stupid waste of our time. Let's just get up top so we can hurt somebody, Dionysus urged. After a good 2 minutes, the elevator finally came down and the men and women stepped in. They took the elevator right up to the first floor on the surface and they ran out of the elevator, guns waving around looking for potential prey to kill. Where the fuck are you? Ares shouted into the empty lobby. Right here. Knight Yagami stepped in through the doorway wearing Rook's face mask with his hands in his pockets, a smug smile on his face. He slowly took his hands out and held them in a surrendering fashion. The others drew their guns on him. Who the fuck are you? Ares demanded. I am Kira. Ares' eyes widened. What? Knight stretched his hand out and made a fist. All 5 handguns flew out of the 5 henchmen's hands and they were left startled. They jumped back in shock and horror before staring at Knight with a mixture of fear and anger. How the hell did you just do that? Before Ares could get another sentence in. His mask was lifted into the air when Knight swiped his hand up. What the fucking fuck? Ares panicked. How did you dash? Thump. Ares' body stiffened and he collapsed to the ground. Jason! Aphrodite shouted in agony. Thump. Aphrodite fell down next to her boyfriend's body. Oh my god, Icarus gasped before hiding behind Daedalus' back. Thump. Both men went collapsing to the ground. Wait, Dionysus held his hands up. I believe you, you're Kira. He got down on his knees. Please don't kill me. Knight walked up to the cowering henchman, making sure every step he took forward made a thud that echoed throughout the lobby. He stopped 2 feet away from Dionysus before kneeling down to his level. With a hissing voice, Knight asked, "What is your real name? If you lie to me, I'll know." "Peter. Peter Griggs. Tell me everything about the organization you work for. If you don't, I'll kill you slowly and painfully. I have the power to do so. This place is called the Underworld. It's mostly based on Greek mythology. My name is Dionysus." "Why?" "Drunk driving arrest. This is Ares, he's a war criminal." "Who runs this place? A guy named Hades?" "No, it was started up by two guys named Oedipus and Cronus. They're twins." "And what about this Charon fellow they have in their employment?" "Charon's job fits his title. He escorts people bought by Oedipus and Cronus to here, the Underworld, where they fight other people to the death." "What's their pattern of choosing?" "I don't know, it's completely random." "There has to be some pattern." Dionysus gulped. "Well, when we do these underground fights, we make bets on who is going to win and who will lose. Not only that, but when Oedipus makes a bet, he knows exactly who is going to die in the next death match. He's never lost a single bet in a death match before." Knight thinks back to something. "Does Charon have any say in these fights?" "No, not that I know of." "Does this Oedipus and Cronus happen to know the names of the people they kidnap?" "Yeah, always." Knight's eyes widen behind his mask. His hair and eyes turn a dark red color. That settles it. He makes a slitting gesture against his throat before snapping his fingers. Thump thump. Dionysus collapses to the ground. Knight stood up once more. "You guys can come out now." Coming out of hiding from behind the counter were Iris and Kuroki. Coming out of hiding behind an overturned couch were the three children. Knight smirked and looked up above him to the Shinigami. "Excellent work. I really put the fear of God into these guys." He patted himself on the shoulder smugly. "I pretend to have telekinesis to remove their masks when it's in fact the invisible Shinigami, then I have my Shinigami eye disciples write down their names until one is left standing, then interrogate him. I say it went down perfectly." "Looks like we're almost done here," Iris said as she stood by her husband. "You want to leave an anonymous tip or do you want to finish this?" "Oedipus and Cronus," Knight hissed after remembering their names. "They're the ones with the Shinigami eyes." He looked at Rain. "Right?" She nodded. Knight bit his lower lip and looked ahead at the elevator. He shook his head like a disappointed dad. "This will not stand. I can't stomach the idea of these two bastards living out in the world, owning Shinigami eyes without a death note or god of death trailing them." He clenched his fingers into fists. "We should go down there and finish off everybody else." "Wait," Iris urged, "it'll be reckless if we do that. Think about it, Knight, we're in their territory and we know nothing about this building or what traps they've set up. That's why we have Shinigami with us, Iris." He turned to Gilth and Massey. "Get downstairs and spot this Oedipus and Cronus for us." Massey was about to move when Gilth held his hand up. "I don't think we should do that." Knight glared at Gilth. "Why is that?" "You've been asking an awful lot for us to do things lately and I don't like it. I want to be entertained, not part of your schemes. I don't mind helping out every now and then, but there's such a thing known as quality over quantity, Knight." He smiled at Knight. "Take notes. I'm getting lazy? This sounds like you trying to come up with a convenient excuse not to do as ordered." He shrugged, trying to come off as nonchalant, but his facial expression of grim anger remained. "What do you expect from a Shinigami? We all know how lazy they are." Gilth laughed. "Stick and stones may break my bones, little Knight. Remember that." Massey grabbed Light's shoulder. "Come on, Gilth, let's just help him out just this once." Gilth slowly turned to face Massey. "What's this just this once crap you're talking about, Massey? We've been helping them out a lot lately. You want him to succeed us in being Kira? Well, Kira relies on the strengths and wits of his own and not on that of a Shinigami. If he can't do that, then he doesn't deserve to be Kira." Massey sighed and looked at Gilth hard. He considered Giltha's words in her head before taking her hand off his shoulder. She looked at her son. Balls in your court, Light. Knight growled like a dog before turning in the opposite direction. He walks a few feet forward before stroking the bottom of his chin with his index and middle finger. All right then, if that's how you want it. He bites his lower lip harder this time. Looks like telekinesis is out of the question. He turned to Kuroki. Kuroki, get back on the computer and keep an eye on Oedipus and Cronus. Roger that. Kuroki hustled over behind the counter and grabbed the mouse and moved it over the mousepad for about 3 seconds before she noticed something. Knight, we got a situation here? Iris ran behind the counter and looked over Kuroki's shoulder to see the monitor. What's wrong? Cronus, Oedipus, and these other guys are all gone. She demonstrated her point by pointing at the empty rooms on the surveillance screens. See? She clicked a button on the mouse and changed views. Nothing. It's like they just up and vanished. Knight growled. Damn it. He looked back at Gilth. They got away, bastard. He turned to face Gilth and almost stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Had you just done what I told you, you fucking Shinigami, we would have killed Cronus and Oedipus 2 minutes ago. Gilth laughed and held his hands up defensively. Don't get mad at me, you're the one who thought of a solution too little too late and most importantly, too slow. Oh how cute, Rain suddenly said, father and son arguing. Not now, Rain, Knight nearly snapped but composed himself at the last second. I thought you said you were on my side. I am on your side, Knight, but I'm not on your side. I'll help every once in a while but other than that, I'm here to see you think your way out of situations, not use me as a pawn. Gilth stared Knight down. You want this Cronus and Oedipus problem to go away, you're going to have to hunt them down yourself. So I can't rely on you to do anything? Even Ryuak was reasonable. Only if he had something to gain. If you offered me a bag of barbecue-flavored potato chips, I might have considered but oh no. As I said, I'll help out every once in a while but I want chips as payment. Knight sneered. Alrighty then, if it's chips you want, it's chips you'll get. He turned back to Iris and Kuroki. Find anything? Kuroki kept switching monitors for another 10 seconds before giving up and shaking her head at Knight. Damn it, he uttered under his breath. It's okay, we can still win. We can't risk Oedipus and Cronus out there, especially if they know Rain and Archangel's real names and the lack of lifespans floating above their head. Archer raised his hand up as he remembered something. Hang on, there was a guy I snared up a tree, let's kill him. Knight turned to Kuroki and ordered, go with Archer and kill this thug. Roger that. Kuroki saluted him before taking Archer by the hand out of the building. Knight looked at Iris. Gather whatever intel you can, we're leaving. We'll track Cronus and Oedipus down later. How? I don't know. His lips pulled back into a smile. But I suddenly find the idea of hunting down a pair of twins who have the Shinigami eyes very intriguing, almost like our little Curie escapade over a decade ago. He crossed his arms over his chest. We're not going back home, oh no, not yet, not until we kill off the rest of Cronus, Oedipus, and the rest of their gang. And what makes this interesting is that they know the names of our accomplices and if they get a good look at our faces, they'll know our names but see the absence of our lifespans. Gilth slowly turned his head in Knight's direction. I get it now, I get what Knight is getting out of this challenge and what he's making it out to be. In the Yagami family versus the Shinigami twins battle, one has a death note and the other has a gun. One has to figure out the other's name and face while the other has to kill the other without using the notebook. While the Kiras are at an advantage of having supernatural powers in their possession, the twins know how the Shinigami eyes work and will use them to their full advantage. He smiled once more. This is suddenly getting interesting again. As soon as we find these Greek god twins, Knight monologued, we're going to show them why, you don't fuck with the Yagamis. Chapter 78, Premeditation. July 14, 2044. Los Angeles, California. It's been over a month since their escape from the underworld and the Yagamis still had not returned to Japan. It was upon Knight's insistence that they stay here in America and kill the Shinigami twins before returning home. To stay up to date with everything going on, Rain and Archangel did their schoolwork online and, as expected, still managed to stay at the top of their class in all assignments. They checked into a hotel and rented out 2 rooms, one for the boys and the other for the girls, but they would often keep both doors open just in case. It was about 8 o'clock in the morning when Knight woke up and looked out the hotel window. He didn't like staying in this small hotel room, way too small for him to operate as Kira. Speaking of which, he had to get back to his duties and fast if he wants to make sure this world stay crime-free. He took out his computer, opened up a list of criminals before taking out his notebook, and began writing their names down. He called room service and demanded that breakfast be brought up to their room. Knight was a high-ranking officer in the police force back home in Japan, and he saved up a lot of money. He still had money inherited from Nier's fortune and his aunt's fortune from the Kira bubble. All he had to do was transfer some of his Japanese money over to America and convert said money to USD, and boom, he was covered. He was still getting his payment from the police force because technically he was still on duty, and at Tezuka, Murata, and Psycho's insistence, they keep sending money to him. He is putting in a lot of extra overtime hours, even in a different country. Cronus and Oedipus, he said to himself, uncaring if anyone else in the room would hear him. They had the Shinigami eyes, yet they have no Shinigami attached to them, and they have no death note. I doubt they had to trade half of their lifespan to get those eyes. They must have been born with the eyes, but what conditions are needed in order for someone to be born with Shinigami eyes? He stroked his chin. Beyond Birthday was born with Shinigami eyes and became a serial killer who killed people on the day they were due to die. The Midnight Slash he choked upon saying the killer's moniker. Same thing. He made a fist and ground his teeth. Oedipus and Cronus, twins, born with Shinigami eyes, and they used them to gamble on people fighting to the death. The hotel room had 2 beds in each room, and Knight slept in one bed with Archangel sleeping in the other bed. They began to stir in their sleep as they rose from their slumber. "Hey, Daddy," Archer called out before climbing out of bed. "Whatcha thinking about?" "The Shinigami twins. We've been looking for them ever since we left the underworld place, and we haven't found them anywhere." "They were wearing masks," Angel pointed out. "We don't know what they look like." Knight remembered something written in the rulebook. "And it's impossible to tell if a human has Shinigami eyes, no matter the medical or scientific means, and since only the Shinigami who traded the eyes with them can tell the difference, Gilth and Massey are useless, and Cronus and Oedipus were born with their eyes. We're in the dark in this one." He looked over to the coffee machine. "Archer, could you make me a cup of coffee?" The young boy saluted his father like a soldier. "Sir, yes sir." He jogged over to the coffee machine and began brewing his father some coffee. "Archer, Angel, was there anything significant about Cronus and Oedipus?" "Nope," Angel answered. "They had masks on." "What were they like, personality-wise?" "Tell me. The more you tell me, the better I'll be able to build a psychological profile around them." Angel stroked his chin as he went deep in thought. "I can't remember much, but Archer was insulting them." Archer laughed proudly. "Yeah, I did. I called them bitch, cunt, asshole, the whole 9 yards. And then one of them slapped me across the cheek." Knight's eyes widened and he made a fist. "I won't just kill them, I'll have them tear their own guts out and shove them down their throat." Archer smiled at the thought. "Yeah. Nobody hits Archie boy and gets away with it." Knight tilted his head. "Does that include your mother and me?" Archer held his hands up. "No, you and Mom, I love you guys." "So there's a heart in you after all, Archer." Archer and Angel turned to the new voice in the room. Standing in the doorway leading to the adjoining hotel room was Rain. She had her hands tucked into her pajama pockets and leaned against the door jamb. "And here I was thinking you only broke people's hearts, but I was wrong. You don't break people's hearts, you attack people's hearts." She addressed her father and said, "I heard you guys chit-chatting and I wanted to eavesdrop." Knight looked at his daughter. "Rain, tell me everything you remember about Cronus and Oedipus." I can replay the conversation to you. She pointed to her temple. My brain is like a Hannibal Lecter memory palace. I remember what they said to A.T. Knight stood up. This is good. Go wake up Mom and Kuroki, we should all be present. Yes, we should be present for the wonderful play of Cronus and Oedipus. 1,000,000 tickets sold, seen only by few, bombed by critics, received a 9% on Rotten Tomatoes and 45 audience score. Knight managed to laugh, as did Archer and Angel before Rain went to wake up their mother and Auntie Kuroki. Iris and Kuroki walked into the room and they waited patiently for Rain to set up. She dragged her 2 brothers to her and made them stand in front of her. When I stand in front of Archer, I am Oedipus, and when I stand in front of Angel, I am Cronus. Knight took out his phone to record. Go on. Cronus, what do we have here? Nice to meet you, Rain Yagami. Same to you, Ark and Jewel Yagami. Oedipus, I was expecting someone slightly older, but I guess lifespans can't be choosers. Cronus, I have a superpower, and I'm psychic. Insulting, dear Ark boy, very insulting. Oedipus, our mother would smack us in the mouth if we said that kind of shit in front of her. Cronus, go easy on them, they're twins and they somewhat remind me of us. Oedipus, shut up. Why the sudden change in attitude? Weren't you gung-ho about killing them because you couldn't see into their last days? Cronus, I did, but now that I'm seeing them in person, I can't stop thinking of the fact that they're children. Except her, she creeps me out. But those 2, they're just like us, except identical and not fraternal. Oedipus, I thought you wanted to kill them. You said you wanted payback for Penelope. Cronus, I know, but, damn it, they're just kids, Oedipus. Oedipus, doesn't change the fact what we're seeing whenever we look at them. When I look at these children, I can see their names, but I can't see their date of death. Yet, when I look at myself in the mirror, I can see how long until I die. Until we both die. We made money doing what we do with our superpower, but this is the first time we're at a disadvantage. Cronus, I don't want to kill them, I don't want to kill children, especially if they have no predestined lifespan. Oedipus, but brother, have you forgotten your mission? Your one and only goal in life is to find out if there was something you could have done to save Penelope. You tried killing people before the end of their lifespan and tried saving people when they reached the end of their lifespan, but it was all in vain, for they still died on the day they were due to die. But these 3 children, they don't have a lifespan. If you're seeking freedom from fate, then they're the key. For the first time in a long time since we got our super eyes, you can finally save someone yourself. You finally have the freedom to kill or save someone for the first time in your life. Don't forget your mission. I'm not reminding you because I believe in your cause, it's because Mama would hate it if you didn't finish what you promised to find out, not to mention it would be an insult to Penelope if you didn't try and follow through with your will. Cronus, you're right, I should follow through with my mission, but what are we going to do? Oedipus, I don't know because this is unprecedented, but what I do know for certain is I can't make bets on any of these children. If we decide to have them fight to the death in the cage match, we can't bet money on them because we don't know what could happen. Cronus, Mama is dead, why are you still trying to make money to provide for her? Oedipus, this isn't about Mama anymore. Mama would understand. Takes these 3 kids to the cells while my brother and I have a chit-chat about what to do with them. Rain looked ahead. And scene. Cronus and Oedipus don't know how to properly whisper. Holy shit, Kuroki clapped. It's been over a month and you memorized their conversation to AT? I swear, you could play all the parts in Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. And Archer can play the evil queen and Angel can be the magic mirror on the wall. Knight looked over at his wife. What do you make of it, honey? Cronus and Oedipus had issues growing up, especially since they had Shinigami eyes. Based on their conversation, Oedipus was close to his mother and saw her as a figure of hope or something, and he still looks up to her, even when she was dead. Oedipus is using the Shinigami's eyes to his advantage. Cronus, on the other hand, is practically the polar opposite. Based on the conversation, Cronus lost someone he was trying to save with his Shinigami eyes, someone named Penelope. I'll have to replay this conversation a few more times on my phone to make sure I didn't miss anything, but Oedipus is all about fate and using it to his advantage, while Cronus is all about free will and breaking away from fate. Knight sighed. That means, when he saw that our children had no lifespan floating above their heads, he was having second thoughts, because for the first time in a long time apparently, he was finally going to kill someone of his own free will, but they happened to be children. Knight smiled. But there's something he didn't realize. He looked at Iris and Kuroki with a hysterical smile on his face. Just because you can't see a person's lifespan doesn't mean they don't have one. Those with the Shinigami eyes only need to know the names and lifespans of their victims, not of their own kind. They're under the false assumption that Rain and Archangel don't have a predestined lifespan, when in fact, they're wrong. An idea comes to him. When I say it like that, I actually thought of one way to break them. We have Rain and Archangel meet this Oedipus and Cronus once more, but only after having them forfeit ownership of their death note. Once they realize they have a lifespan like anybody else, they'll be in despair and leave them alone. We could do that, Rain said. She held up a finger. Except for a teeny tiny detail. She points to her eyes. I traded half of the years remaining my lifespan to get my Shinigami eyes. I won't get a refund if I give up ownership. I wasn't going to let you, Iris said. Yeah, Knight agreed. The idea sounded tempting, but no point in getting rid of half of the years remaining in your lifespan for nothing. Kuroki spoke up. Why the Greek myths surrounding these guys? Knight pointed to Kuroki. Good question. That guy we interrogated, who called himself Dionysus, said that everyone there has a Greek name based on a past crime they committed. He said that he had a drunk driving arrest or something, while he pointed out that Ares was a war criminal. He turns to his computer and pulls up Dionysus's real name. He found a result in less than 2 searches. Yep. That's Dionysus, the same man. He pointed to a newspaper article about a man being arrested for drunk driving. He skimmed through it before flipping to another article and skimming through it. According to these articles, Dionysus was arrested multiple times for killing people while intoxicated. 4 people total. Interesting, Iris said. And what about Ares? His real name was Jason Franco. Jason Franco. Knight repeated the name a few times as he pulled up a few search tabs and skimmed through a few articles. Yep, Dionysus's description was spot on. Not only is Ares a war criminal, but he also single-handedly sparked 2 civil wars in Canada. They weren't big wars like with Russia and Ukraine, so it wasn't a widely reported event. Not only that, but he is a deserter of the Canadian Army. Knight stroked his chin as Archer finally delivered him his coffee. Knight put creamer and sugar inside before he asked a question that's been on his mind for a while. Did you guys happen to see anything noteworthy of their lifespans? Kuroki answered first. Yes, based on their lifespans, they all would have lived a significant time had we not killed them with the death note. Everybody in the room had at least a decade or 2 left in them, Iris added. So Cronus and Oedipus recruit these people, knowing full well how long they're going to live, huh? Knight took a sip of his coffee. We eliminated all of them except for 5, Archer reminded. That giant guy that was chasing after me was gone when we got back to the rope trap. Knight nodded. Yep. One of the guys on the walkie-talkie called him Cerberus, the hellhound who guards the underworld. Based on what we gathered, Cronus, Oedipus, Sharon, Hermes, and Cerberus are the only ones alive. He smiled before setting his coffee cup down. We're going to find them and we're going to kill them off, one by one if we have to. Archer smiled. I'm liking this already. Rain sighed nonchalantly. Typical Yagami family vacation. 5-star hotels, state full of criminals to kill with the death note. How are we going to find where the Shinigami twins are? Angel asked. Knight thought about this question hard. He rested his elbows on his knees before grabbing his foam paper cup of coffee and taking a sip. His hair and eyes turned a dark red color. Cronus and Oedipus may be in hiding, but we have the advantage of knowing about them, but they don't know about us. We could use this to our advantage. Maybe we can manipulate a local news station to get them to call out their names. But there's no guarantee this will work because unlike other opponents I tried this trick on, they don't have death notes and will have to communicate back in other ways. Taking another sip of his coffee, he thought back to all the strategies used on his previous enemies. He thought back to the conversation Rain reenacted and used that as a basis for his plans. Cronus wants to break away from fate and kill someone of his own free will, while Oedipus wants money and to use the Shinigami eyes to benefit himself. They know Rain and Archangel's real names, but aside from that, know nothing else about them. As for the massacre, I'm willing to bet they think they killed each other and not an act of Kira making them kill each other. They've gone into hiding and we have to draw them out, but drawing them out will. An idea crosses his mind. He smiles and took a big gulp of coffee. Yeah, that idea sounds perfect. Archer tilted his head. Daddy's got a plan. Rain added, yep, you know he's got a plan when he's smiling crazily. Knight rotated in his chairs to Iris and Kuroki. Cronus and Oedipus are gung-ho about Rain and Archangel because they can't see their lifespans and are under the assumption they have the free will to do with as they please. It is the absence of lifespans that caused them to act in the first place. Iris narrowed her eyes. What's your plan, Knight? One of us, preferably someone that doesn't have Shinigami eyes, give up ownership of our death note before handing it over to a news anchor, making them the owner of the notebook. We will get the world's attention by having Kira send a message to the broadcast station, telling everyone to watch. Everybody will be looking and listening to whatever story we fabricate, but Cronus and Oedipus will be staring at the news anchor. Once they realize there is someone else out there with an absent lifespan, they'll go after him. They'll most likely send their guard dog Cerberus after him, kidnap him, and then take him back to their new hideout. All we gotta do is follow them to their hole, break in, and then kill them all. Holy shit, Archer cheered excitedly, now that's a plan. Smart, Angel praised. But, are we going to put an innocent person in danger? It's gotta be someone, kiddo. He looked at his wife and friend. What do you guys think? They slapped Archer, so I'm willing to kill them by any means, so you can count me in, Iris answered with determination. Kuroki held her head up and said, I go where you go, my god and goddess. Rain held her hands up in mock surrender. Same. Angel took his time to answer. As long as it's not an innocent person we set up, then yeah. Archer was jumping up and down, saying, I can't wait to get another shot at the dogman. He's going down, not upside down but down down. With Cronus and Oedipus. The mall. Starbucks was a good place to get coffee, that's what everybody in this part of the town thought. Los Angeles was a popular place in California, literally the first thing most people think of when someone says California. When Cronus and Oedipus got here, they thought that Sacramento would be a big deal, but it's always Los Angeles this or Los Angeles that. It didn't matter, they weren't native to California and they were here in a Starbucks cafe only for the coffee. The twins sat in a corner booth where no one would be able to hear them, and they sipped their coffees carefully with their masks off. Cronus ordered a black coffee with whipped cream while Oedipus pleasured himself with an frappe with whipped cream and sprinkles. Sharon, Hermes, and Cerberus sat in another booth and drank whatever coffee order they got. It's been a month, brother, Oedipus said. You got to stop dwelling on the Yagami children. We need to head to our second location. Either Olympus or the Labyrinth, I don't care, I want my income back. The children escaped, Cronus said simply, and our kind slaughtered each other. Wow, didn't know you were sentimental enough to call criminals in our employment our kind. Oedipus, I've told you time and again and I'll say it once more, it was Kira who attacked. Oedipus rolled his eyes. What makes you say that? Think about it, only those who had their masks off resorted to killing each other. Aeacus didn't have his mask on, he died. Everyone who shot each other had their mask off and died. Not only that, but they were standing in front of the camera's field of vision, meaning anybody who got to Aeacus could see what was going on. Anything else you base this on? What else? He tapped his chin. Oh right, the itsy-bitsy fact that Kira has been confirmed to be able to kill people by simply looking at their faces? Kira may have been a big shot in Japan and he stopped after realizing something. Rain, Arc, and Jewel are Japanese. Oedipus shrugged. So? I think they have something to do with Kira. Again, you're pulling this assumption out of your ass. What more tells you that Kira is the one that attacked us? One more time, everybody who was not wearing their mask was shooting each other dead. Ares and his crew were all wearing masks, but when they took an elevator ride up, they all died with their masks off. I went back and checked after we escaped out the back way and I could find no bullet holes or anything to indicate that what killed them was an outside intervention. I checked their pulses, none of them had beating hearts. And they just dropped dead, no explanation at all, and Kira's calling card is heart attacks and he's been reported to be able to control people to an extent. Maybe Kira was there in the underworld and he was manipulating our men to kill each other. Then when we sent Ares up to the elevator, Kira ambushed them and after removing their masks, he killed them with heart attacks. He made a fist but calmed himself down after taking a sip of his coffee. When you think about it, this all started after Rook brought in those 3 little monsters from Japan. As I've said, Kira is Japanese because L confirmed to the world that Kira is a native of Japan with that Lind L. Taylor trick. Oedipus put his drink down. So what you're saying is, these 3 kids are connected to Kira? They're Japanese, they have no lifespans when viewed with our super eyes, they escaped during the riot, and they were above ground when Ares and his crew died. Oedipus put his cup down before looking at his brother. And don't forget that other detail you told me, none of the guys who killed themselves in the underworld were scheduled to die that day. Everybody had at least 1 or 2 more decades to live, which is why we recruited them in the first place. Cronus's eyes widened, he completely forgot about that. Does that mean you're starting to believe my theory? It does have some weight to it and it made me remember something. When I was surfing the web for some people to kill, some of their names and lifespans vanished before my eyes. When I converted the numbers to human time, they all died prematurely. I've seen Kira kill people with heart attacks on days people were not predestined to die. Wow, Cronus said in awe. When you put it like that. Kira has the power to kill people prematurely. Cronus smiled. So, there is a way to break fate? He looked up at his brother, all the despair previously within him suddenly vanishing. Are you telling me that Kira has the ability to kill people whenever he wants? No fate or destiny hindering him? Oedipus nodded. Yep. Oh my god. Do you know what this means? Oedipus narrowed his eyes. I can see where you're going with this, brother. You want Kira's power, right? I do. Oh yes, I do. He clenched his fists as he felt his heart start beating in his chest. I have to know if there was something I could have done to save Penelope. If I can kill people when I want, then I can save the life of people predestined to die, right? It depends on the circumstances leading to their predestined death, but yeah, I'm sure you can save someone. Cronus smiled once more and let his head drop. He looked back at his brother with a soft smile on his face. Oedipus. Oedipus put a hand on his brother's. I want to restart my empire, you want to break fate. I think we both benefit from going after Kira. Yes, he hissed. We do, and with our super eyes, we will use them to our advantage. We're going to find the Yagami children once more and we'll steal Kira's power. Oedipus licked his lips eagerly. This is going to be so much fun, brother. Chapter 79, First Strike. July 16, 2044. Los Angeles, California. Knight walked into the news building with a backpack on his back. He was dressed in casual clothing and got rid of all traces that he might be a police officer from Japan. Underneath his t-shirt was a corset holding Iris's death note to his back. He checked his watch as the elevator he was in ascended. It's been 12 hours since he dropped the death note off at this news station, the same news station that broadcast that phony bank robbery when he first got the death note. He put the death note in a large textbook before dropping it off inside a drawer where the main newscaster would sit and do his work. Iris and Kuroki both said they saw no lifespan above the newscaster's head, and Knight concluded that the first step to his plan was a success. It was time to retrieve the death note. Knight went back to the drawer where the textbook was dropped and put it in his backpack before walking off back to the elevator. As he was leaving, he showed his visitor's badge to security before leaving the building. He reunited with his wife outside and she helped him into the car. Sitting in the driver's seat, she turned and asked her husband, "Did you get the notebook?" Knight fished out the textbook. The notebook was cleverly hidden in the pages with paint covering up the words Death Note as well as the black cover. "Right here." "That's great news," Iris said. "So then, what's the next part of the plan? Control someone to send a message to the news station?" "Yep," Knight smiled. "Just like the time my mom used Sakura TV as puppets. I will admit that in the US, they don't exactly have a TV station exactly like Sakura TV, but I'm sure I can figure something out." "We could just do the same thing again," Iris suggested. "Have someone mail a letter to the news station dash. News 101 is what it's called," he reminded. New 101. News 101, give the employees working their instructions and then we force them to read a message from Kira to the world. And because we don't know where Cronus and Oedipus are, we're going to have to stop the current owner of my death note. Is he innocent? Doesn't matter. As long as Cronus and Oedipus die, then the sacrifice of the innocent people will not be in vain. They hurt our boy, Iris hissed. I want to see them all burn for doing that, no matter what. Knight smiled. I like that. He stroked her red hair. You've come a long way from being a shy girl, Iris. I like it, you're not a Naruto Hinata anymore. But I will admit, I do miss some of your shy features. Iris was about to turn away, but she forced herself to look at her husband. Well, those features are dead and gone, Knight. I wouldn't be so sure, my beautiful wife, my goddess. Iris turned away, unsuccessfully hiding the redness that appeared on her face. Thank you, Knight said softly. Now let's send Cronus and Oedipus a message. July 17, 2044. News 101. I don't care, Robert exclaimed to his staff. I want stories and I want them now. The 5 people in the conference room he called flinched and looked anywhere but at Robert. The employees nervously held up various pieces of paper in their hands, each detailing a different story about upcoming events. A girl in the group named Lila read off her paper. One story we got is that a murderer broke into his ex-girlfriend's home and strangled her dash. Not juicy enough, Robert exclaimed. I don't give a fuck about murderers or murder victims. I want a story that will bring in more viewers, raise our audience scores, and we can't do that by reporting murders. A man named Frank spoke up. How about this? A group of Kira worshippers helped build a church to dash. Fuck no! Robert barked. We mentioned nothing about Kira or anything related to him. The world loves him enough already, and we're not going to give the public the praise that mass murderer doesn't deserve. I want stories that are optimistic and positive. We live in a goddamn crapsack world and we need to bring heart and joy back to the people. Now go back out there and get me a story that will make me cry tears of joy, or so help me dash. Knock! Knock! Robert groaned. Come in. A man with a mustache came walking into the room, holding a manila folder under his right armpit. He immediately looked at Robert. Are you Robert Dixon? That be me. Robert leaned back in his chair. This better be good. My name is Oliver Monks and I have something addressed for you. He threw the manila folder on the conference table. I was ordered to deliver this to you and my hands are tied as it is. Let me see that. Robert snatched the manila folder from the table and opened it. Several papers fell into his lap and he quickly collected them. He looked them over carefully and squinted his eyes as he read off the first paper. Oh my God, he whispered under his breath. He looked up at Monks. This better be a fucking joke. I'm afraid not, Monks said hesitantly. Robert reread the first paper before letting out a loud laugh. You expect me to believe something like this, buddy? What the hell is Kira doing sending me letters here in California? What does it say? Monks asked nervously. It says that if I don't read a message live to News 101, then Kira is going to kill off all my staff one by one. And as proof that Kira is real, he's going to drop dead someone right in front of me. Thun thump. Monks clutched his chest and let out a rasping gasp for air. He fell onto the table, his head striking the wood before he falls on his side. The people in the conference jumped and panicked, each one backing away from the body. "Call a doctor," Lila ordered. "On it," Frank said before running off. "Mr. Dixon?" Robert stared down at Monks's fallen body with horror. Sweat began pouring down his face profusely and he felt his own heart pounding in his chest. He nearly ruined the papers in his hands, but he managed to save them from being destroyed completely and looked over the contents of the paper again. "He's dead," one of the workers who checked his pulse said. "This..." Robert gasped with a shaky breath. "This is real?" July 18th, 2044. Downtown, Los Angeles. Cronus and Oedipus didn't exactly have much to go on, especially when they were up against a god. They were still trying to figure out a way to trap Kira, but they kept asking themselves how a mortal traps a god if Kira really was a god. Then again, Elle did prove that Kira looks up names on the internet, and there have been cases of criminals whose names were misspelled or not arrested and have not been killed by Kira. They concluded that Kira must be human, which means Kira wasn't a god, just a human with the powers of a god. When Cronus and Oedipus took this into consideration, they realized that neither of them wants to become god, and only want to stay human. They want to break fate or control their destiny, never becoming a god. They could let their guards down. For now, they weren't Cronus and Oedipus anymore with their masks off, they were only Sakis and Makis. "Now's your chance," Sakis told his brother. "To become a god." The twins walked downtown wearing buttoned-up shirts. They had expensive watches on their wrists that could help keep track of the day. But the twins modified their watches so instead of keeping track of time, the watches are counting down. When people asked what the watches were counting down to, they shrugged and said doomsday. "It's your time to be a god," Sakis said as they stood outside a jewelry store. Makis chuckled. "I don't care about becoming a god anymore. I wanted to become a god, but after Kira came back, I decided to settle for a demigod." "You've been reading too much Percy Jackson." "It's weird," Makis declared. "Percy Jackson and Annabeth are cousins, yet people ship them. It's a double standard. With humans, incest is taboo, but when it comes to gods, they celebrate it." Sakis laughed. "You have your ships, I have mine." He winced. "Isn't it weird how we're 43-year-old men who talk about shipping and flame wars? Hey, we know the exact date we're going to die, we deserve to act and talk about whatever we want." Makis put his hand on the glass and looked down at a wedding ring. "Why did we never have kids?" "I've always wanted to be an uncle." Sakis put his forehead on the glass. "I think the reason we never had kids is that we knew that we wouldn't live to see them turn 40. But, if we can somehow change our fate with Kira's powers, then I'm going to start my own family. I'm going to be Uncle Makis," he smiled. "I like that. All the money we made, we'll be rich and we'll never have to work in a standard workplace again." Sakis put his hands in his pockets. "My girlfriend or wife or whoever I end up with, I'm going to protect them with Kira's power." Sakis and Makis decided to go inside and do some indoor window shopping and stopped when they saw a television set up in the corner of the ceiling. The channel was switched to News 101, the news station that tends to avoid dark and grim stories in lieu of happy-go-lucky stories. The last story the twins remember seeing was about an elderly lady pulling a young man from a car wreck and giving CPR on the dog pulled out of the passenger seat. We interrupt our regularly scheduled program to bring to you a message sent to us by Kira himself. The newscaster spoke into the camera. The newscaster looked down at something in their hand and nervously sighed heavily before looking to someone off-screen. Kira delivered this message to us for us to read, and he listed the names of several people who all died of heart attacks. "Please understand, we are Kira's hostages." The newscaster put the piece of paper down and got out of the chair. The person who is instructed to read the message from Kira is Robert Dixon, manager of News 101. The newscaster disappeared and Robert Dixon sat down in the chair and faced the camera. Sweat leaking from his forehead, Robert gingerly picked up the newspaper and cleared his throat before he began reading. I am Kira, Robert began reading, and as much as I would love to leave a message with my voice to the public, we don't always get what we want. Sakis and Makis activate their super eyes and they gasp when they see no lifespan above Robert Dixon's head. Robert Dixon, Makis started. And no lifespan, Sakis finished. The twins looked at each other. Makis spoke first. Well, isn't this convenient, Saki? Sakis smiled. Yeah, Rain, Ark, and Jewel come to America, they have no lifespan and when they escape, someone else just conveniently shows up with no lifespan. Isn't it also conveniently how this never happened to us in the 37 years we had our super eyes and only after those 3 monster children showed up did our status quo get interrupted, practically permanently. Makis looked up at the screen and narrowed his eyes. But one thing doesn't make sense, why did Robert Dixon's lifespan just suddenly disappear? I've seen his profile photo and I saw his lifespan. For him to suddenly just suffer a lifespan loss makes no sense. He stroked his chin. There's only one thing I can conclude. Saki looked eagerly at his brother. What's that? Kira's power can be transferred between various people. I was doing research and during the first or second year of Kira's reign back in 2006 or 2007, the second Kira mentioned sharing his power with those he feels are worthy. Sakis looked around. Let's get out of here, we shouldn't be talking in this store. Let's hurry up out of here. The twins walk out of the jewelry store and head down an alleyway and stand behind a dumpster. Kira's power passes between people, Makis continued. There was one Kira that needed a name and face to kill and a second Kira that only needed a face to kill. Could these 3 kids be Kira? Sakis asked. Makis shook his head. No, at the very least, they would be successors. Assuming that having no lifespan equates to them having Kira's powers, then they gain their powers after Kira's reign. Sakis considered his brother's words. Yeah, Kira went MIA in 2013 and returned in 2030. And Kira's been reigning since 2030 and it's 2044, those kids were obviously younger than 14. Makis narrowed his eyes. Rain Yagami, Ark Yagami, and Jewel Yagami, what kind of parents name their kids that? Sakis narrowed his eyes. Kira is Japanese, and Rain, Ark, and Jewel have been kidnapped from Japan. The 3 children are missing their lifespans. Our comrades slaughtered each other years or decades before their predestined lifespan. Only those with their faces exposed died and everyone who wore a mask survived. All of a sudden, Robert Dixon, manager of News 101, who used to have a lifespan, has their lifespan vanish and he is reading a message because Kira forced him to. Makis looked at his brother. I can see the gears turning in your head, brother. You're thinking what I'm thinking. Yes, Sakis hissed. Those with an absent lifespan do have Kira's powers. Which means Kira passed his power to the 3 children and then they passed their power to Robert Dixon. I wouldn't be surprised if Robert Dixon happened to be Kira and he's forcing himself to read his own message so no one would know he's Kira. But that's a stretch because his lifespan has been visible for 14 years. Sakis felt his heart pump as more and more thoughts began flooding into his mind. That means, with Robert Dixon's absent lifespan, Kira has passed his power to him. Makis laughed. If we can capture Robert Dixon, we can dissect and figure out how Kira kills people. Yes, Sakis said eagerly. Let's do this, let's fucking do this. As Sakis was high on adrenaline from his successful deduction, another idea suddenly hit him that made him freeze up. Wait a minute, why did Kira pass his power to Robert Dixon, a worthless nobody who manages an optimistic news station? Makis looked at his brother before looking down at the ground. He patiently drummed his finger against his temple as he tried to come to some sort of conclusion. I'm more concerned about why the Yagami children have Kira's power. Thank God there's 2 of us, Sakis laughed. If we want to get to the bottom of this, we must divide our resources. I will arrange for Dixon to be captured. I'm going to need someone like Cerberus to help me out. Makis nodded. Yeah, Cerberus is the size of a truck. He's perfect for kidnapping. He points to his chest. As for me, I will do a little digging into the Yagami children's lives. I'll need my translator and occasion thief, Hermes, to help me dig up information. Sounds like a plan. Saki's held his hand out. Godspeed, twin brother. Maki shook his brother's hand. Let's obtain the power of a god. With Knight. Hotel room. And just like that, our message to the world of Los Angeles has been sent out. Knight grabbed the remote and turned off the TV. After Rain and Archangel finished their homework, they watched as Robert Dixon finished reading off their message from Kira. Kuroki sat down on the bed and took a sip of coffee she brewed. Our message to the world has been sent out. And I could not see Dixon's lifespan. That's the plan, Iris said after coming into the room. Once Cronus and Oedipus see that Dixon has no lifespan, they'll be compelled to attack. They'll most likely kidnap him, and when they die, we follow him and kill him. Rain looked at Iris. Ooh, look at that, your British accent is slipping up. She turned to her brothers. As half-breeds, we gotta focus on honing our mother's British accent. Knight chuckled. I'm sure your mother would be proud. And while we're at it and waiting for Cronus and Oedipus to make a move, you guys should take the time to practice your English. There are 2 types of English, Rain said, US and UK. Let's learn both, Angel said. Knight looked over to the Shinigami standing in the corner. Gilth, Massey, are things getting interesting for you? They are. Gilth shoved a handful of chips in his mouth. We both are. Massey licked her strawberry sundae in her hands. Knight looked to Kuroki. Kuroki, I want you to keep an eye on our dear friend, Mr. Dixon. Roger that. Kuroki narrowed her eyes. Is Dixon innocent? Knight looked at her with a sneer. What difference does it make? He cocked his head and considered her question. But to answer your question, he's done some shady things behind his back. Forcing people to work themselves literally to death to get him a good story. One person in his care even committed suicide because they couldn't handle working with him. The cops let him go because he technically didn't break any laws. People should be nicer to their employees, Angel said. People should be better employees, Archer said. Knight rolled his eyes. Kuroki, keep tabs on him at all times. Kuroki nodded. Roger that. Several hours later. As ordered, Kuroki had kept tabs on Dixon for the rest of the day. As per instructions by Kira, Dixon was told to wait in the studio for 3 hours after relaying his message to the world. After that, he is to leave the studio and go home, but everyone else would have to stay and work the rest of the day away. Kuroki had rented a car using an alias provided to her by the Japanese police force, and she kept intense tabs on Dixon as he walked out a side door of the news station building and lightly jogged to his car. Kuroki narrowed her eyes and watched him get into his car, using her Shinigami eyes to confirm if he was still the owner of the Death Note. The lack of a visible lifespan said that he was. Dixon's floating name disappeared when she could no longer see his face. To be fair, the parking lot on the side of the building was dimly lit and Kuroki was parked about 2 cars away from Dixon's personal vehicle, so she was left in the dark when he turned his back to her. In Dixon's car, a fishing wire wrapped tightly around Dixon's throat and yanked back. You're dead, Dixon, a deep voice growled. Dixon struggled but soon gave up when the person tugged harder on the fishing line. If you keep struggling, I'll strangle you to death. Do you understand? Dixon opened his eyes, which felt like they were going to pop out of his skull, and looked in the rearview mirror. He ignored the fact that his face was red like it had gotten a sunburn and focused on the fact that a man wearing a skull mask was strangling him from the back seat. Do what I say, Dixon, and you just might survive, Cerberus ordered. Put the keys into the ignition and drive. Dixon complied and took out his keys and shoved them in the ignition. Nobody uses keys anymore, Cerberus said. Everything's a button-starting car now. You need to stay up to date with everything that's going on, Mr. Dixon. He tugged on the fishing line before loosening his grip so Dixon could breathe. Okay then, now that that's out of the way, start driving. Oh, and if you try anything stupid, I'll yank on this rope so hard, your head will come flying off your body. And Dixon didn't doubt the man holding him captured was the size of a tank for God's sake. Dixon shifted gears and began driving out of the alleyway. Kuroki turned on her car and followed them. Unfortunately, because it was nighttime and the law demanded it, she turned on her headlights as she tailed them. She always made sure to stay no more than 20 feet behind Dixon's car and made sure to blend in with other cars, but aside from that, she trailed them like an obsessed little brother following their big brother. Luck almost fell out of Kuroki's side when she was unable to beat a yellow light turning red and was forced to wait about 45 seconds for the light to turn green. Even then, there was a car in front of her, and Dixon's car was ahead of her by 45 seconds. If the worst came to pass, then she can easily track the phone she planted in Dixon's car in case she lost track of him. She wondered why she couldn't just wait at Dixon's house until she remembered that her assignment was to tail Dixon to watch to see if Cronus and Oedipus made a move. This could happen any day now, and there was no guarantee on Knight's part that Oedipus and Cronus saw the video and decided to react. Then again, the psychological profile Rain and Iris helped build certainly proved that Cronus and Oedipus are opportunists, and if they see another person with an absent lifespan, then they're going to take it. Kuroki finally caught up to Dixon as he turned into a neighbor. Kuroki followed him and slowed down a tad bit so she was at least a block away. This time, especially since not a lot of cars were out in the neighborhood this time of night, she would track the phone left behind in the car. She took out her personal phone and tracked the rental phone in Dixon's car. She tracked his car to his personal address, and she knew it was her personal address after looking into his background. She pulled up to the curb and put the car in park. She adjusted her rearview mirror, and Dixon's car pulled into the driveway 2 houses down from her. Time for stakeout duty, Kuroki told herself. She reaches into the glove compartment and takes out a packed dinner she brought with her and watches Dixon's car in the rearview mirror. So far, Dixon made no attempt to get out of his car and stayed parked in the driveway with his headlights on and the engine still running. Kuroki checked the clock on the dashboard and it read 8:35. She checked again a few minutes later and it said 8:47. Kuroki narrowed her eyes and looked back at Dixon's car. Now what's taking you so long to get out of your car, fella? Are you trying to waste your gas so you have an excuse to go to the gas station and get discounts? A figure popped up in front of her driver's window. Kuroki turned and a gloved fist smashed through and struck her in the temple. She falls onto the console, slightly dazed, before drawing her gun, only for a needle to plunge into her neck, and a second later, she is put under. Cronus backed away and looked over to Dixon's car. Hey Cerberus, help me out here, man. He looked down at Kuroki's unconscious form as he lay limp against the dashboard. Well, it is such an honor to meet you. Yuri Kuroki. Chapter 80, Uno Reverse. July 19th, 2044. Los Angeles. Kuroki got kidnapped again? Knight exclaimed. Jesus Christ. What are you basing this on? Iris said, the fact that she didn't come back. And when I sent Massey to check in on Kuroki, her car was empty and missing, the same as Dixon's. I went down there myself and her car's window had been punched in. Also, her packed lunch had been dropped to the floor, her anpans half-eaten. Rain came walking into the room. Aunt Kuroki has been abducted? Archer and Angel charged into the room with shocked looks on their faces. What? They exclaimed simultaneously. Knight clicked his tongue. So Cronus and Oedipus aren't as stupid as I thought they would be. Okay, but there has to be something. There are cameras on every street corner, so if Kuroki had been abducted then we should be able to get camera footage. He stroked his chin. Then again, if we ask the American police for footage on Dixon's block, would they give it to us? Now without good reason. Iris looks down at the ground. But I saw something when I was down there. Knight looks at her. What? 1 hour earlier. Iris stepped out of her car after pulling up to the curb of the house across the street from Dixon's. Iris made sure to lock her car and looked behind her to see Massey following behind her. Iris approached Kuroki's car. She checked the license plate to make sure it was Kuroki's and gulped when her suspicions were confirmed. She carefully waddled over to the driver's seat and nearly gasped when she saw that the driver's window had been punched into. Making sure her gloves were on so as to not leave fingerprints behind, she looked inside the car and looked for any sign as to where Kuroki could have been taken. Massey looked over her shoulder down the block and her eyes went wide when she saw a car parked up the curb, a man sitting in the driver's seat, staring at Iris with binoculars. Massey shivered before turning back. Iris looked over at Dixon's car. She jogged over very quickly and noted that there were no signs of a break-in. The windows and doors were perfectly intact and had no trace of a kidnapping. She looked around for any clues or evidence, but all she got was nothing. She quickly went back to Kuroki's car and checked the dashcam in the car. Surely, the dashcam in the car would have given away what had happened, but the dashcam was gone, no doubt that it was taken by the kidnappers. Massey turned back and the person parked in the car continued to stare in her direction with binoculars. She looked away but began sweating profusely. Iris looked out the window to see that the glass that would have been left behind from the window breaking was gone. The person who kidnapped Kuroki surely took their time cleaning up after their mess. What's suspicious, Iris noted, was that aside from the window gone and packed lunch on the floor, there was no sign of a struggle. There was a speck of hair matching Kuroki's hair color on the dashboard. Kuroki left a single strand of DNA behind. The door was already unlocked before Iris climbed into the car, but only the driver's side and none of the other 3 doors. Iris concluded that the kidnapper must have snuck up on Kuroki from the driver's side, punched the window, and knocked her unconscious before opening the door and dragging her out. Iris got out of the car and looked for the street corner cameras set up on various stop signs and neighborhood signs, but after looking over the angle, whatever abduction happened in the camera's blind spots. Iris headed back to her car and drove off. Massey sprouted wings and flew after her. Following the speed limit to the letter, Iris drove only 25 miles per hour as she drove out of the neighborhood. Wherever they took Dixon, they took Kuroki as well, she told herself. Massey tapped on the window. Iris rolled the window down. Iris, I know that I'm supposed to be an objective third party in this, but I can't take it anymore. Iris narrows her eyes and looks at Massey. You're being followed by someone in a car. Iris looked in the rearview mirror and her forest green eyes widen and show the whites of her eyes. A mirror never lies, especially when it shows her being followed almost closely by someone with what looked to be red hair. Iris quickly took out her phone and very carefully snapped a photo in the rearview mirror. I know he can't see me, but when he was watching you with binoculars, I was in his line of sight, so it looked like he was staring at me with binoculars, and the fact that he's heading in the same direction as I'm flying, it's bringing back horrible memories. Iris knew what horrible memories she was referring to. She had to lose her stalker. She quickly rolled up her window. If he was on side of Kuroki's abandoned vehicle, then it means he must be one of Cronus and Oedipus's guys. Present time. How did you lose him? Knight inquired. I lost him when I accelerated through a yellow light. He ran a red light and was stopped by a police officer nearby. Knight laughed. Funny. He nods and says, show me the picture. Iris took out her phone. I took a few, but with a few helpful editing tricks from Rain, I was able to enhance the brightness and see his face. His name is Anthony Stonewall. Anthony Stonewall, huh? I'm going to out on a limb and say whatever statue they built of him isn't in the park anymore. Knight accessed his computer and looked up the name. A suspect in a series of murders involving a crossbow and bows and arrows. Iris narrowed her eyes. Crossbows and bows and arrows? If he were to be associated with Cronus and Oedipus, what would his Greek name be? Apollo, Rain said. Apollo is often associated with arrows and archery, and knowing the other people we've come across, their names have some connection to their crimes. Ares was a war criminal and Dionysus killed people while intoxicated. Charon buys and sells people on behalf of his lord. If we can figure out what Cronus and Oedipus's crime is, we could probably figure out their identity, Angel said. Guess what, kiddos, that's going to be your homework assignment. Look through all the Greek stories and myths and find out anything that stands out. The sooner we learn about their crime, the easier they'll be able to identify. Knight turned back to Iris. You got careless. What if this, we'll call him Apollo for now and not Archer out of respect for Archer over there, what if this Apollo snapped a photo of you? Iris said nothing. It's a win and loss on both sides. Cronus and Oedipus might see my face, but without the death note dash her eyes went wide. Holy shit, the death note. If I can write his name down, then we can control him to not send any pictures or photos to Cronus and Oedipus. Shit. He looked to Rain. Rain, give me your notebook. Rain ran into her room and came back with her notebook. She quickly tossed it to her father, who sat down and began writing in it. Anthony Stonewall withholds all information from his boss, and dies 3 days later. What if it's not him? Angel considered. What if Apollo or Stonewall isn't part of Cronus and Oedipus? Following your mother around, stalking her, and then running a red light just to follow her, Knight reasoned. Besides, we can't take any chances. I also hung around after he got pulled over, Iris said. When I got a look at him, the police officer asked for his information. Iris held up her phone and switched to a second photo. I snapped this photo, which didn't need much editing, but I could definitely make out most of his face and see his features. Knight looked over the photo before looking back at Iris. He was acting very anxious around the cop, like he was trying his damnedest to stay calm, Iris continued. If he was an undercover cop, he would have explained his situation to the cop without anxiety. So this Apollo guy is working on Cronus and Oedipus's behalf. Knight tapped his pencil against his temple. I think I got an idea to manipulate him. Everyone paid attention carefully. Knight spoke up then. If this guy was supposed to be working for Cronus and Oedipus, they'll send 1 or 2 of their associates to his house of dwelling to confront him. That's how we're going to find Cronus and Oedipus. Once Hermes, Sharon, or even Cerberus get him, we'll ambush him and then use the death note. In fact, he returned to the death note and began writing more instructions inside. I added a little more to our Mr. Stonewall's situation. Iris moved over to Knight's chair and looked down at the notebook. Stonewall heads to the Starbucks cafe on 115th Eastern Street and orders a large coffee before accidentally spilling it on his pants. He leaves the cafe shop and drives home. He leaves the door unlocked as he emails his superiors come to Apollo's house. He dies by shooting himself with a crossbow. Iris narrowed her eyes and looked at her husband. "You crazy, mate?" she asked in her British accent. "Very, very crazy," Knight smiled. "We want to get Kuroki back. We ambush Cronus and Oedipus and kill everyone working with these Greek guys." Knight looked away and stared at himself in the mirror with a dark expression. "I've been wanting another shot at these Shinigami bastards. I still have a score to settle with Dogboy," Archer said. "Let's slay these bastards." The last word was said with a British accent. "Archie," Rain called, "you're getting English on us." "Shut up." "I want to go home," Angel said. "I just want to go home." "And we will, Angel," Iris reassured. "We will go home, but first, we gotta save Kuroki Dash. And kill Cronus and Oedipus." Archer finished with enthusiasm. "With Kuroki." "I'm going to ask you again," the voice said for the umpteenth time. "What is your connection to Kira?" Kuroki kept her mouth shut, just like her eyes were. Well, her eyes weren't shut by choice, considering that she had a blindfold on, but she wasn't going to give her captors the satisfaction, no matter what. So far, they hadn't laid a single finger on her, not yet at least, and she surprised herself with how calm she was. "I've been kidnapped thrice now. What is wrong with me?" Kuroki sighed before letting her head go limp. "I don't have any connection to Kira. And take the fucking blindfold off. I only wear a blindfold when I'm in bed." "Nice try," the gruff voice said. "You want us to take off your blindfold so you can kill us by looking at our faces?" "Huh?" Kuroki lifted her head up. "Whatcha talking about, man? Kira can kill people by looking at their faces. We are not fucking falling for it. Tell us what we want to know or dash. Or you'll make me talk, huh?" Kuroki clicked her tongue. You don't know anything, buddy. Interrogation is a double-edged sword. On one hand, the guy doing the interrogating has no answers and demands them, but in doing so, the one being interrogated can also get answers based on the questions they're being asked. These guys are asking me what my connection to Kira is, which means they know about me being one of Kira's disciples. Cronus and Oedipus do have Shinigami eyes, and the guy in the Cronus mask abducted me. Kuroki sighed and licked her lips. She tried moving her hands, but they were bound by a rope behind a wooden chair. What is it that makes you think I'm connected to Kira? You know why, the voice responded. No, I don't. Please, enlighten me. All humans are destined to die one day, but you're not. Ooh, how very vague and cryptic, just the kind of specific answer I'm looking for. You don't have a predestined lifespan. So they assume I'm Kira based on the fact that they can't see my lifespan. I don't know what you're talking about, but I never pegged someone like you to be a fatalist. I'm not a fatalist. Bam, you just proved to me that you're not Cronus or Oedipus. Now it's time to determine his body type. Sharon and Hermes both had average body types, but Cerberus had the body of a tractor. Not a fatalist, you say? So that means you don't believe this was predestined? Kuroki leans forward in the chair, causing it to lean forward and allow her to stand up. Unfortunately, with the way her hands were bound behind the chair stayed connected to her back, forcing her to hunch over as she made a run for it. The interrogator grabbed her and forced her to a halt and set her back down. Strong body type, he must be Cerberus. Don't do that. Kuroki growled, but she sat down calmly in the chair and nodded. I'm telling you, I'm not Kira. I don't know, my associates say you are. Kuroki heard the sound of knuckles cracking. If you don't tell me what I want to know, then I'm going to break every bone in your body. Kuroki smiled. Let me ask you something. What good is it to break every bone in a person's body if said body can kill people by simply knowing their FAC? She heard the interrogator mutter to himself. I guess I'll just have to break your eyeballs. But then how would I prove that I am Kira, huh? You believe I'm Kira, and if you break my eyes, my source of power, how can I prove my power to you? Huh, I guess you have a point. But then again, you did say that you're not Kira. But you're interrogating me on behalf of someone, right? Kuroki said quickly. It was your associates who made the call that I was Kira, right? How would they feel if you made a decision going against whatever they wanted? They want you. Then take me to them. The interrogated went quiet before the sound of him shuffling around could be heard. Stay here, I'll go talk to them. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. She smiled and listened to the sound of him walking away. Kuroki really wished she could see right now. She wanted to know what became of Dixon and if he was still alive. She was kicking herself, perhaps literally, for getting herself kidnapped 3 times. If this kept on, then Knight was never going to want her back. He would get sick and tired of saving her. Cerberus was the guy interrogating me, and he must be going to ask his superiors about what to do with me. Kuroki pushes her thumb out of place and slips it through the rope's bindings. With her right hand free, she lifts her blindfold up. A small dark room with a dimly lit light above her was all she saw. Her eyes needed a few seconds to readjust, just like her thumb, but she had to act quickly when the black door opened a few feet in front of her. Holy shit, the monster of a man named Cerberus said as he closed the door and walked towards her, his mask off. Put that blindfold back on. Stanley Chase, Kuroki said. Cerberus froze in his tracks. What? Your name is Stanley Chase. She looks at the name floating above his head. And your lifespan, you have 23 years left to live. Cerberus gasped. But I can make you die right now of a heart attack. Kuroki slowly rose from her chair and stared the hulking Cerberus in the eyes. Heart attack may be my main killing method, but I have numerous ways to kill other people. I can make you choke on your own blood, kill you with a disease, or even have you commit suicide. She tilts her head. For someone like you, bodybuilding is your life. If I wanted to, I could have you die of a steroid overdose or having you lose a fight that causes your ribs to stab your insides and cause you to die of internal bleeding. Go ahead, choose a way for me to kill you. Bullshit, you're lying, Cerberus stated. Oh, am I? Cronus and Oedipus said that I am Kira because they saw something that I was lacking, a predestined lifespan, perhaps? She smiled. And what about the massacre at your hideout in the forest? If I recall, one of your guys drew his gun and shot another person he deemed a traitor. According to the security cameras, the shooter and the victim were Minos and Hades respectively, correct? Isn't this what Cerberus and Cronus told you? Right before they cut you down from that snare? I was there when I made your entire team kill each other. In fact, I had a hand in killing them. Cerberus covered his face. It's too late, I've already seen your face. I can kill you painlessly or as painfully as I want. Her eyes looked down to the watch in his left hand. Is that my watch? Cerberus looked at his hand. Yeah. Give me my watch right now. Cerberus hesitated. I'll control you to do it if you don't. Cerberus removed the watch and tossed it in her direction. Now turn around. Kuroki waited for Cerberus to obey before she took out the small piece of death note paper and paper clip and hid it behind her back. She closed the secret compartment and called out Cerberus. Here you go. She tossed the watch back to him. He got it and put it back on his wrist. I'm going to demonstrate my Kira power to you right here and now. Cerberus looked at her nervously. If I kill you, then there would be no point in trying to prove myself to you. I want you to pull up the name of a criminal you're connected to, someone you can call to confirm his death. Show me his face and I'll kill him. Then you make the call and decide for yourself if I'm Kira. Cerberus's lip quivered. If you try to attack me or leave, you're dead. Cerberus hesitantly nodded and pulled up the image of a man on his phone. His name is Dash. Abner Goss, Kuroki finished, huh? Cerberus nodded. He is part of a cartel. He owes me a few couple $1,000s and he was due 12 months ago. The penalty for not paying up is death. Kuroki looked at the criminal and narrowed her eyes, pretending to study the criminal's face before she subtly pricks her finger with the paperclip and uses it to write on the death note paper behind her back. Kuroki nods to her watch and asks, "What time is it?" Cerberus checked his watch. 4:35. How many seconds until 4:36? About 40 seconds? Kuroki smiles. Goss is going to die at 4:36. We shall wait those last 40 seconds together. 40 seconds later, Cerberus gulped nervously and checked his watch. It's 10 seconds after 4:36. Good. Now, confirm his death for me. Right. Cerberus dialed a number and put the phone to his ear. Fence, this is Cerberus, where the hell is Goss? I want my money back and he's not calling me and he's been ignoring my calls the last few days. Put him on for me. What was that? Cerberus's face scrunches into confusion. He collapsed. His eyes go wide. He's not breathing? Kuroki pulled her lips back in a teeth-white Cheshire cat-like grin. Well. Cerberus felt his heart pound in his chest as he drops the call and his hand slowly lowers to his stomach. Now that you've seen proof of my power, I think we both know who has the upper hand in this situation. She gestures to his phone. I see that you've got a working phone on you as well as my watch. Not to mention that I know your face and I've seen your name and I can kill you without lifting a finger. This is what's going to happen. Kuroki straightened her sitting position. You're my pawn, now, she whispered just loud enough for him to hear. She whispered so he would have to pay extra attention to listen to her words and not forget. If I tell you to do something, you will do it. The first thing I want you to do is to look through your contacts, the names of everyone still alive associated with the underworld. You will then send their faces to an email address that I'm going to give you. You're going to do this after you tell your direct superior that you were unable to get anything out of me. Tell them that you believe I know more than I'm letting on. After that, you'll send the names of your associates to the email address I'll provide for you and then you're going to dial up a number but you'll say nothing. I'll tell you the rest after you follow my first few instructions. She clicks her tongue. Put the blindfold back on me and then walk out. Kuroki hid the paper clip between her fingers and then slid the death note slip into the back of her pants. She clenched her fingers into a fist as Cerberus rounded her and put the blindfold back on. He made sure it was secured tightly before he walked out of the room based on the sounds of the retreating footsteps. You'll be happy, Knight, to know that I got the big dog of Cronus and Oedipus on our side. If he follows my instructions to the letter, then he'll send a list of all the people still in Cronus and Oedipus's employment to you. Iris and Rain will use their Shinigami eyes and they'll be able to kill all of Cronus and Oedipus's henchmen. As for the phone number, he will call Knight using a code word only Knight would know, and then he'll trace the call to my location. He'll ambush Cronus and Oedipus and bam, I just handed Knight his victory on a silver platter. This is for you, Knight, and Iris, my god and goddess. With Cronus. Cronus didn't know what Cerberus was up to with the prisoner, but after Cerberus told him of his progress with her, still working on getting a word squeezed out of her, Cronus decided to get personal. He told Cerberus to tend to the prisoner while he worked on looking up the prisoner's name and face. He looked up the name in a quick Google search. Yuri Kuroki, he said aloud as he typed. He didn't get any results, figures because Kuroki looked to be of Japanese origin and wasn't a native to this land. Any other person would have assumed that maybe Kuroki was born in Japan and raised in America, but Cronus knew better. He was born and raised in Greece, and he could tell the difference between a foreigner born in their country and a foreigner raised in a different, and Kuroki fit the criteria of the former rather than the latter. Just like Rain, Ark, and Yagami, he told himself. He decided to do a quick search on the names of the 3 children. So far, he could find nothing on them. Not surprised, but the name Yagami had at least one search result show up. Cronus tilted his head and clicked on the article with the Yagami name. 17-year-old police officer. In the search for the figure known as Kiri, the police are employing everybody in their unit to go after the mysterious killer. Although unconfirmed, there are reports of the police using Knight Yagami in their investigation, a 17-year-old student who graduated from Daikoku Private Academy and gave the commencement speech for class of 2031 to a university alongside co-representative Iris Abernathy. Cronus narrowed his eyes and checked the date. May 10, 2031. Knight Yagami. Knight Yagami. I don't know those 3 brats' ages, but none of them were above 12. If Knight was 17 in 2031, then he would be born in 2014, which would make him 30 years old today, the perfect age to be their parent or guardian. He picked up his phone and dialed his brother. Hey it's C. I've been doing some research and I was wondering if you could look up someone named Knight Yagami. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 5. Peace.